hop to. We do have the agenda here, and also I believe all of you should have the copy in front of you as well. But we'll go ahead and we'll kick today off with a call to order. And then the rest of the morning, we basically have a series of discussion items. So those discussion items include starting off with the mayor's 2026 proposed budget recommendation, followed by the department heads. We'll do budget review at the level basis. And then we'll talk about proposed revenue review, and we'll finish up this morning, hopefully, with the traffic safety camera program. Right around noon or so. I guess I'll be mic'd up. Okay, so then we'll have lunch sometime right around noon. We do have some snacks over there as well for those of you here in the room. And then this afternoon, we'll wrap it up with some additional discussion items, including looking at the parks revenue, potential property tax, public safety sales tax, city facilities update, and then we'll wrap it up with a capital improvement plan update and 2026 proposed projects. After that, we'll talk about direction and next steps, and then we will adjourn. Mr. Mayor or Jean, do either of you have anything you want to say to the group before we get started?
Big thank you to our team for spending countless hours putting this together, and Barb staying up, burning the midnight oil last night. Just knocked out of the park this year, so thank you.
Ditto.
All right, and then one last thing for those of you who maybe haven't joined our retreats before, you'll notice that you will have squirrels in front of you. Our squirrels are used as process checks. So if we are going too deeply down a rabbit hole or if we're getting off track, feel free to hold this up. It's a visual cue for whoever's speaking to try to conclude their thought, and then we can check in with the group and decide on the direction we want to go. And that's it for me.
Shall we kick it off?
Yeah, let's kick this off.
Okay, Lori just went over the agenda, so I don't think I'll need to go through that. We will get some additional presentations later. So we'll start off with some words from the mayor.
All right, so just a little bit of the message there. Obviously, we've got some projects in the pipeline. We have. Can you? Yes. We've got some projects in the pipeline that will continue through this next year. The moving City Hall is in process. It's an in-process project. And we'll continue with that, hopefully getting into that new location by this time next year would be wonderful. We'll see if that happens. And then that'll also create some space down here in the park. We'll continue the Westlake Park trail work that's going on. This budget is going to be a difficult budget. And we're going to show you a slide here in a minute, but it's going to be a difficult budget. There's not a lot we can add to this budget. The base budget is already very taxing. And so we're going to need to just make sure we're focusing on the core items of the city, public safety, making sure that we can do whatever we can with infrastructure improvements. And I think another area that we can work on as well as our innovation and our technology, looking at opportunities to make the folks that we do have, the great talented staff that we do have, more efficient. So that's where the focus of the budget is that I'm proposing. I am in full-blown listening to ideas mode on this budget, as we need to make sure that we're shoring it up and being responsible with the funds that we do have. So there's my mayor's message. A little spotty, but there it is. So one of the things I do want to talk about, and I know we have some newish council members, give you a little history lesson on the budget. Traditionally, we've had some healthy reserves in the past, and we've needed to spin those reserves down. And so that's why you've seen some deficit budgets in the past. There was just some times in the city where money just wasn't being spent, and that's okay. But we, our citizens have expected levels of service from us, and so we've had to spend some of those reserves down to get to those levels. I think as far as a city staff right now, I think we are at a position where we're providing maybe the minimal staff that our citizens expect. I just want to refocus everyone that when we look at that graph, we've known that our budget is going down and to the right. I think, though, that with whatever factors are happening in our city and especially in our state, this is the year to really look hard at pulling the reins on the spend down. So I just want to remind everybody of the past budgets, but I think that this is the year that we start pulling the reins up and trying to flatten that curve back out as our budget surpluses have been spent down, if that makes sense. Do I have the next slide, or do you have it, Barb?
Either way, so this is actually just looking at your 2026 base budget here. So looking back at the prior one, you could see the 2024 budget showed us at about 3.6 million in 2027. That was actually after the first two budget amendments in 2024. The 2025 shows us decreased in 2027. And this is actually does not include the budget amendments that have occurred this year. So it just kind of plays right into here. This is looking at 2027 now. Is showing us with about $300,000. And that is for both our contingency and our operating fund. So just kind of taking a look at that, we'll get to the mayor's forecast in a bit. So this is something I put together just to show our revenues over expenses through the years. So as you can see, we have back in 2017, we were actually bringing in more revenue than we were spending. And that's back when we started doing our spend down. That's when we actually started doing a lot of infrastructure and doing a lot of hiring. But over the years, you can see the green line is our revenues, and then the yellow is our operating. And so these are operating revenues and operating expenses. And so operating revenues, they don't include any infra loans, grants, debt proceeds, or sale of or assets, so property sales. And then the operating expenses exclude any capital outlays, including projects or property purchases. So you can see that the red columns are actually the growth of our overspend. So we've been spending more every year than we have been bringing in. And so that's the small table inside just shows you the growth rates of our operating revenues versus our operating expenditures. And so you can see where our operating revenues in 2024 only increased by 3% versus our operating expenses increased by 12%. In 2025, our operating revenues increased by 2%. And this is budgeted. This is not estimated or obviously actual yet. But our budgeted expenditures were 23% versus 2% for revenue. So this is why we need to actually start looking at what we're actually doing and reallocating some revenues. And we'll kind of get to that in a bit as well.
So what's the biggest reason for the increase?
Overall costs in the general fund. So we did a lot of reallocation. We stood up Parks Department.
Salaries as a departmental type stuff?
Salaries have increased. I have that might be the next slide. So staffing increases, we increased 160% since 2017. So we went from 90 2018 went from 93 positions citywide to 138. And so that has increased with staffing costs, benefits, all the rate adjustments, rising insurance costs. But it's also all of your operating costs. As we add parks, we have to add operating. And so we add more staff, and the levels of service have been higher. They're obviously higher. The more work we do, the more expenses and more maintenance there is. So
And I think also Barbara, and maybe I don't, if you were going this route, Gary, with that question, our insurance costs are skyrocketing, right? Our defense attorney costs due to state decisions going up, right? Like there's a lot of little ankle biters that are significant that are pushing that operating costs up.
yeah.
400,000.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was that?
Well, but when you look at it from a state level, they're just little ankle biters for the city, but in reality, it's
Big for us.
huge.
It's huge. An interesting thing though, Anya and I talked about when we were going through some of this is she looked back at her 2025 year staffing plan, and the city was projected to have 139.5 FTE, and we have budgeted 138 positions. So we actually forecasted out pretty much where we thought we were going to be. So very interesting. The question came up regarding staff staff positions that were affected by pandemic recovery funding or the grant positions. So there were 6 positions affected. In human resources, there was a human resource technician. So this was an already budgeted as a half-time position, and then the pandemic recovery funds allowed the position to become full-time. And it was pandemic recovery funded for 3 years, so approximately $66,000 per year. The risk and emergency manager, that position was also responsible for coordinating the APWA accreditation efforts. And so half the salaries was funded by street and storm dollars. The accountant, that position was projected to be hired in 2022 to assist with capital projects and grant accounting. And the position was hired early to administer the COVID-19 and ARPA recovery grants as well. So that was half funded for 3 years by ARPA, and then is allocated out based on capital projects. Stormwater field technician, that was pandemic recovery or pandemic funded for 3 years, and now surface water funds that in total. And then there was 2 custodian facility maintenance workers that were hired and paid for by the pandemic recovery funds for 3 years. And those positions are currently vacant. So just kind of, as the mayor mentioned, we're doing a lot to kind of hold and cut and see what we can do with expenditures at this point. And I don't know if you saw the email that Jean sent out, but we are currently holding vacant positions open. At this point, we have 14 currently vacant positions and 1 reclassification. Holding these positions until January of 2026 will save us an estimated $900,000. The majority is in the general fund. And then we did just some scenarios. If we held the positions vacant until April, that'll save an additional 500,000. So we know there are certain positions that will need to be hired right away. There's some like the city engineer, there's one in building, and there's specific reasons for those. And I believe they'll go into those during their staff report. So just one thing we're looking at right now.
So the question I have real quick is the 14 currently vacant positions,
Yeah.
reclassification that we've already funded, they're already budgeted, right? We're not bringing those in now, we're holding them off. I get that. Is that just going to roll forward in those pre-funded, basically positions are going to roll forward into 2026? Still pre-funded?
But we'll make the decision at that time whether to fill it. So every
Right,
position,
yeah.
we'll talk internally, can we afford it, can we sustain it? And then we'll make the decision to go or not go.
So a lot of discussions we're actually having internally regarding some of the positions. Can we utilize them together? Can we combine positions, that kind of thing? So
Is that part of the conversation today, though? If there are positions that are funded and not filled, will that be part of the budget discussion about whether or not that rolls over to 2026?
So those roll over. we're looking at each one of those positions to see, do we really need them? Is there a way, is that your?
When you say we, not
We're
count
talking staff.
staff. Okay.
Yeah. If you want input on it, we can somehow figure that out. But I think internally staff needs to do that analysis first
Mhm.
to decide, can we flex this? Can we do something different? I don't think I'd want to have the whole group trying to figure that out together.
Sure, that makes sense. I think I just want to know because I think that has bearing on our conversation today, whether those 14 positions are part of the equation.
Yeah. Well, their money is rolled forward as far as the budget's concerned, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just holding the vacant positions open for now.
So, really quick, Barb, sorry. It's a bit of a squirrel, but maybe a necessary one. Gene, maybe this is a good time to kind of address my question about what level should the council be thinking about the budget during these discussions? Based on my quick reading, our decision is kind of at the fund level, and anything below that falls to the executive side. So while information on positions is, great for us and helps us inform that, I want to make sure that, we're not wasting time by diving into the weeds on things that aren't really in our lane.
So for me, I agree with everything you said, but I also see this as a collaborative effort, and you guys have great minds and great thoughts on things. So on today's retreat discussion, I don't have a problem with you getting a little bit into the weeds on things, right? Because I want to know, like, do you have another idea that staff's not thinking about or that I'm not thinking about? So I get it. Like we could just show you this is the budget,
Yeah.
Sign or don't sign, but that's not what this today is about. Like, let's collaborate on this.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good little segue. Mayor, budget priorities?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about it a little bit in the message. Obviously, public safety is, we've got to keep that first and foremost. One of the things we'll talk about today is just the continuance of our safety camera program. Which, as I speak with citizens, they ask why we don't have it already. So I think that there's some support for that. The information technology, we've made some very significant investments in our technology, and we need to make sure, one, we safeguard those investments with the data that we've done. And I think it's also our opportunity to find some efficiencies in how our staff's working in technology. So that's a focus. And then obviously trying to maintain our levels of service when it comes to our infrastructure and our programs, which I think we can do. There'll be some areas that we do need to cut, but those are going to be the priorities. Budget.
Sorry to interrupt. I just heard from Kurt. He just got off work and he's on his way.
Okay.
Off work?
So safeguarding our IT investments, tell me more.
So a lot of, so you'll see one of the asks is for a position in IT, and so we've done a lot of work over the last year and a half to move all of our data into SharePoint and into and SharePoint, as good as it is, it's something that needs to be worked on almost constantly. And so if we don't have a person who's focused on our internal data, and it's not just the SharePoint, the SharePoint's a big part of it, but just our own internal data, then we're gonna lose some of the investments that we've had if no one's maintaining that, if that makes sense. If no one's maintaining that data, the data investments.
And that's above and beyond what our existing IT folks are able to do with the bandwidth they have.
They're pretty taxed.
I'm just asking.
No, yeah, no, I get it. I wouldn't be asking for that position if I thought we could suck it up internally, but we've got to have someone who's just focused on the data at this point.
Okay, so talking high level summary position requests, there were 32 requests for positions, including new positions and reclassifications. I don't have a list of all of those. It kind of seemed a little over detailed at this point in this part of the conversation. We can definitely bring those during the next workshop, but we'll kind of walk through some of this. Total cost for those positions, $2.2 million. Items, there was 43 item requests. That includes some operating costs, professional service contracts, program costs, repair and maintenance, and equipment, total of $1.68 million.
I wanted to share that slide with council so that you understood the need, of the city, and staff did a really good job of analyzing existing work orders that we have, what we can get to, we haven't been able to get to. And that's why you see that number, 32 requested new positions to continue the, level of service that we've been providing and expand it to deal with a lot of the outstanding work orders that we have through every department.
So I kind of went through those numbers of the 32 requests, et cetera, for all the district departments, came out a little over $2 million of requests for just staff. And then in the mayor's portion of it, it was only 199,000 or basically $1 million. So that's quite a bit of difference, but it saved out, I guess, of the budget, it saved almost $2 million, $1.937 million. So I looked at that disparity between what the staff are requesting and then the mayor basically putting his budget. It's like, whoa, there's a big difference here. So I'm kind of interested in a little bit more information on that as we go through the day.
Yeah, and I think when we looked at these, we also had to look at, we're already base budget deficit.
Right. I don't know. I understand that part.
Yeah.
I get it, but
So,
still kind of interested in maybe some more specifics in personnel that we need to make a decision on. But we're holding 4 police officers, for instance, back because they're not filled yet, which is, public safety. That's a big deal.
mhm.
I realize there's a heck of a lot more in public safety than police officers, but that police officers have always been one of the things that I pound on quite a bit, trying to get our police force up and operational the way they need to be. So I'm still kind of interested in, hearing all that about those salaries, et cetera. So, and the positions, actually the positions, not necessarily salaries.
And a good way to think about this is your own home, right? You've got garbage to take out, you got vacuuming, you got, the walkways to sweep, mowing, edging, all those tasks that you have at your home. It's the same for a city. And as the city's grown and we've annexed new areas in, that's more maintenance at every corner. And so that's why you see this continuing to grow in positions to be able to maintain the square footage that we're responsible for.
All right.
Okay, so this actually just shows the difference between our 2025 ending, the 25 estimated, the base budget, and then the department head ending cash balance. As you can see from all of the requests, it would have brought the general fund to a cash deficit of $4 million. So that's just looking at the request portion. We'll go into the mayor's after this. So we're going to jump into the 2025 preliminary budget. So I think the biggest recommendation on the revenue side right now that's actually included in the mayor's budget is to adjust the allocation of property tax into from the street fund into the general fund. And we've been talking about this for a number of years and how do we do this and why do we do this? So there's been a lot of changes in the Public Works and Park Department since 2021 to 2026, and it's shifted a lot of the responsibilities, staff costs to the general fund, but we didn't allocate the revenues that way. So the street fund has received 28% of the property tax since I think 2010 is when we increased it. We've been discussing decreasing it and trying to get to 0% at some point for a while. So I did some research back and looks like so before 2021, the street fund actually took care of all of the facilities. There are people allocated to parks, and so they took care of the parks. Once we stood up the facilities division in 2021, those costs transferred over to the general fund from the street fund. And then Park and Rec Department we created in 2022. They took a number of staff from the Public Works Department, transferred them into the general fund, and then we added additional staffing. And then we also, in 2025, Aaron, his team went through and looked at all of the duties of all of their staff, all the administrative and engineering staff, and reallocated all of their Public Works administrative staff closer to their duties so that the street stormwater fund were not subsidizing those duties. And so a lot more of their time and effort and staff costs went into the general fund as well. So doing this over this 5-year period, it actually decreased the street fund share of costs by 22%, and it increased the general fund's costs to 46%. And so that equates to about $925,000 additional cost burden to the general fund each year. So the recommendation is to reduce the street fund allocation from 28% to 14%, and that'll redistribute about $940,000 in 2026 to the general fund balance. And this would be a continued ongoing allocation change. So it wouldn't just be 1 year. We would actually keep it that way. So that is actually what you'll see in the mayor's allocation budget. Any discussion on that?
So what impact does that have to our
Street
streets that are
fund.
in various stages of disrepair?
So the street fund actually has its own funding sources now. It used to only, when we started doing this, it only had motor vehicle fuel tax. And now it has motor vehicle fuel tax. It has the garbage utility tax. It has the sewer utility tax. And we have transportation benefits stuff for some of the pavement preservation and a lot of those things. So this does not, as Aaron will tell you, they've done a lot of work to look at their costs and to streamline and to become more efficient. And so it actually does not hurt the street fund as much as you would think 900,000 would. So they're still, their revenues are still more than their expenditures at this point.
Yeah, I Barb's right. Yeah, I think we did a good job last year looking at our expenditures and allocating them properly between facilities and parks and cleaning things up. And so we're under on expenditures this year. And it makes sense, practical sense to implement what she's suggesting. We're projected to be under on expenditures in the streets fund by about $900,000 this year, which is a good thing. And I have some slides on it a little bit later in the presentation.
Percentages are helpful for me. So like if it's a $10 million, 900,000, or if you have $2 million, that's a massive reduction. Do you know what percent that is?
Yeah, I'll get it for you in just a
Okay.
minute. It'll take me just a
Thanks.
few minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's just, so I'm trying to keep rough track in my mind here. So, okay, we're talking about shifting over 940 between the funds. What is the current projected deficit on the general fund total? Like money coming in versus money going out? We're
With this,
gonna reduce it by 940, but what is that number without it?
So 1.5, 1.6.
so that's the cash deficit. You're talking revenue over expenditure.
Yes, exactly.
It was, base budget was about $5 million.
Okay.
The request budget is 6.5, 7 million. I believe I have a slide on that a little later too, to show the deficit and where we're at now.
Okay.
And then the mayor's, I believe, is 2 million. So I'll have to, like I said, I have that slide in here later that'll actually show where we are with this 900,000 change.
Okay. As long as that number is coming at some point.
It's coming, yes,
Okay.
it's coming and it's coming down.
Okay, thank you.
That is the idea here.
Okay.
Let's bring that number down. We did a good job spending down our reserves and actually doing infrastructure that we had held back for so many years. And so many of you know, we didn't do anything for a lot of years, but now, so the operating increases that are included in the mayor's budget includes the traffic safety camera program. That dollar amount is not included in here as that comes through with the, I want to call POP, with the capital projects, with the project data that will be coming later. As Mayor mentioned regarding security of data, so there is a request coming through for data center upgrade. We have some emergency operation costs, some first aid equipment, just a number of things. The vehicle replacement plan for the police, that cost isn't included in here. It's generally a 3-year plan that they bring forward and you approve in advance, as they have to order their vehicles, you know, a year in advance often. And so, so that they are at their end of their current 3-year plan, so they'll be bringing that forward for you as well. Pavement preservation software, increased street striping. We know that's a big one for council to get more of the crosswalks and things done. So that's in here. Some engineering professional services, got to continue the EDS update. It's the year we need to do the swim fee evaluation. So stormwater management fee, alum treatment. And then there's just some small things, like in the building division, they have some code books they have to purchase every few years, and you have to have them on hand, and wow, they're expensive.
Hey Barb, so we hadn't been treating for alum for a number of years. Is there a reason why we now need to do that?
Aaron? I don't know if it's been a number of years, a couple of years since we.
It's been several years, and we anticipate having to treat for alum this year. The phosphorus levels are sort of creeping back up again as we expected. Yeah, but at a slower rate. So previously we treated annually, and we haven't done it. I think we haven't treated for 2 years. We anticipate treating this year, this next summer in 2026. Yeah.
And what's the next anticipated treatment interval?
We think that we can skip several years between treatments, and that's largely due to maintenance. Yeah.
And normally if it had been an ongoing thing, we would have just left it in sort of as the base budget. But since it hadn't been in the budget for a while, we wanted to bring it back sort of as a request, so everybody's aware of it. And then there's just some increased parks operating costs. Obviously, we've added a number of parks, and so we've had to increase some of that, and the same with some equipment. So we need to add some equipment. The additions are about $500,000, and about 68,000 of that is from the general fund.
Is that including the vehicle replacement
No.
plan?
No.
Any idea what that is?
So for the couple of years that we're requesting, we're gonna request for 2 years instead of 3 that we normally have, just that we can, as we're monitoring cost and things like that, because the equipment costs for the vehicles are increasing. But the leasing program itself has been successful. And so we're gonna be asking for around approximately 350,000 in 27 and about 430,000 in for 28. Those funds come out of our 520 fund, and working with Barb, we're actually going to be reducing the amount of money we're transferring from the general fund to the 520, because through leasing, that fund has built back up. And so we're not anticipating needing as much as we normally would because we're leasing now. And so these costs, when we did our analysis, are actually really in line with where we had anticipated being in when we first came to you guys with leasing in 22, 23, I believe it was. And so it's right where it should be.
But there's no request for 26.
Because that was previously approved
Okay.
when we came with our 3-year plan prior. And so those leases and the equipment those are already in
Right,
process.
but this is a 26 operating budget increases.
Correct.
It's already approved, it wouldn't be an increase.
That's why I got the costing. It's just, they actually come forward in 2026 and ask for you to approve come in 2025 and ask you to approve the 2027, 2028.
Because the lease, the windows for ordering are before, they close before the budget process. And so if we waited for the budget to be approved, we would miss our ordering window and we wouldn't get vehicles until more towards the end of the year. If that makes sense.
They probably could come in January or February of 2026 and ask for a early budget approval, but we just figure it makes sense to do it during a budget process for the future years.
So just to clarify, the budget that we're looking at now does include the previous ask that is already factored into the 2026 budget.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, and then this is your recommended staffing. So there's only 2 positions that are actually recommended in the mayor's budget. And that, as he mentioned, the IT application data analyst, and this is for data security. There's also some mandatory ADA updates that have to occur with our website and our systems, and then critical system support. So we're looking at a Q2 hire for $112,000. 76% of that is general fund, and the allocation is based on a number of things: FTEs, systems. It's generally the number of devices based on department or a position. So that's how the allocation works for IT. And then the traffic engineer, this needs to develop and implement the traffic safety camera program. They're going to develop and implement the traffic calming program as well, and determine how to bring forward to council how to utilize those funds to do some additional traffic safety. So that one is looking at Q3 hire, but it's dependent on when the program actually starts. So Director Halverson has planned to get the program moving with a consultant. And then once the program is ready, the mayor wants to make sure that this is hired the quarter prior to that so we can have them in place and ready to go. And this cost does include a vehicle lease as well. So this will be 100% funded by the traffic safety camera program.
And that's in the streets fund?
Right now, it goes into the streets fund. We're not sure how we'll allocate it. We could potentially put it into
Okay, so when I went through this, all these pages here, which I alluded to in the beginning, it showed that the mayor approved 3 positions, one in IT, one in street, and one in stormwater. The one in stormwater was only 16,790, so I was kind of wondering about
I
that.
think that's a position upgrade.
You did what?
That's like a position upgrade. Is that what that is?
Actually, I'll double check on that one. I think we had some maybes on reclassifications. That could potentially be the allocation portion of the IT position. IT gets allocated general fund, street, and storm.
Okay.
This shows the current positions that are frozen, and I appreciated your explanation earlier. Could part of the discussion be when they become unfrozen in terms of budget impact?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we're just saying Jan 1, but we need to sit down and look at it. Some of them we're looking, can we push to April 1?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And some are still being looked at recruiting, like the city engineer. That's going to take a while to actually hire that. And so what are you thinking, at least 3 months anyway? And so they're going to continue that, do a long recruiting period for that to make sure we get the right fit. And so there's a few positions that are like that are still sort of in that process. But the message is as budget allows, just in case we hit some snags or something.
Dean, how many of the frozen positions in the police department did we already have in the pipeline?
None.
None.
Okay.
That's one of the things we looked at is, are there any that are already ready? Are there any that have letters? Did we interview already any of that stuff? And any of those that had already kind of gone through, then
Yeah.
we didn't take back.
If you'd already had a letter to come work for Lake
And it wasn't
Stevens,
on.
we'd have to.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Like the engineer, though, we haven't stopped our recruiting process and we're just being upfront. If we do happen to have a command interview with somebody, we'll just be upfront, possible hire dates. So.
Okay, so this is just taking a look at the preliminary staffing recommendation for the mayor. As you can see, the pink are the positions that are currently vacant and on hold. And then the 2 green positions, those are the ones that are being added in the 2026 recommended budget. And so is that the first org chart that they have, Anya? You think? Yeah, okay. It's easier to see in your hand than on the screen. So this is taking a look at our 2026 general fund forecast. It has the base budget and then the mayor's preliminary budget. And as you can see, the base budget is actually shows a earlier deficit than the mayor's budget, and that is due to adding the the property tax to the general fund. So, and I will say that this model doesn't include holding the vacant positions open. So it doesn't go back and look at 2025 and pull those positions out. And it also doesn't take into consideration all of the other work that staff's been doing, looking at how we reduce the budgets in 2025 and looking at 2026 as well. So I will have to bring that forward at the next workshop. I didn't have time to add everything into there and go through everybody's suggestions on their reductions either. So.
Yeah, just so council knows, one of the things we've done, we not only did the staff freeze, but then last Wednesday, staff got together and ideated a bunch of different ideas on where they could save in their departments. And so those are ideas that are sitting, waiting to be added, to be vetted and added to this budget.
Yeah, we'll go through some of those a little bit later during the staff presentations, talk about a lot of the reductions, possible reductions. And then when we talk about revenues, we'll go through some of the revenue ideas. And it was really great getting together with all of the staff and hearing from their departments what they think, how we can recoup costs and how we can reduce. It was amazing to go through that process together. And there's a lot of great ideas out there. So we'll go through some of those a bit later. So just to show that we're not just looking at increasing revenues, it really is a collaborative effort at looking at how do we actually make things more efficient and so they cost less. So
I do have a question just with these vacant police officers. So are we, I don't think it's acceptable that we have like 3 officer minimum on duty with a city of our size. We've committed to increasing that. So where are we at with that, with our minimum staffing levels, and how often are we at that minimum staffing? I realize you may not have that information in front of you, but that's a concern I'm hearing from our citizens, that we don't have enough officers on the street.
I wish I had a, percentage for you, the amount of time we're doing minimum staffing. I tell you, it's gone down as far as the frequency of minimum staffing, so that's good. But it does happen, on occasion. I can't forecast people being on light duty and stuff like that. So it's still an issue, but we're working through it.
Yeah, it'd be helpful just for me to see that, because I mean, if we need to have, because that's the longest runway for getting someone on board of any of the positions in the city, right? And so if we need to add those positions, we can't just say, hey, like 3 months for an engineer. Well, the academy takes 6 months, right? Along with the onboarding process. So I just want to make sure we can do what we can to make sure that we have boots on the ground in that area.
Thank you.
So here is the mayor's preliminary budget. You were asking what the revenue versus expenses. So as you can see, this has actually brought our proposed ending cash balance down to $650,000. That will change when we change the estimated endings of 2025. So it will bring it down even further. Our proposed revenues and expenditures will not change based on those changes, though. So right now, we're still looking at $4.4 million expenditure over revenue in the general operating fund. So we do still have the reserve fund. So that's the fund, a portion of the fund right underneath it. So that has the cash balance of 11,400. I believe 9 million of that is in the reserve fund still. So that is the cushion we are using for our operating fund. But again, that is one-time revenue. It's construction sales tax, and it's the extra construction sales tax. We already put $300,000 of construction sales tax into the operating fund. So we bring in about $900,000 a year in those revenues at this point. And it has decreased over the years. We had some really good booms, and I think we're going to have an increase in the next 2 years based on the library building and the school buildings. We did have a discussion with the school district early on, letting them know that we would very much appreciate that they stage their materials in Lake Stevens, as we are a destination-based sales tax state, which means if they have their materials delivered to Lake Stevens gets the sales tax. If they were to stage in, say, unincorporated Snohomish County or Marysville, then they would get the sales tax for that. So I believe Carol and her team met with the school district this last week and kind of went over that again, just to say, if you can, we will move stuff around in our space if you need it. So.
Does it seem like they were receptive to that?
Yeah.
And they understand our need.
Great.
Okay, so that is all I have for this portion of the budget discussion. I will bring up, did you want to take a break or anything, Lori? Not yet? We haven't been here very long.
I do.
Do you want to find that break?
I need one.
Let's
Okay.
do it. So let's take 5.
Time out.
Okay.
2 of these and
Yep.
I gotta go.
Okay, so this is the part where we're going to go through each department and talk to you about their high level requests, needs, costs of service, and some cost savings ideas.
So one of the things we wanted to do is let the departments have the opportunity to let you guys know what they asked for and their ideas on things, even though it may not have made the cut. We wanted to let you all in on the inside, so.
And the reasons behind the asks. So you've already seen this, so I will bypass this. Look, they put me first. Isn't that nice? What the ask that we had this year was, there was a couple things in our original forecast for this year. One was a procurement coordinator to kind of start bringing procurement into the finance department based on the seeing the budget obviously in advance, knowing what it was doing. I didn't put that request in. The request that I did put in this year is for a part-time payroll person. So just cost of service, and that is just the staff. I think I mentioned it earlier. Staff's grown from 98 to 160, and this does include seasonals and interns, because all of that goes through payroll as well. So now with the 160 positions, our one payroll person is stretched thin. So the addition of the part-time payroll position, it really is necessary to support the city's growth and keep payroll going. I am very well aware of what the budget looks like. And so I don't push for any of the things. I just need to say, this is what our department needs at this point. So cost reductions, obviously postponing hiring the senior accountant that is in the budget for this year. And then we have limited discretionary expenses in finance department. So we're doing everything we can, reduce office supply budget, reduce professional development budgets, canceled a couple of trainings this year. And then we're postponing our financial software consultant and upgrades that we had in a budget for this year. It is a one-time cost, but still postponing it. We kind of want to look at more of an ERP system citywide that includes finance and HRIS systems and that type of thing. And so I don't want to put a lot of time and effort looking into our current system if that's not the direction we're going to go. So we're kind of postponing that. And then recouping credit card fees. We actually just had a really good discussion about this. So how we need to coordinate with the entire city, because we have different systems that have to be changed, different card machines, but we think we can get this done January 1. So to start recouping those fees. The credit card fees have actually decreased, interestingly. 2 years ago, they were about $70,000, and this year we're looking at probably about $40,000. So they're actually decreasing. Not sure why, but I'm happy about it. As I mentioned, just the payroll position, tools we need, enterprise resource planning system, that could help with project management, asset management. A lot of things we do are manual processes when we're allocating payroll and things. So just a lot more streamlined technology improvements, AI to help us with some of that data entry stuff. And then this is a look at my what do you call this, Anya? The dream wish list of the future. The dark blue, obviously those, we have a finance manager. He is currently over the payroll accountant and the AP accountant and the capital project accountant. In the future, we will have procurement under finance, and we'll have a procurement contract manager. The capital project accountant will go under there, and then there'll be an additional accounting technician for that department. And that would take care of all of the procurement needs of the city, make sure we're in compliance, helping with coordinated purchasing to help save money. The accountant payroll, the half-time position. This is actually an interesting position. Our current payroll person does want to go part-time at some point. and not immediately, but would if potential. And that would be an amazing thing to keep on that that knowledge with that. So just something to keep in mind in the future. Now, the one thing I wanted to mention is the senior accountant position. So council approved this position last year, and it was sort of authorized as more of a generalist, helping with the mid to high level accounting needs of the department, just to help us with our backload. But what I'm looking at it doing is adding it, having the specific focus on budget and financial analysis to help with the budget coordination, enhance that process. And so it would be budget development and coordination. So they would lead the coordination of the budget with all the departments, work with the departments and the mayor and Jean and the council, and work through these budgets, work on the CIP, prepare all the documents. It would be more training on the budget, monitor department budgets, forecast, track the revenues. So that's another big one that we want to have them doing, is watching our revenues. Are the revenues that we are supposed to be getting coming in, like we talked with the gambling tax and some of those, and utility taxes, are we actually getting what we should be getting? These are all the things that we just can't get to. We're just overloaded on. And so, and then they would prepare the annual financial reports and the budget document. So that is sort of the direction. As I was going through and creating the job description, I'd come across a job description for this, and I thought, this is exactly what the city needs. This is exactly what we need. We need somebody to focus on budget and focus on financial analysis. So that's sort of the direction we're actually pivoting to. Once we unfreeze the position, we'll get that going.
Or getting back to your procurement manager, which is essentially a controller.
Mhm.
Any idea, gut feeling as to what savings could be made by having more of a centralized process? And the reason why I say that is because, you know, we see your outlays coming through every week on our budget packet, and there's so much stuff that is being bought on a credit card. Obviously, those are all individual purchases that somebody is making out there. Yeah. And whether they're right or wrong, I don't know, but I guess through that procurement process, that controller, is there any kind of idea of what kind of savings could be controlled, I guess?
I don't have a number, but yes, that's basically what we've talked about all along, is the leakage.
Yeah, it's got to be huge.
Whether
Sorry,
it's
but
not buying in bulk, or not planning it out, or not getting the best price. We are looking at potentially updating our procurement policy. We did loosen our procurement policy a lot so that we could get things done, get things going. Let's move. Let's stop the roadblocks so we can get things done. And we're not sure that that's the best direction anymore. We've gotten to the point where we're getting a lot of things done, and now maybe we need to pull back and increase those, or decrease the levels where we need to actually go out and get additional quotes and that sort of thing. So we're going to be revisiting that this year as well.
Aaron, any idea?
Sorry, I missed the question. I was preparing for the next sentence.
Centralizing our
second.
procurement process as indicated, seeing our reports and so forth, there's so many transactions that take place on an individual credit card. Those are all separate purchases. And so obviously somebody's running to Home Depot, somebody's running to Ace, somebody's running to Granger to get $39, $49 worth of things at this point. A centralized procurement process with a controller to oversee that. Is there any idea what kind of potential cost for the controller versus savings?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, and it's something we're doing now. So we have an inventory control specialist in Public Works who is working on that process right now, and we'll have numbers soon. We've already reduced those trips to the store substantially in a variety of ways. We have what do we call those? Vending machines. We have vending machines at the Public Works and Parks shop for standard PPE like earplugs and gloves and vests and the standard sort of disposable things that the crews use, so that they're not going to Ace Hardware to buy one box of gloves at $75 an hour, pay rate. So we've worked on reducing those. But a lot of those credit card expenditures you're describing, and I'll look into it, but many of them are online purchases. So they're not going to the store to get the thing. They're buying the thing from the computer in the office. Give me some time, and we'll report back to
I
council.
guess if those are all individual purchases, though, that doesn't seem to be that there's a centralized control over it. People are just making purchases.
Yeah, I think we're going to work on that process in Public Works with this new inventory control specialist. He'll be our centralized procurement person. So that we make sure we're getting that better rate and not sacrificing that better rate for convenience or speed necessarily.
For parks, 3 years ago, when I started signing invoices, sometimes there would be 4 invoices from the same store in the same day. They were driving there. We've cut that out 80%. The things that our staff are running to the store for are things where we have to do a return because we bought it online, or there was a break in the park today and we need the part, or they're in the middle of a project and they need that additional part. But for the most part, all of the park staff are funneling 90% of everything to Jacqueline, and she's compiling that and ordering them online. And when you're seeing purchases even from Ace, those are being delivered even next day. And so we've got our staff in the habit now, and there has been a cultural shift where they're just asking for it, knowing it'll be there tomorrow. So I know that we're paying attention to that. We're talking about it in-house, and I know Public Works is doing that. So if it would help, we can always do a short report to show what's online and what's in person, but it's probably a lot less than it looks like on the bills.
So I guess that kind of begs the question, since you folks are implementing that, is there a need for that?
Still potentially. It's one of the reasons I've actually moved it out a little bit. I think this is something that would help with all of the purchasing citywide. But like Aaron said, he's got the inventory control specialist who's just come on. I don't know if I think he's been brought to council to meet him. He's amazing. He's going through everything. I think he's starting with vehicles, and then he's going to go through and he's already talking about the signs and whether they can be reskinned to be. So he's going through everything right now to get the program in place. I think that is definitely the first step in all of this. And then we'll come back and look at whether this procurement contract division is still necessary. I think it is a good idea to bring all of the city department purchasing together versus Public Works and Parks do some of the same things, but then we also have a lot of the, contracting and thing that happens over in the planning department and contracts in, it's so diversified at this point that it's difficult to follow from purchase to contract to payment to, just following through the entire process. So I think that's actually the idea of doing the procurement and contract together and having that all put together.
Okay, thank you.
And Barb, aren't you also like the P cards are going to be kind of helping that too, because you have different codes that kind of categorize that and better reporting, and plus you can also get some money back off that, right? That's kind of the idea too, right?
Yeah. I believe Matthew brought forward a policy on the P card. We'll be bringing that forward. We are moving forward on that, but you'll actually see a lot more on the credit card, and we don't pay the credit card fees on those. But you'll see a lot more on credit cards because the intent will be to go through the P card for EFT and then actual payment for almost everything we can, because the more money we put on that, the more rebate we get. And we can control it from the computer. So I can go in and I can increase somebody's limit so they can go on their travel, and then I can reduce it if something happens. If there's an issue right now with a card, I have to contact Bank of America and put a hold on something. But this, you can actually just go in, you can stop it. You can say, send me your receipt, and you can't use it until you send me your receipt and that kind of thing. So a bit more control with the process that's going to be coming forward.
So something else this person would do is, right now we don't have, like when Comcast sends us their utility, we don't know if it's correct.
Yep.
Right. So it would do that audit on our revenue sources to decide if what they're sending us is what they should be sending us.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on it because she said that with the senior analyst. Do you have any idea of what that might be in revenue?
Not yet. We don't know what we don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you think it's enough that warrants?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, I think that'll be a big thing. I mean, that person will also take over, the commercial leases and that sort of thing too, and make sure we're increasing the rents properly and getting the triple nets we're supposed to be getting and all of that as well. So yeah, it's definitely something we want to keep an eye on. And then this is just some of the things that we do in finance, strategic planning, fiscal compliance, treasury, but I will let us move on to human resources.
My turn. Okay, so I wanted to share some statistics with you guys that you guys have a lot of statistics thrown at you, but I've got a great intern this year that's been compiling HR analytics for us. And so I wanted to share just kind of the impact of HR over the period of time that we're talking about all these increases of employees. And so pay attention to the green column here. That is reflective of from 2020 to 2024. We've had a 43% increase in the number of employees. And this includes not only like the budget FTEs, but like Barb had mentioned, like seasonals, interns, any other temporary workers, or, moving through positions. Our L&I claims have actually gone down, which is great because we have hired a safety training coordinator. We've improved our safety programs and training programs. So that's a great statistic there. But the number of applications processed has just exploded. A lot of that is due to police vacancies and constantly hiring for police. We're processing hundreds and hundreds of more applications, which is a lot of frequent contact with candidates as soon as we let them know to apply, and processing all of their paperwork or denying them. There's a lot of back end work that HR does with candidates. And if you look at, if we were not to pause recruiting, it would be even greater this year, like around 1,600 applications processed. And right now, to give perspective, we have an HR technician that we originally hired in 2021. And she was hired to do halftime recruiting and to do HR like compliance and records management and information systems. And now she is a continuous recruiter, in addition to our senior HR specialist doing a lot of the police hiring as well, civil service. So it's becoming a full-time plus job. And as you can see, we also have a number of terminations, separations throughout the years. Those are increasing as staff increases, and the number of claims against the city, which affects the risk division, has grown quite a bit. So I just want to share those as we go into like the staffing plan for HR and the cost reductions that we've looked at for 2025. We're reducing some professional service costs. We're removing tuition reimbursement for this year and for, I believe, 2026. We're not adding any new additional employee programs. Some of the requests that we had for 2026 for items included changing our benefit vendor for long-term our life insurance. That our current life insurance provider system is really broken. And although we have good coverage, the customer service with that current vendor is really difficult and causes a lot more work for our staff. And so our recommendation is to move it to AWC's life insurance, which we already have our medical and dental benefits through. However, there is a cost associated with that. And so because we're not doing any new programs, that is not going to be in the 2026 budget. We're also not hiring any other outside trainers for this year, and we'll probably limit that for 2026. So we'll try to do as much as we can in-house, and then we're reducing marketing for any new positions, recruiting, and all that kind of extra stuff that we do.
So I got a question for you. You said that moving the life insurance had a cost associated with it. Now, is that a cost associated with just moving it, or an increase in cost for life insurance?
It would be increasing the benefit to employees because the plans that we currently have don't match up with the plans that the other vendor has. And so it's either we would decrease the level, which we would have to bargain, or we would increase the level slightly, that would be the cost, is increasing the coverage basically because the plans don't exactly match to transition it.
So Anya, is there any meaningful difference in separation? I mean, to me, separation is like voluntary versus involuntary.
Mm-hmm.
So do you keep track of that? Because to me, if people are leaving on their own versus if services are being made available to the industry, that's different. And then also the claims against the city, do you have that broken down by citizens versus like other claims that are made against the city?
Yeah, we have a breakdown I can provide to you. We have it by division or it's typically, yeah, by a person, but also we have claims like vehicle claims, damages to property and those kinds of things as well.
So like a city employee was out doing something and someone claims that they damaged their vehicle or the
Mhm.
property on that or something that's
Yep.
versus an employee making a claim against the city for something.
Mhm.
Or it could be like a stormwater issue or
Yeah, flooding,
Sidewalk
trips and falls, that kind of thing. So the positions that we requested this year are an HR specialist, like I mentioned. We don't have enough time to do some of the compliance work, culture work. This and recruiting has just grown that we are just focusing on recruiting. And so adding the HR specialist would allow us to improve all the other areas of HR that are currently going like unnoticed or kind of on the side burner. And right now we have a reclassification of the senior HR specialist to an HR manager in the budget. However, we can't fill that position because in order to fill the HR manager role, it would involve like an increase of duties for that person. And we don't have staff to sustain the recruiting piece and the other pieces to allow that promotion to happen. And so it's kind of a trickle down effect. We need more staffing to expand the department, and you'll see that in the org chart slide in a minute. The other request that we had was for a management analyst. And what HR has kind of expanded to, which I have explained on the next slide, is we're doing a lot more than just typical HR work. Human resources handles HR work, risk management, emergency management, and safety. And it also leads the Lean Continuous Improvement Program and does a lot of the citywide strategic planning or helps lead that effort. And there is not any staffing in admin or in HR to like help sustain that work or lead that work. And so we are recommending a management analyst to come into HR or even possibly to administration to help with citywide initiatives or to take Lean off of the HR department's plate. And so this would be almost like a Lori position or someone like Lori to come into like the citywide side. And let's see, the other equipment that we would need, like Barb mentioned, was we're looking at an ERP or we need an HRIS system. Right now, we don't have a dedicated platform for HR. We have NeoGov, which does some of the HR information system for learning and performance evaluations, but we can't run analytics or reporting. We're still in Excel spreadsheets. We can get some of it from our payroll system, but we don't have a special HR system to manage our personnel. And so if we look at an ERP, eventually that's great. If not, we need to look at eventually getting a software to bring us into the software age of HR technology. So, but those softwares are very expensive. And another thing just to mention, I know we are looking at getting this at the City Hall, but we need confidential spaces for employee conversations right now in our space at City Hall. We have all these shared offices and no walls. And so people don't come to HR. We do a lot of walking meetings or phone calls outside with staff or meeting them elsewhere. And so that's just an increased need. And just to reiterate, like with the new City Hall, that hopefully that will change. And then improve technology, like I mentioned, but also looking at AI things as well as a big priority for HR to help improve our efficiencies and our processes in all of our areas. So this is what our dreamland looks like. If the executive level initiatives like citywide strategic planning and Lean and organizational development keep living in the HR department, we need staff to help support that because right now we don't have, we have myself, a senior HR specialist and an HR technician handling all the brunt of the HR work. And so what that would do is we would possibly look at a title change for the department in the future. And once we like get the job descriptions all done, we would probably bring that back. But because we're doing so much more than a typical HR department, that's something we're looking at in the future, near future, especially if other positions, I know there was like 32 requested positions in the budget and some of those would cover some of these and then maybe there would be movement if those positions were approved and that then we wouldn't need to retitle HR. But for the Band-Aid for now, if we're not adding staff capacity, then we need to kind of reflect the proper title of this department, which kind of gets a catch-all of a lot of different things right now. And so in the future, we would add another HR specialist as we grow. As we grow staff, we need to grow the support system like in IT and finance and in HR to help support programs. And then in the future, also looking at an emergency management coordinator, maybe at a halftime level. Right now, Max is the risk manager and he tries to handle risk and claims, which you've seen have grown quite a bit. And he's also trying to do emergency management plans and he's overlooking safety. And so he doesn't have a lot of time in the day to keep that going. And I think we're bringing a presentation back to council in a few weeks to talk about our ILA with Department of Emergency Management with Snohomish County too, to give more information on that program. And the next slide is a lot of information. I'm not going to really go over it. You can read it on your own, but it's kind of a matrix on like the impacts of service that you're going to see if we don't get more staffing in HR. And the big points is, you know, employee growth equals like increased HR demand. And then our recruiting volumes exploded. We have higher turnover, more transactions for HR, and our risk management and liability are increasing. And it leaves us with you know, just not a lot of time to work in critical areas that are falling behind, like policy updates, technology upgrades, records management, engagement programs, and compliance oversight. That's it for HR, unless you have any questions.
Well, I need to talk about the most important department. Oh, sorry. So basically this slide right here is really kind of more speaking to some of the requests that came in for this year that we see as a need. And I've always been very conservative as far as how I, approach, what we do. I don't typically try to put in a lot of fluff in IT. However, as you can hear from everybody, there's quite a demand for IT and services, to be delivered. So what we have right here is, oh, sorry.
That important.
Jeez, my goodness. No. Let me put that on mute here real quick. All right. Sorry. Yeah. All right. So, even before this, part of our discussion as a team here to look at what can we do to reduce cost, even this year to kind of help, ease our budget deficit. We have some items that we've identified that we can do. We've looked at about a total about 146,000 that we can probably just hold off. Some of that's hardware, some of that was software that we're looking at. I can just kick that down the road. And we have so much backlog as far as projects as it is already. So that's kind of a good thing for us anyways. But we're looking at this. This really kind of just talks about our hardware replacement that we have. And so on this side, I have like what it was as far as what we're requesting. And on the other side is kind of like, how we can just kind of reduce this and what, based off of what the mayor's recommendations are, just to make sure that we're being conservative here. Hardware, this is just basically talking about all the replacements of our normal laptops, computers, other kind of hardware that we have to deal with on a regular basis. And so we're looking at this, a strategy of like, if it breaks, we'll look at fixing it, but we're not going to just proactively try to do this. We're going to try to extend some more life out of that so that we get a little bit more time on the equipment. We had some software requests. And so some of the software requests are things that help with tools to help with the application administration on our SharePoint for, cleaning that stuff up and the governance of that. And some of that was also around the contract management module that the clerks and everyone is asking for, but I think the mayor's looking at potentially requesting that as a go. So that one can be a little bit different. We have some of the infrastructure projects we're looking at doing. We've kind of trimmed those things down and we kind of like, this is, I'm looking at, not postponing some of those things and not, getting those things funded. So those are the cost savings around that. And we took a look at our staff development. We've been seeing a lot more requests from our staff wanting to go to these conferences to kind of get their skills up. I'm kind of like bringing that back down, making sure that we have some of the training that we do that we've already kind of paid for and maintain some of that level and just maintain that and maintain our bare minimum conferences that we're going to right now. So that's kind of our current plan for that strategy. There are a couple of software solutions that we've identified that we consider are pretty legacy that we should be really making that plan towards getting a more modernization. And based on the budgets, we're looking at just, kind of putting that, postponing that as well. Professional services, I was planning on having additional professional services to kind of help us with some of this backlog of work. And so we're just going to kind of hold off on that as well. So that's kind of just overall, just looking at, what we're going to try to do what we can with what we have at this point. So go next slide. So position request, I put in a request for the GS technician. This position we felt is pretty critical to the organization. GS is a very specialized field. And we have with our current analyst right now, he's balancing, trying to maintain the actual infrastructure, which is the actual server environment, keeping that patched, updated, and working towards deploying some of the new features that we got part of our enterprise agreement. But there's a lot of workload that comes into GIS. And so the GIS technician was to kind of help to offset that, plus give us some redundancy in the field or in that particular division so that we have some staff redundancies and also like a career succession planning. So that's what that position is really about. The application data analyst, this is the thing that is a really big thing. So as we've done our data modernization program, that first phase of that was really just kind of getting our content migrated to the new platform and getting it into some base record retention schedules. And a lot of that stuff was done. Some of it some departments had really good, planning on how that structure was going to be. Some of them maybe not so much. So this is where a lot of that rework and cleanup of data is really required. Vanessa's really good at documenting her processes, but there's a whole list of projects and requests of building out process improvements and automation for it that we just can't get to because she's just trying to support people. And that's where this other position comes in. She really doesn't have another person also that has a good technical skill set that she can bounce and collaborate off of. So this also kind of provides that redundancy with her as well. The position we're also looking at is we're gonna try to position this one to have a background in some AI and some better data migration or data analysis and big data analytics so that we can get some more intelligence around our data sets. So that's what that position is. And I think the mayor's all on board for that, which is great. The original plan was my original plan was to kind of take Alex, who's my support analyst, and because of how much work we've got in our department, he's been helping us out and been a critical team member as working on some of our infrastructure projects, and it's part of his career succession plan. He actually has a background as a system administrator prior to coming here. And it was more like rewarding him for what he's actually doing. And so I felt that was a really important thing to do. But instead of adding additional staff, to backfill his position, I think that what I was, looking at this is to just reclassify him, allow him to be able to take on more roles or more responsibilities within the organization, as well as maintaining the current, client services, responsibilities. So that's a big ask for me. I'm pushing for that one. The other one was to reclass our system engineer into an infrastructure manager. This is as the team's growing, kind of helps to support a little bit of splitting off some of the span of control, allowing him to focus on more of some of the architectural, needs around the design and consulting with departments, because that's always changing. He's getting constant, I need this technology, this technology. And there's a lot of, engagement to make that happen, which then makes his projects get pushed back, which is why I wanted Alex to come in as a system administrator and start working on implementation of some of the projects and backlog. So those are the reasons why I have those positions on there. So as far as tools that we need, this first one, and they've been kind of cut, but based on his budget, but the GPS base station and remotes, we felt that this is a pretty critical thing for us. What this is we have RTK drones and survey grade equipment, but we don't have the precision for it. And so both stormwater, the police department for doing crime scene investigations, they have to be able to use the RTK devices. They take a long time for those things to calibrate, latch onto a network. And this is really about getting our own system that we have mounted either at the public works shop or at the PD location. We got to figure out where exactly to make that, but that allow for our operations to be on our equipment to latch onto that and get centimeter accuracy within our boundaries. And that's something that's going to help with all of our data collection so that we get more elevation, accuracy, for stormwater, so when they can start doing flow analysis on how rainwater is taking place, but also for the PD, getting the accuracy that they need when they're doing crime scene stuff. So that's what that's all about. The other thing is part of the ShareGate is a specialized piece of software that's specifically designed around SharePoint administration. This is a tool for Vanessa and the application analyst, data analyst. This is about governance, happen to be able to restructure document libraries, how to look at permission models and all that kind of stuff around like what she's trying to do manually. There's not a really good tool that's built into Microsoft to do this. So that was why it was a pretty big ask for us. Some of the other stuff that we have on here is more of the infrastructure, hardware replacement. Some of the infrastructure is kind of getting a little bit, old on that. And part of that was a data center upgrade. We have some, we're pushing from this year, what we're planning on doing on our wireless network upgrade. It's starting to get dated as well as our telephone system. So we were looking at putting some money to get that replaced, but that's what the ask is for. And then the last one really is to talk about the SaaS solution replacement modernization. I've really kind of targeted just a few things on this, mainly ViewWorks. ViewWorks is a very critical application for the Public Works and Parks Division. And we have done a lot. We've spent a lot of money on trying to get this system that we currently have to work for our needs. But there are still a lot of technical issues with it, and dealing with your ViewWorks support has been less than forthcoming, and so it doesn't support some of the modernization and the frameworks for us to be able to speak a little bit about software. As we talk about HRS systems and our financial systems, a lot of the systems we've had for a really long time. And those frameworks are more proprietary frameworks and not very open frameworks with open APIs that support tight integrations with other systems. And so we need to look at all this stuff holistically across some of these big systems and start looking at, based on our stated strategic plan for technology, is that we need to look at software solutions that are going to have a component of AI workflows or automation built into them and having an open framework. And so part of that is looking at these things. And so this is why I was looking at those things. Plus, part of one of the big things, oops, you went further. Go back on that. You want me to go? You're trying to tell me to go? Speed it up? Sorry. I know it's high. Okay. If it's too much, fine. So anyways, we can go to the next one.
Yeah, hold up your own.
Well, she's telling me right now to speed it up.
But I think the last part that Troy was talking about is really important to understand about current technology. We are in a lot of legacy systems that are being like overrun by AI, right? And those legacy systems aren't catching up, and nor do they have a plan to. It's a valid point.
Yeah. Like, for instance, even our ERP, our Springbrook right now, I mean, they were on a legacy .NET framework, and they started this new cloud platform. And we've looked at their roadmap and all the modules that they're currently using in the legacy system, which is based on a Silverlight plugin, which has a lot of security issues that Nick doesn't like. But anyways, all those modules aren't into the new framework, and they don't have clear roadmaps as to when that's going to be fully ready. So it's, and we're not even sure that's going to like meet our needs entirely, right? So yes, that with
I will say that they are doing whole AI talks at Springbrook Conference. This I am having my staff go to that this spring. So
yeah, and again, like I said, I think that most software vendors are starting to see the writing on the wall. If they haven't provided some sort of natural language model to be able to allow for users to be able to either to query or to run analysis on the tools, or to be able to create, some workflows that help do the work inside that system, they're going to be legacy. They're going to be gone. And we currently have that, these legacy systems now. And so part of that is where I'm trying to move. One of the big requirements that we have that's coming down the pipeline in 2027 is the ADA compliance with our website. And so the application analyst, data analyst is going to be also kind of helping on that project, but we kind of postponed, going to a new modern framework for our website. But there's going to still be the need for us to spend some time in getting that stuff cleaned up. And so to speak about some of the things that we are seeing after the data migration to our new infrastructure is that you think about all of these years that we've had these files that just got pushed up there. Some of these are PDF documents that aren't OCR scanned. So AI can't do any intelligence off it if you can't read the documents, right? So that's where the data, the work is, and that is growing. That's growing for us to be able to to take a look at. So in summary, that's kind of what the requests have been. And so you go to the next slide if you want.
So what's your wish list? What does that cost?
I just took a few of them just to deal with, mainly with ViewWorks. The solutions that we've been looking at and demoing, they not only are modern frameworks, open frameworks that have the ability of handling the entire public works workflow, but they also have the ability to start taking on some of the permitting aspects of that. Permit tracks, while most people love that, it's great, but there's at some point, we need to figure out how we can get these things to kind of more tie these things together. So, so that's, but ViewWorks was, we kind of budgeted around 200,000 because there's a wide range of the what's out there. And so we kind of put this right at a range here. And that's not that we probably hit that whole $200,000 to do that work. Now that's just because the professional services is so much with doing the data conversion and migration, right? But the software renewal of this to the ongoing cost is roughly from what we're currently paying around maybe like $10,000 more than what we're currently paying, for the modern framework. So it's more of the actual getting the professional services, the implementation, the data migration portion of that, which is most of these, software migrations are going to be like that. So if you ever went to an ERP system, the cost of it for the software is going to be small. The implementation is going to be great. So, but once that's done, it's done.
Troy, really quick, did you say, so there's a substantial workload for getting PDFs to a state where a natural language model can analyze them?
Yeah. Basically, inside of SharePoint, right? If the PDF documents are not OCR scanned, right?
Right.
They're just an image file.
What model, what AI provider are we using or looking at using? Because I feel like I throw PDFs into ChatGPT all the time and it scans them no problem.
Are the image like you scan?
Maybe
scanner.
I have no. So it's a file that I'll pull files from websites and throw them in. Maybe I've been spoiled on the back end and just didn't realize it, but
yeah. So think about people that have been taken from the copiers and they've been scanning, documents in there for years. All that stuff is just an image, right? So like Adobe has the ability to go in there and say, okay, scan this and try to find, text in there so that it can build the metadata around that so that you can now index that and see what the content is, right? We have workflows that we can possibly do, but it's going to be a scripted pipeline that we have to build to do this. So, and this is just one of the projects that keeps stacking up on our list of things to do. So it's a staffing, manpower, technical knowledge set that we have to try to get caught up. There's a lot of technical debt.
Okay, well, I'll squirrel myself. So.
Yeah. So this is kind of overall, just kind of summary. Go ahead.
Gary, did you have additional?
I just kind of hearing this conversation and your expertise with AI and the future and so forth. I'm just curious as to why you don't have a higher priority for this item on your wish list. I mean, we got numerous things that we could do, but I mean, listening to Troy and how antiquated our system seems to be. And the changes that are taking place in the future, it just seems like this would be a hot button for you.
It is a hot button, but so is how much money's in the pocket, right? So I'm trying to balance that out. If I agree, we've got to upgrade our systems either now or in the future. We still got to get it done, right? So something we can put on it. We can put it in the budget, recognizing that we've got to upgrade our systems and will there be time savings and staff savings because of that? Probably.
Yeah. So an approach that typically is taking place when you look at this, like I said, we've grown so much. I've been for like 19 years, right? It's just gone. And a lot of these systems have been around that long. Most cities as they've grown into this and you get this to this point, It's quite an undertaking. You're going to want to basically bring in a consulting firm that can actually do the business analysis and look at the real department level need by need stuff and get that put together to start building out the request for information and, you know, qualifications and the RFP process to see how we're going to build this, because it has to be built specifically for every division's needs to build that, you know, unified platform, whether it's the ERP system, HRS system, you name it. So and so it's like a project in itself to start the strategic plan to get there.
I guess, you know, it seems to me we're falling behind the 8 ball more and more every year. I mean, I've been here for a few years. IT is always an issue. And I guess I would just encourage that you maybe take a look at your priorities a little bit and see if we can elevate this a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
I would also just add that like we all want an ERP or a centralized systems, but a lot of it is staff capacity to be able to do that. Each of our staff would have to have capacity to implement and work through that. And we have over 100 projects in progress on our project dashboard to include capital projects, administrative projects. And it just comes down to like, we have to keep the daily operations going before we implement new systems sometimes. So it's a constant juggle of priorities.
Yeah, I think the last statement on this is kind of the summarization of like what I've been kind of talking about. And yeah, like I know that the city is always like, you know, prioritizing, you know, the external customer facing type, you know, needs, which is public safety, parks, you know, all that community stuff. And administrative, you know, back end processes typically always take a backseat, you know, to the broader community needs. But at some point you start running into that deficit. So this really just kind of is talking about yes, we're facing some key, you know, challenges with just the growth. As we add more staff, there's more support requirements, you know, more equipment. So yeah, this is just what we're seeing. And as we move into AI, we're starting to see more of cities starting to get hit with, you know, public disclosure requests around the use of this stuff. So this is why we've, you know, put some things in place to kind of put some governance and guardrails around that. But yes, we have been striving for the professionalism and maintaining our accreditations like in public works. And so, and what we're doing is maintaining and supporting these legacy systems. So yes, we want to continue to figure out a plan to get there. And so IT staff is really, you know, kind of, you know, at a capacity. I mean, everyone feels like they're just, you know, running from fire to fire. And it's always going to be like that until we, you know, kind of get some of this stuff burnt down. But yeah, so just in summary, yeah, technology, you know, this affects every department and their operational success. The investments in technology, whether staffing, infrastructure modernizations, or innovative solutions, it yields long-term benefits, you know, for everybody, right? So that's the summary. I mean, I'd love to be able to do more. I mean, I'd take whatever you can give me, but still, you know.
Troy, this is yours.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. So on the staffing, just to kind of speak to this, this kind of just goes over kind of the organizational chart structure that we're talking about. And, you know, really like looking at as we bring on, you know, more people, the span of control. So really infrastructure manager, you know, the engagement on that is really trying to look at high level architectural needs. We've been trying to, even when we look at our current data center infrastructure, moving away from kind of your traditional environment to more of a modern, you know, cloud native environment, which takes a lot of engineering and planning to that. And we've got grant, you know, projects that we're still trying to get, you know, worked. So really we're looking at this as, you know, a position kind of, you know, that we need, and that kind of takes off some of my workloads on this stuff and maintaining projects and budgets, and allows me to do some delegations on that position. And then the down below that is a system administrator. You know, this is basically retitling, trying to get, you know, Alex to be able to, award him for what he's currently doing and supporting our infrastructure. And then the other thing was looking at the application data analyst position. So that's kind of adding more redundancies within the environment. Then obviously we have a GS technician, which, like I stated earlier, you know, it's another form of redundancy and helping to break off some of the roles and responsibilities around maintaining infrastructure and taking advantage of some of the modern solutions that are now available to us that take time to develop. So that's kind of where I'm at, and obviously some interns to kind of help us with some. Does have any questions for me on that?
Okay, next is administration. Kelly, it looks like this is on your plate.
Gina, I don't want to steal your thunder. Do you want to start it out? or-
I mean, does Jean want to talk about public records requests?
No,
Yeah.
I'll let you in this section. Should only take a couple hours. So.
I have it down to 90 minutes, so. We're taking 5?
Sounds good.
Do you want to be?
Live. Hey, we're live. We are live.
Okay.
All right.
Kick
I'm gonna
back
go
up.
ahead and take it. All right, so I am here, Kelly Chillen, Municipal Services Manager and City Clerk, talking about Municipal Services Division. So for our cost of service summary, we don't have stats on what we do every day with communication and customer service and city council and those kinds of things. But what we do have stats on is public records requests. And I did come to you guys a couple weeks ago to give you the JLAC report for 2024, and we're still trending over 2,000 requests received in 2025. I will tell you, we received a public records request yesterday in our first initial run is 96,000 documents. And this person is not most likely willing to narrow that down. So you can see how massive some of these requests are and how long they take. So current staffing levels are good for that. Hiring that records management specialist has been vital for us in responding to those requests. And then I just wanted to note that any judgment, thankfully we've had no judgments, no litigations, nothing on our public records request. But if we were, that comes out of the general fund. That's not covered by our city insurance. So it's important, obviously, that we stay on top of those kinds of things and so that we don't see, that kind of judgment coming out of our pot of money. Cost reductions, at least for MSD, we've reduced budget line and also administration. We've reduced some budget line items, including professional services, supplies, legal consultation, and non-mandatory training in order to free up some funds for 2025. And then also just remembering to utilize MRSC. They've been a great resource for free advice, legal advice to governments. So, we love Greg and we love Andrew and our legal team, of course, and we talk to them when we need to, but MRSC also has a lot of great free options for us. MRSC? Oh, yeah.
There's an Ask MRSC button on their website, on their homepage, and so.
You have to have that account.
No.
Let's just reach out on, then you just have to identify your position and the city that you're reaching out on behalf of, and then they'll kind of give you a guidance for response time.
Jean, do you want to take the next part of the slide?
Yeah, as our city continues to grow, we've talked about splitting off the duties of the city administrator and creating a deputy city administrator position. The span of control is large for the administrator. And as the city's grown and the tasks have become more complicated and sophisticated, it makes sense to have another person that would share those tasks, and some of the departments would be split off and report directly to the deputy administrator. We've talked about this for a number of years and we just haven't got there. And so it remains a priority. It's something we'd like to see in the future, and it also helps with succession planning as well. So.
Yeah, and I'll talk to the full-time grant coordinator ask that we had. We have a position right now that is half communications and half grant coordinator. We found an incredible unicorn in that she knows a lot about both areas. But as she's been on the city staff now for a couple of years, we've know that there is so much more she could be doing in communications, and there's so much more she could be doing in grants. And so in my fairy tale land here wish list, having a full-time communications person and a full-time grant person, I think is really needed. And I can talk about in another slide the reasons for that. What tools and equipments do you need? I think we talked or was mentioned already about the module for records management. I know the mayor was taking out any new software requests right now, but there is a one-time module fee for contracts that we would like to buy to help organize and streamline the process for our contracts. Also a module for records management, helping us to dispose documents when they're ready to go. And then I think just professional city memberships. Jean, I don't know if you had a comment on that, but those are expensive, right? And like NLC and some of those others.
Quick question about that. Is that in the professional services line item?
It's in the professional development.
Can you do next slide, Barb?
Jean, what kind of fiscal requirements would a deputy city administrator require? Salary, benefits. What is that range?
Do you have that off the top of your head?
I'm just curious.
It's around $300,000 with
300.
salary
For a
and
deputy
benefits.
city administrator?
Well, it's
mostly-
not just that position, but it changes other positions also. It ups other positions. Salaries.
And that 300 includes the changes to other positions?
If you're taking, why would it upgrade other positions?
Contracts.
Employment
So,
contracts.
so the administrator's position would get bumped up, would be one of them. It would be an expensive position.
So it's more than 300 grand. If you're talking in total.
No, it's about 300 is what we calculated.
And that's if you add a body. So, I mean, there are alternatives if, city administration wanted to explore, looking at
we're-
director positions or anything like that, but that would reduce the cost. But that if you add an actual body to that position, the salary would be over to that $200,000 plus benefits, plus any contract adjustments.
So we went through the same thing when we brought on the Chief Dyer.
Right.
When he basically threatened to leave, and then they adjusted his salary, and then that caused an adjustment to the city administrator because of contractual language said you're going to have X amount over the next highest paid person, and so that created a ripple effect.
Okay, thank you.
And Anya had just touched on other options. And so we've looked at creating merging positions, right? So if you have a director over a specific area, whether it's IT, community development, or HR, if you merge those into one big department, and that director would become the deputy potentially, or bring somebody new in. But the idea there would be to upgrade an existing director to fill that position if we went that direction.
Can I go back to the grants, the grant position, communications position? My recollection when we first looked at creating that position was the goal would be to have someone who would bring in enough revenue grant wise to basically cover the cost of their salary. Is that happening? And I realize you're not writing a grant to cover yourself, but is the revenue generated worth the cost of the position?
Probably. I think what we've kind of talked about is if this position were to change to be like a full-time grant person, it would change the type of position. They would be the grant writer. They would also help to administer the grants so that they could put their time towards the grants versus now the grants are coming in for capital projects and stuff, but the position is being paid out of your operating funds. And so possibly.
So to Angie's question, it would be appropriate for us to have a number since we've had them on. So what in 2024, how much revenue they bring in relative to their costs, and then 2025 year to date, what is that number?
And I think Olivia has that, so you would have to get that.
Yeah, that would be helpful to us because Angie makes a good point.
Mhm.
So I have another question up on the past slide where the administration department is looking for a module for contract management. I think I've heard of that in several of the areas. So public works, et cetera, et cetera. Is that module for contract management one module for contract management for everybody,
Citywide.
or is?
Citywide.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's sort of interesting. I think the concept is Stone Share, who helped us set up our SharePoint systems and get everything moved over, has the ability to create these. They either have some generic templates or they can create a module that we then own. And then we could also, there are some that they have the ability to create that you can then utilize for other purposes. I know there's one that the police have talked about, a request type module that could then be modified to be used as an AP workflow type approval type module. So there's a number of these that you'll hear that different departments are looking at potentially doing. And they're not no's, they're just kind of on hold at this point until we can kind of figure out our revenue situation versus expense. So, but yeah, we need to clean up SharePoint before we keep adding all these things. And I think that's kind of the point is we need to get clean first and then add all these things on.
The records management module I know seems kind of nebulous in its title. It's a one-time fee for to set up electronic disposition. And what that means is we've moved all of our electronic files into SharePoint. And if we don't have assistance in removing them when they're ready to be disposed of, we run the risk of holding on to things we don't need to hold on to anymore, which then impacts our public records requests. So that would be a one-time fee to set up that automation to be able to ensure that our data is clean and that we're getting rid of the things we can get rid of when we're allowed to by the Secretary of State. That's a huge body of work now that we have thousands of documents moved into our SharePoint environment. So that's kind of what that was, just to give some more description.
When you say a one-time fee, what are we talking?
Well, hold on. I'm just curious because I want to just clarify something on that, because my understanding so StoneShare is a company that has certified records personnel. They're actually titled for this, and they kind of help with they know all the laws and regulations on this. From what I thought about the records management disposition service, it's more of a professional services that every year we've got rules and triggers that automatically push these things into disposition that need to have review. And they have specialized certified teams that know how to do disposition and review this stuff. And they do that review for us, and they will then, execute that disposition process. And I thought it was a yearly process that we do. So it's just as things are going, it's a yearly process. And to speak to the grant or the contract management. So SharePoint is a framework, and there's a whole marketplace around this, and a lot of people can build custom applications on top of that for very particular business use cases. StoneShare has a list of modules that they built for government specifically. Their entire focus is helping governments with data, records management, and application processes. So they have a module that we can purchase one time and help us to implement it. That's the cost, and then we own it.
So the records module is $6,000 and the contract module is $7,500.
Thank you.
One time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jean, do you want to talk the org chart, or I can?
Go ahead.
Okay. Here's the org chart. Obviously you can see the green proposal for the 26 budget was the deputy city administrator, as well as then breaking out the communication specialist and the grant specialist into two full-time people. And so that's adding an additional one FTE. And then in the gray here is passport services, if that is something we ever entertain in the future.
Just a point of question for clarification. With the city administrator and deputy city equal on the top, is the idea that they would share the supervision of those director positions, or that the city administrator would supervise the deputy who would supervise all directors?
The city administrator would supervise the deputy. The deputy would supervise any of the departments that fall underneath them. And we would split the departments to where the deputy had some responsible and the city administrator had responsibility for the others.
Got it. Thanks.
So one of the reasons why we broke it that way, a lot of our work, not saying that the others aren't doing, a lot of our internal work is through MSD and IT, right? So one of my thoughts is if we did a deputy city administrator, we would really try to find someone very tech savvy, very efficiency savvy, very AI savvy to start implementing efficiencies within those departments.
And I see the confusion. There should be a break right there. So
Yeah, there should be a break.
yeah, so the deputy would supervise IT, HR, finance, and municipal services.
Got it.
And the city administrator would supervise all the field departments.
Barb, can we have next slide, please? Okay, so as far as the communication specialist, so without having a full-time communication specialist, of course, she's part-time right now and does a lot, but without the full-time position, we can't tell our story the way we want to or actively engage our citizens as much as we would like to. I think in here we say we have a fast-paced digital world of information. It moves quickly. And so always staying on top of those things can be difficult. I see so many things here that we could do as far as education and reaching out to our citizens that we don't do now. I think it's been brought up in a few council meetings, what's a comprehensive plan? What's, what does government look like? Educational, even like couple-minute videos that we could send out to our citizens. Couple of other things, Olivia would love to start an Instagram page. We don't have that for the city right now. Our quarterly newsletter has been a huge hit. She'd love to go to a monthly newsletter. There's a list of things that she's like, these are, that I'd love to get to if I had more time. And then obviously the same goes for grants, right? She does as much as she can on a part-time role with grants. But if we had a full-time person that could help write grants, that would help alleviate time from staff. And we could be applying for more than we are now. So we can get by with where we're at, but if we want more, that's what that would look like.
Part of what I've taken on as part of my job is PSRC Transportation Policy Board. And when I'm looking at all the things that come through there for the federal monies that go to projects throughout the cities and the county and WashDOT, I rarely see Lake Stevens listed in there. Is that what a grant writer would go after, is the PSRC federal grants, or your grant writer look at other things other than the governmental stuff?
I feel like Olivia goes out and finds grant opportunities, and then the departments, the subject matter specialists generally write the grants, and then she helps to apply for them.
Yeah.
I think that's more of her role at this point. But when it comes to PSRC, I don't know. That would be an Aaron question.
Yeah, potentially. I mean,
we get TIBs through PSRC, right?
We do get TIB grants.
Yeah.
Oh, it's through.
It's the board. That's the transportation. Yeah.
That's the FHAWA money and well, not FTA, that's transit, but the FHAWA money, which is considerable, although everything's in flux right now because nobody knows what's going on. But I see these things for, they come through for bicycle paths, and they come through for different programs for sidewalks, and then there's different road improvements and roundabouts and all kinds of stuff that comes from FHAWA, and I never see Lake Stevens putting them in for them. I realize that when you get a federal grant, it actually costs more than what the actual thing is, because you're having to do all the 30% for the paperwork and all that. I understand that, but there's a lot of cities that are taking, especially the smaller cities. I realize we're not a small city anymore, but a lot of the smaller cities are taking advantage of that. And I thought we had a person on staff that actually helped with the federal side of it, that knew the rules and did that. So it's just something that it always kind of comes up to the thing. I keep looking through all the lists of the projects that we're approving at the board, and I don't ever see Lake Stevens on there. So it's just kind of a, hey, what are we doing here? Can we get some more of that stuff?
Isn't our Main Street grant FHWA?
No, it's a federal earmark.
Oh,
yeah. It may come through.
I think it's coming through
it may come
FHWA.
through FHWA, but it wasn't awarded through the typical process.
It seemed to me, I mean, we've always kind of talked about return on investment, so forth, especially when we go back to Washington DC and so forth. It would seem to me with our needs in the Parks Department as well, that we should focus on the grants. We're talking about limited resources here. I mean, that's the main purpose of this meeting today. And yet return on investment, it would seem to me that a full-time grant writer would pay supposedly dividends much higher than what we're seeing right now, especially with the idea we're taking on major park obligations or potential obligations. So I guess I would like to see a little more focus on that position as a priority, just from a standpoint of return on investment.
Can I comment on that?
No.
No. I appreciate that. I think it's an interesting problem that we have. It's not a lack of capital funds that are necessarily the problem, although that is the case for some projects. The problem is staff to actually execute the project.
And I totally get that, but
Yeah.
it's a chicken or the egg problem.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
you got that conundrum going on. So what's the better problem to have?
Yeah.
I mean, the purpose of the grants is to get things done for our citizens in our city.
Yeah.
And if we don't have the avenue to pursue that, I guess we're saying there's not a want or a need. There's a huge need and a huge want in our community. And I think we need to pursue that. And the only way you're going to maximize that is to have somebody that's full-time attention on that issue. As Kim Daughtry mentioned, we don't see our name at the PSRC. And they have their own separate budget as far as awarding. It seems way less onerous than the federal process. And when we're talking about parks, how are we going to pay for this stuff? I mean, we need sponsorship, we need grants. We need every funding source available out there. And if we don't spend 100% attention to that issue, we're just being passed by. So I would love to have the problem where we got grants and we don't have the immediate personnel to address that.
We have that.
That's easier to find than finding the grant.
Yeah, we currently have that problem, and we'll talk about it a little bit later today. I think one of the tricky parts about this position and sort of this effort is to apply for a grant. As you know, you have to have some expertise in the area, the project type. And so if you ask a generalist who's a grant writer to write a grant for a transportation project, you have to have that sort of acumen to do it. And so the grant writer can only take you so far unless you have a grant writer who's really focused on that thing and they have some expertise. And that's certainly an option. We can look at how to organize ourselves a little bit better that way. But the current way it works is she really is more of a, she's a grant writer, but kind of a grant coordinator. So she gathers the information from the stakeholders for a project, puts the grant together, but it still takes a lot of effort for the project manager who might need to be focused on Main Street Roundabout or 91st or 117th, takes them out of that role for a while to focus on the grant application. But I guess that's a long explanation to say we can add some efficiency here, and there's definitely value in additional effort working toward grant applications.
Grant writer pulls even more resources away from each of your departments.
Yeah, it certainly can.
Yep.
So
I mean-
just to throw some peanuts out for the squirrel, I just wanted to mention that all the PSRC stuff that we're talking about, if you look at the 4-county region, we're $126 billion behind. And right now we're trying to figure out how to get it to $78 billion behind. So it's not like it's going to be easy to compete for those, because there's a heck of a lot of projects that we're just basically dropping off and saying, no, that those aren't going to happen. But the thing is over the 10 years I've been on PSRC Transportation Policy Board, I think I've only seen Lake Stevens on there once.
So Aaron, I'm kind of curious, and maybe this is somewhere in the AI roadmap, but the problem you were describing about the acumen, I know in my own personal job, part of it is getting up to speed on new technologies very quickly, and AI has made a huge difference there. It's kind of like the world's best online tutor when it comes to learning new stuff. And so I'm just curious, is that something I'm assuming we've looked at that, but I guess I want to hear it out loud and.
I really saw that, for grant writing, I have now capabilities too, but.
Or even just generic, I mean,
Yeah,
pick any one of the big services out there.
Talking about managing the entire end-to-end process, the application process, there are solutions that kind of manage the process, but that's again, another tool that, everyone has to I got to learn this. So, but I know for our grant, when we put for our cybersecurity grant, unfortunately, we didn't put anything in there for staff recovery, which, for the grant position, we really should have. Because yes, there's a lot of reporting requirements on that. I think we just missed that when we did that. We were just like, okay, we're just going to get the equipment and we'll go. So, someone that does kind of nope, let's make sure that we're getting staff recovery off of this, and that's in there. That would have been.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. please.
So I was just saying, I'm thinking more of, turning a generalist into a specialist as needed and kind of increasing their coverage.
I see if this person was full-time, they could go out and, meet with, Aaron's staff and get more educated on projects. They would have time to do that, so that they can better write the grant and understand all the details of the project. So, good. Yeah. Okay. So I certainly see a lot more of that happening if we had a full-time, like you said, Gary, just focused on that.
Having someone who's split and full, 20 hours a week, can't go and become an expert in one particular department. So
Yeah.
especially if it's a heavy communications week or depending, everything kind of ebbs and flows or high on grants, then communications gets put to the side. So that's the complex part about split positions.
And I guess that's kind of to the heart of my point about AI supplementing that is they don't have to go become an expert. They can learn enough with some help.
Yeah.
So.
The other piece I wanted to mention is that Olivia is going through all of her certification right now to become the city's PIO, Public Information Officer, which is a really neat thing. We haven't had somebody designated. I mean, I think police department, of course, chiefs like the emergency management coordinator, but she has gone through the basic training and she's working on her advanced training. And so now we have a seat at the table with all these other jurisdictions in the county on emergency management. What's going to happen if we get that big emergency? What are the roles? How, you know, so that has consumed time for her, but she really enjoys that. And so I'd like to see her even expand on that more if she was in the full-time communications. So.
So just to clarify for me, if we were to do this where we split the communications and then grant writer, speaking of a specific person, which way would that person go?
She would prefer the communications.
Okay, thank you. That's
Right, Parks and Recreation. Start out the presentation by letting you know we have completed 46% of the tasks from our walkthrough. Every year between February and April, we walk every single park, every single square footage and make a huge list. It's kind of like a snapshot in time of what the department needs. We had 537 tasks on the list this year. This is compared to last year, we had 600 tasks on the list and only completed 33 and a half.
Sir, a question on that. So I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. So are you?
Just be honest.
It's my job.
Yeah.
So do you see the overall total task going down? Because, you know, your first initial look at it, you were looking at tasks that haven't been done in, you know, since the Rucker brothers were around, right?
Yeah.
So do you see those tasks going down?
Yes, so compared to 600 total tasks from 2024, we carried over 201 into 2025 for a total of 537. So what that means is, yes, over time, these will reduce. It was things like multiple lids on valve boxes broken. Those had to be replaced immediately. It's every single sign that needs to be replaced. Some of these are heavier lifts, especially when it comes to ADA, but overall, the parks are looking better. Part of the reason we've been able to complete so many this year is we're finally what I call full staffing, meaning we don't have any open positions. The crew has completed most of these tasks over the last 2 months. They've been able to keep up. We had full seasonals being hired on for the summer, which was fabulous. And it just goes to speak to the overall maintenance in the parks. We're able to do all of our routine tasks. You might remember in year one, we created a huge grid of all the maintenance in a perfect world. We weren't able to do that until this year. It's the first time we're able to aerate and add fertilizer. The last application of lime really made the grass pop. You might notice it looks a little greener. So we are able to keep up on a lot of the routine things as well as these special lifts. This doesn't include any ViewWork tasks that have come in. We need to find a way to sync this system. So we only started using ViewWorks less than a year ago to its full capacity. Remaining projects for this year, we need to move the play structure from Frontier. There was discussion, do we sell that net dome or do we move it to another park? And what we looked at was Timberlake Park over by Jake's Place. It only has about 1, maybe 2 years left on it. Exposed metal, very heavily used, and we thought it was the perfect location to move the net dome structure. It has to be moved from Frontier because of the power lines. We're unable to keep it there. So that is a project we're taking on. With that, we just have to add an ADA compliant pathway over to the playground, of course. So that was something that was already approved in the budget supplemental back when the issue occurred, and we've carried it forward. We'll be completing that this year. We still need the North Cove bollard replacements. All of that is in the budget. Those are the ones all around here that just keep tipping over. It's a safety issue and a huge amount of time for staff to keep up on those. So that'll be completed. All those light bollards, yeah, we're going to be removing every other one throughout the park and putting in domed lights on the base. They're very hardy. We've have a demoed one. We've jumped on it, stomped on it. It's holding up. And then the ones in the roadway will become in-ground mounts that will actually stop a car from going on to places it's not supposed to drive. And they're removable for when we need to take them out for events. We're replacing several signs still, have another small order that just went in, various small park repairs for the end of the year and volunteer days as we get back into fall. And then we have 3 remaining events. Going a Viking is on September 20th. That involves axe throwing if anybody's still interested in signing up or volunteering. We have Harvest Fest and Winterfest coming up as well. Some of the cost reductions that we've identified with our department is training. We'll do no additional enrollments for classes and conferences through the end of 2025. There may be some mandatory safety trainings that staff still need to go through, but we definitely will not be going over budget and will not be spending more than we need to. So hopefully some cost savings there. The revenue development position is now vacant. We were not able to make that specific individual work in the position. So that is a cost savings through the end of this year. One of the things I want to pause on with the revenue development is this is the person that was hired to focus solely on revenue for parks. That means heavy writing grants, not only at the federal and state level, but also in the nonprofit world. They were to set up sponsorships and bring in extra money, whether that's from corporation or private businesses, advertising programs on ball fields, dog parks. With that, we absolutely can rehire in 2026. And I know that this position can help bring in revenue for the Parks Department. But I also know that there is a request for a full-time grant writer over for the city as a whole. And if it comes push to shove with saying we can't afford to hire the grant writer, I might suggest that this position, instead of revenue development being for parks, is that it transitions to the citywide grant writer. The reason why is in the Parks Department, this person would be looking at $2,000 banner sponsorships through the year. They'd be looking at a $50,000 naming right. They'd be writing a $25,000 or a $50,000 nonprofit grant. But if with the same amount of time, that person could be sitting citywide and write $800,000, $1.5 million, $2 million grants that can help alleviate the general fund and other pots of money, that's what I would choose if I was weighing the two. I definitely think there's room for both in the budget. And even with the grants we have currently, Frontier Heights has about 80–90% of the project covered with grants. We're able to use force accounts, which means city equipment and labor, and we're able to use those as billable amounts. And I can work with finance to deposit those back to the general fund. And so there are things that we can do even with our existing grants to help funnel that money back. So we'll be looking further into that. Moving on, one of the cost savings that we're also doing is with the last hire of the park maintenance worker for our department. We now have a permanent schedule 7 days a week coverage for winter included. We've only done that in summer in the past. What this will do is a little bit less overtime when there's a clogged toilet on the weekend, or we have a volunteer day that needs to run. We don't have to bring in somebody on overtime anymore. If we get the second requested position we're asking for going into, the position we're asking for going into 2026, it'll continue to help alleviate any overtime needs and increase volunteer days out in the field. We do have to have a staff member there to oversee and help those function. We're also just being very cautious with spending throughout the year, evaluating all of our needs versus wants. For instance, we might only buy one chainsaw instead of 2. We might look at things like special events and say, should we have a tent out here for weatherproofing for when you need to eat food and hang out at the event, or do we just nix it in order to save money? So we're balancing all of those little things within the department. And then we're looking at other increases, revenues, reducing expenses. We've talked about that internally. Go to the next slide. Thank you.
So I got something that bugs me about doing cuts during budget analysis. In prior life, I did the same thing. And one of the first things that always goes away is training. And I'd like to caution us on how we're looking at that, because training can sometimes really alleviate problems. in the near future. So I want to caution us on just cutting training. That it just can't, you won't survive doing that. And the other thing is you're building your personnel up at the same time and it helps our culture. So I just want to be cautionary on just slicing training. It never works. It just never works.
I'd say I appreciate that. I think Brett and Jean are both in the same mindset that we've built a culture that we're training our staff and we're trying to be well trained. It's just looking at those conferences and do 3 people need to go to that conference, or is it 1 person and they can bring back the information and share it? And so I think that's what we're looking at a little bit more cautiously. And when we say we're cutting training to the end of the year, I mean, we are 3/4 of the way through the year at this point. And so the trainings that are already paid for and all of that, people are still going to. It's just, looking at what we're doing. But appreciate that viewpoint, because it is often the first thing that goes. So.
And I appreciate that. We are ensuring our staff have the standard training. It's just looking at, do we increase and send to extra conferences? Position request summary. We are asking for 3 reclass positions, 1 new full-time staff for the field and a seasonal worker. How that's split down is the Parks Planning and Development Manager. Right now, this is the coordinator position, Jill's position. She has continually taken on more work since the department has been created. For instance, right now she is fully managing the pros plan as we go through it. She's not just assisting and having me lead the project. She's taken over all of the smaller capital projects in the department, not just the planning and pushing the project to the field, but helping them all the way through it and doing on-site inspections for our smaller things as well. She's taken on several design and engineering for our larger capital projects next year. Typically around the 30% phase, it gets passed off to the capital management side of things, the engineering team. I would like to have this position continue to have a bigger role after it goes past that 60% mark, while working closely with the engineering team. I think it will help infuse that parks and recreation industry thought process and minimize having to download too much more information to the next person over. So that's what the reclass would do. The Parks Operation Manager, I directly oversee all staff in the department. I don't have a manager position. Right now, this person is a supervisor and works closely with his staff, but I'm still having to do several extra meetings. I'm the one that has to talk for any performance improvements. And I have a lot of oversight with the field. I think the field could be a lot more efficient if they didn't have me looking at every project and really diving into budget. And I was to just give them the overview so they could continue to operate efficiently. It would reduce my span of control. And the senior administrative assistant, right now, this is a regular administrative assistant. As we added the office assistant this year, I can see a big benefit in her supervising the office assistant to ensure that customer service stays top priority. She can overhear every phone call. They're working closely together with all of the emails and front-facing things coming in. On our larger org chart, this eventually becomes a manager position. You'll see that later. But our administrative assistant has taken on a large amount of work. She is doing almost all of the procurement for the department, every contract, collecting every piece of information. She's taken quite a bit away from the field and even from some of our capital projects to ensure all of that flows. And I'd love her to do a lot more in-depth analysis, strategic, and help take over some of the budgeting items. Maintenance worker. This would be a full-time employee out in the field. The way this breaks down is we're going to be completing the Frontier Heights with synthetic turf fields, pickleball court, sensory garden, labyrinth. That takes work. It would be a 0.5 FTE for that specific. We'd also be looking at replacing the services for the FMT with the 0.5. Me and Aaron have talked. There's many ways to break this down and choices that'll have to be made about how that the FMTs get replaced. But one of the thoughts is before an FMT was 0.8 FTE for helping clean parks and this building, I would propose taking all of the custodial over for this building. I believe that would allow us to quicker turn over public reservations. Right now, we have a 3-hour time block between them and sometimes have to utilize an on-call person or pull somebody out from the parks field in order to clean a room between. If we're wanting this location to cover all of its costs, we're going to have to increase rentals and ensure that that quality's there. And it's harder when we're working with another department who has to have set schedules because they have to take care of all of the facility. So it's one proposal.
And the FMT is a facility maintenance technician.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize. The seasonal maintenance worker we'd be looking for is 0.75 FTE. Really, it's total of hours out in the field. The Cavallero acquisition, we would really love to see a seasonal there to help with the trash, the graffiti, the mowing of the lawn, be able to keep up our services during summer. Also, we did not add a seasonal originally for the Bayview Trail or the Westlake Park, and we know it's getting heavily used in the summer. We've also discovered every time a utility truck uses their easement and drives across the trail, it's taken a lot of rocks, debris, and dirt. And that is a risk, that's a liability. We have to blow off the trail several times a week in order to keep up on that. You don't want anybody moving at a fast pace, especially on a scooter or rollerblades or a skateboard, to hit a rock and go flying.
You fly off scooters?
You could, yeah, you can go right over the handlebars.
That happens.
Wear your helmets, even if you're an adult, make sure your helmets fit. Reclasses are necessary to keep up with customer service and efficiency from park expansion and prior department growth as well. We're playing catch up as the department has been going at lightning speed. Tools and equipment that were not approved in this year's budget but have been requested is synthetic turf equipment and a trailer. We're building a brand new sports field with synthetic turf out at Frontier Heights. You have to sweep it, groom it, and remove metal from it. So there are 3 pieces. If we don't remove the metal, the turf will be torn up and will not last. If we don't sweep it and groom it, you can't remove excess debris, you can't fluff it, you can't make sure that the trash is removed. Another thing about this field is typically you see synthetic turf fields with a full fence around them. That keeps dogs off because dog waste is an issue, especially if you walk Frontier Heights. If you haven't, walk it and look at the ground. Gum, any kind of items that get left on that facility need to be cleaned and removed. If we have this field heavily used, we will have to sweep it and groom it 3 times a week. If we don't do that, it will be very costly and we will have to replace it a lot sooner than later. So that is one of the pieces of equipment. The equipment request includes a side-by-side to pull 3 pieces of tow-behind equipment and a trailer to transport it. We don't have a storage building at Frontier Heights. We can't leave these items on site. With the power lines, it's going to be harder to put a storage building on there, although we have a proposal in about, I think, 2 years out on the capital plan for that. Workboat replacement. Parks is still using a hand-me-down boat that sunk twice and was brought back up. We have mechanical issues every year with it. It is fully depreciated. Furthermore, it's not designed for work on the lake. Our staff are the ones that go out to remove logs and other hazards from the lake for your lake safety. We put out swim lines. We put out all the hazard and safety buoys. We pull them back into place when they move. And every breakdown is a delay in that. And sometimes we aren't able to dispatch for another 2 or 3 weeks. And especially in peak season, that can be a hard thing. The workboat is not cheap. We put $122,000 in the budget for that in order to get it fully delivered with a trailer, have safety decking installed, all of the lighting and upfitting that it would need. We could probably remove a few of those items and add them later and reduce the cost if that was a make it or break it. We can also continue to look at grants for this if we have some funding for it. Workboats should have low sides. They're picking up concrete anchors and the buoys and setting them up and over and chaining things. The work skiff would have really low edges. As well as, I think the one we were looking at has a ramp on the back so you can actually load things into it if you ever need to. The last priority, these are in order of priority, would be the Public Works 22. That is a 2026 Ranger. It's the oldest truck in our fleet. It drives. We can make it work. We can absolutely go another year with this. It's just not the most efficient. And as we're trying to update fleet, this would be the next one on the list. Parks doesn't need brand new trucks all the time. Honestly, we work with seasonals. Or throwing debris and trash bags and things in and out of them. We're absolutely fine with having other vehicles as they rotate out the fleet or get used ones if that is a possibility. Again, I talked to staff, they're happy to use it for another year. In fact, our two seasonals have already stated they're coming back next year and they would love to take this thing to 100,000 miles. It has lower miles for being 20 years old. It's about 98,000 miles right now.
That be a lease or a purchase?
I proposed a purchase of a used truck, of one that originally was going to be pushed out and replaced. I know we're looking at that 5-year replacement model, so that specific one might not be available. But I'd have no problem picking up a surplus truck. Maybe we can look at Department of Forestry or other public works departments. There's a lot of governments that are on a 5-year replacement program that send their stuff to auction. We could also talk to Enterprise to see what used stuff they have coming in from their other fleet. We were approved for a stand-up mower this year, which I appreciate. We need mowers to operate. We did get a mower with our Cavallero equipment as we're acquiring that park. Due to that, the stand-up mower, I've talked to staff, it was a little bit of a lower priority where we can continue to use the mower that we have. It's working, it's just aging. So that is one that I could give back to the equipment fund if one of these other ones could be added to the budget this year. Go to the next slide.
What was the cost difference between those two, do you know?
This is just the overall sheet. This, I have several slides broken down if anybody would be interested in seeing the growth by year, as this really is the future projection of what I call full growth for the department. I think we proposed that, but it's been a long time. With the very future of 2029 or future, it was with acquisition of both county parks and potential takeover of all the HOA locations that are on city property. We would eventually build out to 3 divisions. We would have a division for grounds maintenance, which does all of our landscaping. We would have operations, which does all of our maintenance. And then we would have an athletics department that is specific to sports fields. That allows us to have a different range in pay and have lower paid employees versus our high paid employees. And then specialize in different areas so that we can really efficiently do our jobs. For this next year, you can see the 3 reclasses in the top row. And then the 2 green ones, seasonal and maintenance worker, would be the additions there. This is a summary of pretty much everything I've already said. I'm overseeing 13 employees in the department currently. Park operations manager would oversee 7 of those if it was switched over. I think I have said everything else in here. So if you have any questions, I'll take them.
Is the synthetic turf the same as what we're proposing out at East, the community park out here, if we ever get that? The synthetic turf up at Frontier Heights?
For the
the
ball
same?
fields, yes, we would be talking about converting those into synthetic turf.
So it's the same spec.
It is. Yeah,
What's
we'd
the-
be using the same equipment.
What's the lifespan again of that? If you maintain it?
Ooh, I'd have to look, but my head wanted to tell me 20 years, but I would have to confirm that.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to understand, we have a few HOAs that have their pocket parks on city right of ways or city properties.
City property.
Okay.
Yes, I believe the number is 12. And what's happening is when we took out playgrounds, 3 of those were on HOA playgrounds or HOA parks because they were fully depreciated. And you might remember the HOAs came to the city. You know, you weren't here, Commissioner Hill, but or council member. But this HOAs wanted us, the city, to replace the equipment. And these are parks that are maintained by them. They mow the lawn, they take care of the trash. It's just simply on our property. And it was part of the developer's agreement when those HOAs were built.
Right. And so then do we still count those as level of service for a GMA?
They absolutely are level of service because these parks are open to the public. Anybody and everybody can go there.
Those ones are. Are we still including private ones that are posted residents only in our GMA level service?
Great question. So
Because that drives me nuts that we were doing that.
Yeah, so the pros plan right now will help us determine what our actual service levels are. We'll be getting results towards the end of this year. The old model took some of those private parks and put half-mile radius around them, which is not 100% accurate because when you have a private HOA, only the HOA houses in that can use it. And so the new model is we're going to trace those exact properties to ensure that service level only is for the residents that can use it. And schools, of course, are part of the service level for the entire public when they can be used outside of hours.
For sports, so it's like it would.
I will just add in with span of control recommendation for city is 5 to 7. She mentioned 13. She does have the supervisor that does technically supervise, but like she mentioned, this is a union supervisor. And so it's she is still involved in performance and disciplinary issues at her level, which makes the span of control a little bit different. But right now for direct span of control, she's at the max of 7. And so if the reclasses aren't granted this year, then it would be a really urgent need for next year, just because she's a new department, new programs, a lot of pressure is on the Parks and Rec department. And so I just want to make sure that that's advocated for.
And in the summer, we have employees on till 8 or 9 p.m. and 7 days a week. And when the supervisor's off the clock, he's union, so he turns his phone off. And I've got my phone 7 days a week. Somebody might call in sick or they need help. So I'll let them know when I'm out of cell service, but that's rare. I always have both phones if you need me.
And I think that's high on the mayor's maybe list. I think it needs to be negotiated out of the union because it would be taken from a union position to a non-union position. So it needs to go through that union negotiation. So I think that's just part of the ongoing plan, basically. Any other questions for Parks?
I think you're doing a great job. So
We
parks
all
look
do.
great.
Thank you.
The amount of people that are participating in the parks is amazing. We've elevated the game big time. So
Great job, Sarah.
All right. Well,
All
Talk
right.
about revenues soon.
Yes.
well, thank
Carol Christie.
All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. Well, on to planning and community development. With that, I would like to introduce ourselves to Council Member Hilt. This is Carol Manis, our city's building official. I'm Christy Schmidt, our planning manager. I don't think we've formally met, so I wanted to make the introduction across the table this morning. We are here co-representing our director, Russ Wright. Well, he's on vacation. So with that, in order to set our ask, we want to go through and explain our current workload and our services for our department. So as you can see in the first paragraph, there's a list of stats of what we do. I'm not going to go through the numbers. You can read those, but I'm going to quantify those numbers to you. So we process building permits, land use applications, which are mandated by Senate Bill 5290. We do have required timeframes that we do have to hit according to state law. We do code enforcement, we do inspections, building inspections, along with required counter coverage, which is pretty high. This one, I will state, it's around 1,300 hours annually per year. In addition, we have mandates that come through. They'll be hitting the city council's desk here shortly. They're working their way through planning commission. This includes required updates for critical areas. We have step housing and along with process code. So those are the 3 you're going to see before the end of the year. In addition, we really hit hard on lean. Carol and I are a good team. We've been working on our permit automation for efficiencies and how to reduce redundancies for our residents as well as the developers. In addition, we hit public records requests for our development services, which have the 5-day legal response review required. So to quantify those, let's take a look at building inspections. A real low-lying, simple building inspection is a water heater. It would take our inspector about 15 minutes, depending on traffic and if there's construction, to get to the resident's house, do a water heater inspection. That's about 15 minutes. If we look at the high end of level and service for an inspection, let's look at Soper Hill, one of the assisted living facilities. One floor of that, when one of our inspectors gets called out, it can be up to a 4-hour inspection. That's about half their day.
So if we were to take, let's say, a land use application, let's go with something simple. A sign permit. By the time it gets intake, processed, invoiced, a decision made on it, it's roughly a week. If you look at a more complicated land use project, let's say a plat that has a rezone with it, along with, excuse me, construction plans, the time frame for that to be processed, constructed, and to be built and all inspections done and include bond release goes anywhere from 1.5 years on a good end up to 3 years. And you can see that as you watch these plats and commercial projects get built throughout the city. Public records request, easy ones. Someone asked for a site plan for a home, 15-20 minutes, not a big deal. But if they ask for a commercial site plan, which is a paper record retention, and we have our permit system, which has been automated after 2015. So before that, we actually have to dig into the paper. We have to go into the archives. We have to send out to blueprints, get copies made and have those sent to the residences. That can take up to 4 to 5 hours to complete the whole process for a public records request. We pride ourselves on our level of service of 24 hours. If you were to call in, a resident were to call in, we like to get back to people within 24 hours, at least to let them know, hey, we're processing your request and we'll get your information back to you in this amount of time. Well, that brings us to land capacity here at the City of Lake Stevens. It's all about location, location, location. And as you can see within our city, we've upheld a very steady, high reputation with our developers and our residents. Russ has done a great job of establishing this, and Carol and I are continuing to do this and taking it further with our permit automation system. But as land becomes less scarce, it's only the more challenging sites that are left. So this brings up the fact that each property that gets developed is technically harder to develop. We have more permits, more reports associated with it, more variances and things. And it requires a higher level of expertise on our staff level to provide that. So our technical support to our customers increases. So based on that, what has our department done and what can we do to reduce costs? We really took a hard look at our budget. And obviously one of the obvious ones is we're holding off on hiring 2 positions that have been previously funded. That would be the building supervisor and our existing plans examiner. Our plans examiner, sadly, he's been here for 9 years, love Tyler Farmer. He is moving out of state, so this position is going to be unfulfilled. It is a 1-person position who does the plan review for the city. So it's a very pivotal position. So we are looking at absorbing that amongst our department currently, and Carol can speak more to that later if there's questions. So recruiting is still going on with anticipated hiring of those positions in 2026. Equipment, as far as cost savings there, we're postponing the purchasing that would go along with the equipment for the building supervisor along with the car, about $35,000. We're also doing what all the other departments are doing. We're reducing our spending, utilizing MSRC, which, by the way, love MSRC. One of my old bosses there is their manager, and it's a great free system. We utilize it a lot. We'll continue doing that and minimize our use of Greg and Andrew. We're focusing on free training and holding off on ordering non-critical supplies. We did present Barb with a really nice laundry list earlier this week, as she mentioned, of cost savings and revenue generators. There's a lot of fees that are being left on the table right now that we've identified and that we can recoup to save all the city, our general fund, and our department alone a lot of money. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carol.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for letting us come and represent Russ. He has big shoes to fill with this group. So he usually does a really impressive memo to council about budget projections. We have opted to do a slideshow for the workshop. So I'm sure you guys will get to see that budget memo at some point. So again, Christy talked about our 2 vacant positions. I guess I'd really like to talk about what does that mean to our team? And then what does the non 2026 proposals mean to the team. So right now, our proposal to fill Tyler Farmer, the plans examiner position, who just turned in his 2 weeks notice last week after the hiring freeze. I'm going to do, as the building official, I'm going to do half-time plan review to keep up on the commercial, the pre-application meetings, the land use projects, and answer any commercial code questions. And then our Inspector 2 is going to do all the residential plat projects. He'll need some additional support and training on infill houses because they're a little bit more complicated than just the standard plat house. But we'll get some additional training time and mentoring time. So that's our plan. We are going to continue to use our consultant dollars that was pre-approved in 2025 to have an inspector, a consultant inspector come out 2 days a week to help us backfill that work from Caleb. Christy touched on it just real briefly in the last slide. Inspections are way up. Just so you guys know, an average inspector can do really great inspections, about 10 a day, depending on the type. There's always that huge range that Christy talked about. As you can see by driving around our community right now, we have a lot of very large, complex commercial projects going on. And even the plats are more complex because we have retaining walls, steep slopes, environmental concerns on site. So we are very busy with inspections, and even having one person out for a sick day really affects us. Right now, we have been achieving about 98% coverage, same day or next day inspections with the assistance of Tyler Farmer, who's now leaving. So just so council knows, we, even for the next 3.5 months, we will probably have to start pushing some inspections periodically just to keep current with the inspection workload. That'll also be related to building permits, land use applications, phone calls, emails. We're getting pulled every direction because when a parcel goes on the lot for sale, we often get anywhere from 3 to 10 people coming in. What can I do with this parcel? I want to buy it. I need an answer now because I want to put in an offer. Right. And so they can't really wait much for that offer. So it's very competitive out there in the world of Lake Stevens real estate. People are buying up properties as fast as they can to develop them. And we do have a really good reputation, especially with the master builders. And that's really important for us to try to keep. We want to make sure we maintain that. Russ has worked really, really hard over the years to establish that. Once you lose it, it's a big deal. People can tell you that. So that's kind of our 2025 hold ask for 2026. We're really asking for those 2 positions to be considered right at the beginning of the year, if possible. I know there is a discussion about delaying some of them to April. The plans examiner's imperative to not delay till April if you have to choose one. I don't know how I'm going to keep up doing half that job and having our inspector do the other half. It's going to be crazy. So what didn't we get with our mayor's proposed budget? We have been planning, and community development has been asking to create a development services center. This is the time to start looking at that for a city our size. For example, the city of Linwood has a very streamlined development services center. They're at a population of about 47,000 people. So does city of Marysville. They're a lot bigger than us at 72,000. We're right around 42,000. We are at this growing stage where it becomes imperative to start streamlining and not cross-checking each other's work. And I'm sure Aaron will probably talk about that some as we go through this process. It becomes imperative that we are not double doing the work anywhere because permits are so time intensive. And Christy touched on it for a minute. I will talk about it a little bit more because I helped do the reporting with our permit lead. We met Senate Bill 5290. The Department of Commerce was shocked the amount of permits that the city of Lake Stevens is pumping out for a city our size. No one was even close to our numbers in the report.
If I can chime on that, I just had the pleasure of going to the directors conference over in Chelan. We did a little survey about how many permits has your city doing and how are you processing? We were up at the top for our department. That's huge. A lot of cities are seeing a slowdown right now. Whether ours will slow down or not, we need to acknowledge where we're at in the development community and what we have left to develop and what our goals are as far as infrastructure and economic development. But we're doing great.
So the two reclass positions relate directly to creating a development services center instead of a separate building department or a division planning department, and kind of setting apart the different groups. So that is our overall wish list in the future, especially it really relates to being together in one place, hearing conversations, being collaborative, streamline, getting rid of the waste. I'm one of your Black Belt Lean representatives. Thank you very much, Lori, for the extra training. We don't get to spend a lot of time doing Lean because we are just putting out fires all day trying to keep up with the work. It would be really great to just get a little bit more space to clean things up and do more Lean initiatives, which would give us more time back. And that goes right down with the IA stuff that the mayor's interested in. It's hard to do research and learn and keep developing skills as new technology comes on when staff is just barely maintaining the day-to-day interactions. And that's kind of where we're at right now. So that was our ask. Two reclassifications. One is me, the building official, to a development services manager, which is very similar to what Monroe does. So that way someone can be managing and unsticking projects. I already do that. I run around and talk to people trying to kind of get the project unstuck. Usually developers call Russ. Russ comes to me, says, "Can you fix this?" Go talk to people. And so that's what I start doing. Thanks, Lori, for teaching me how to have difficult conversations with people. As a Black Belt Lean, it really does help have those conversations and push people to think about other opportunities and how to unstick a project. And then a reclass is succession planning. We have an assistant planner. We'd hope to make an associate planner in 2026. That's important for our succession planning. If we don't give people an opportunity to move up and learn and get more technical projects and skill development, we're going to lose them to other cities. And then we have to start again with training. So I know succession planning is big to the city. We're doing a podcast for MRSC. I always say it wrong.
AWC, I believe.
MRSC
Is it MRSC?
in a couple weeks.
WC next Thursday.
Yeah, in a couple weeks. So I'm really excited to see that. And it's really imperative to a city our size, not to just be hiring newbies, because when you hire newbies, that's the kind of work you get. And you end up spending a lot of time training and then they go to a different city. So we don't want to be the training ground for the city. We want to keep the people that we hire and train and put all of our effort towards. So this is a position reclassification. With that, we are proposing, that wasn't moved to your budget from the mayor's budget, but we proposed 3 new positions. Private property development engineer. Right now that we don't have that position for private property. We are relying on the engineer's submittal packet. We don't have a leader of the engineering group in development services. And that will be imperative as we move forward to a larger size city. A private property construction inspector to do stormwater inspections and to help manage the actual private property development and improvements that are happening. And then our planning intern, I just have to say thank you, Anya. Our planning intern is amazing. And he has just been hitting it out of the park. I know we do have a proposal in the overall budget for 4 interns. We've kept him busy. He doesn't even have time to visit with people. He's doing great. Cameron is a great intern for us. And so he's been working on our GIS.
We are actually, he's coming to Planning Commission for round 2 to present some of his data that he has presented for our critical areas update along with our step housing. So he's getting some really good experience for us. And he'll be starting on some emergency and at-risk housing maps along with wireless for us. So stay tuned. We're going to have more data.
So I've kind of talked about 5 of our requests that weren't approved in the mayor's budget offer. One of the requests was approved out of our 8. It is $7,500 and it's a required request. And I feel like I need to explain it a little bit. The State Building Code Council mandates in September next year that we go to the 2024 international codes. We are required by state law to have a copy because they're all copyrighted. We can't give our electronic copies to customers at all. So we're required to have a paper copy to let customers check out, citizens look at. So we need those paper copies. They range from about $200 to $350 per code book. There are 18 required code books that we will be adopting, just so you know. That's how many code books the building team institute every day. We have 18 code books, unfortunately.
How many people come in and look at them?
Oh,
People actually look at them?
we have a handful. I would say I don't have an exact number, but we do have a handful. We often have customers come in and ask for a specific code section and ask for us to explain to them what it is. So that's when we have to bring out the paper code book and show them at the counter, because the electronic ones that are also in this budget offer that are about $750 per employee, we only have 4 copies of the electronic ones, which are also code righted, so you can't share them or save them to the P drive. I found out years ago, even though I wanted to, so we didn't have to pay for 4. Those are $750 per code book, and we have 4 of them, those sets. So and then the building supervisor equipment and software, and we didn't even really talk about cars. We have a car that is used by all the planners, the building official, the planning manager, and we are proposing that they borrow that car for a while until we can buy one, which was approved in the 24 budget to buy or lease the new leasing program. I didn't talk about the leasing project because I understand we're talking about changing it right now. The building team has 3 cars that are up for the 5-year lease renewal, but I'll let Aaron kind of talk about that more than me. We didn't talk about postponing those, but I think Aaron's going to. Do you want to talk about the chart?
Oh, sure. Well, Carol briefly went over our chart. This is our staffing goal. The reason why we have our staffing goal and we're calling it development services is because we acknowledge as we've become a mid-sized city here at Lake Stevens is that we've gone through some growing pains and we've learned a lot. If you remember, as Barb and Councilmember Daughtry mentioned, back pre-2021, we had all our divisions over here in the buildings together, one big cozy family. We grew and it derived the need for separate facilities. Council recognized the need that Public Works needed their own building. Everyone needed to be together. Parks was growing. We needed a new Parks division and a director. They moved out. They had their building. These are great success stories for City of Lake Stevens. Our Public Works Department received their accreditation. That's a gold star. That's a big deal for a city to have that. I've come from a couple cities. They were not accredited. It's a huge accomplishment. We now have a very successful Parks Department. We are well known for our parks. The survey that went out in the pros plan, 600 people responded. Lucky you guys. That's more than we got for our comp plan. That's how much people care about the parks here in Lake Stevens. So what this shows is that having departments together and consolidated in a group shows collaboration, efficiency, and it allows for growth, unity, and a unified department. We're asking, because we've seen these success stories, to have that again for development services. We have this opportunity when we move to the municipal services campus to have that and create it, a permit center, and to have all those people who work for the private development community back together in one location So mom and pop, the developer, our stakeholders, our outside agencies can come in one place for a right-of-way use permit, talk to the building official or their inspector, not have to get in their car, or drive across town to talk to a civil plan reviewer, but they can come to one building. And these are comments and concerns we've heard from the folks who we do business with day in and day out. So this is why we have the ask before you. So I'd like City Council to consider that for your long-term goals here in the budget 2026, 2027. And let's see, I'm trying to think what else. I'm going to call it good. I'll leave it with that.
Gary, you're.
My antenna are up.
Did it? Did it go up?
Carol and Christie, thank you for your presentation. I guess I probably have a pointed question to the mayor as to, we've always wanted to have our building planning department pay for itself. So I guess the question is, why weren't these requests approved since they're in theory no impact on the general fund?
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
They are currently spending more out of that fund than they are bringing in as well. They have reevaluated their fees, and so it should start to look different. But at this point, it's doing the same thing as the operating fund, general fund.
Okay,
So
so
if
I guess
Yeah.
with that in mind, how can we,
Can I add some clarification? In January of 2025, our council approved a fee update. I'm so thankful. It is the first fee update planning and community development had done in 20 years. I'm not exaggerating. We were crazy underfunded before, and that's what Barb's referring to is the 2024 end budget. We were underfunded. Right now, we are past our projected revenue for planning and community development as we stand now, not even including the freeze for the next 3.5 months. We've already passed our projection. And next year we will pass our projection again also with the revenue that we're bringing in, because we also are asking for another fee update for CPIU. Instead of doing the once every 20 years, we're going to keep coming back annually, asking for cost of living updates. So that way we can continue to pay for ourselves. And at the end of the day, it becomes imperative that building and planning pay for their employees and our support for IT and HR and the other departments that we're doing so. And it'll take us a while to get caught up, but we were really underfunded before. So I hope that helps explain it. We have a credit card change coming too that we proposed that'll also help take some of the burden off the general fund a little bit.
Okay.
We'll talk about.
Well, I guess a couple of comments. Absent of any kind of economic development that we don't really have ongoing, the building and planning department is the facilitator of essentially our economic engine for this community. And if we don't have that, if, as Carol indicated, if the building community senses a different direction in the sense of serviceability, they will probably go elsewhere. And we don't have anything else going on. I mean, this is our thing. And we're talking about budget deficits. These buildings and development activity leads to stability of our general fund. And so I guess I'm kind of puzzled as to why we would want to hamstring this department. And I think the building community would be, well, I know they would be favorable to reasonable cost increase, assuming the service is there. If the cost increase are such that you got high costs and not very good service, that's a different story. But I do think that we do have a reputation throughout the community as providing a service that is efficient and user-friendly. And I'd hate for us to go away from that. So I would encourage that we focus on this. I'm probably a little biased in my thought process, but again, I don't see us going down a road of aggressive economic development. It's so what other avenue do we have? And It's right here. So
Valid points, Gary. I know one of the things we were when we originally looked at those positions, we were maybe on a couple of them, but we wanted to see what those revenue projections were. So it's good to hear that they're better than what we were thinking. So let's reevaluate those spots.
okay, thank you.
And Carol and I have talked about those. We think that my projections for 2025 are correct. I already projected out that we are going to bring in about 1.74 million, but the spend in that fund is about 22 or 2.2 million. So we're looking at projections for the 2026.
Yes.
It is a big undertaking the way Carol does it, which is amazing. Actually reaching out to developers and saying, where are you in the process? How many of these are actually coming in? And so it's going to take a little longer than my normal WAG. So we're going to look at what those look like and then kind of come back to these positions. But I believe the building supervisor is one of the positions that we said, yes, with all of the school district stuff and everything, it's going to have to be one of the ones that's January 1, no matter what. So.
And it is crucial. We did meet with the school district yesterday, Friday. They do have about 16 projects coming through, capital projects. They currently have 4 in the works, including 1 new elementary school. Yeah, they have a total of like 6 TIs and also new schools, a total of about 16 to 19 projects total over the next 1.5 to 2 years. So it's a lot. They've really asked for commitment on our part to deliver to them and provide them the level of service. And in turn, we've asked them to have their on-site delivery of materials to their property. and we would partnership to do what we can to secure, to make sure they get the development of their schools for our future kids and our residents and our family.
And that's just the school district.
That's
Then they have all the others.
Yeah,
literally.
that's only the school district. Yeah.
Did you guys want to speak to this final slide or?
Yeah, so we kind of went over a few of these things with the delay or the possible holding off of positions for next year's budget offer. What can happen with the workload that we are looking at coming down the pikes? Like Christy had already talked about, and I've already talked about, we right now are 99% of the time 24-hour inspection turnaround. We may have to bump that out occasionally to 48 if we just have 2 inspectors and don't get the inspection supervisor right away. That is a big concern because we are doing about 15 inspections per inspector per day. The known average for the Insurance Bureau rating is 10. So we are already way over by 50% per person. And if anyone is out or on vacation or has a baby, which we've had some additions to the building team, it just puts us in a world of hurt. We love them, but it really does affect everybody. Slower communication. We do 24-hour phone calls and emails, even if we don't have all the answers, but we may have to slow that down depending on the workload and the staff people that we have available. Extended construction timelines. So if you slow down inspections, that makes construction goes slower. Unfortunately, for the contractors in the field, they end up sending contractors home and coming back the next day. So we don't want to do that. And like Councilmember said, when you start getting that reputation that now we're kicking inspections out, now people will choose not to come into Lake Stevens if they can buy a parcel in Marysville down the street because they can get 24-hour inspections or faster permit turnaround times or whatnot. And then the property, the properties that are for sale, we have a run on those at the counter. That's why we felt like it was important to talk to you about what does the counter mean. We spend hours. We have a full-time planner who just does counter duty all day long on that day. And most of the time they have 3 or 4 hours of follow-up to do with just the people who come to the counter. Same with the building plans examiner and those permit specialists. The thought process for people is, oh, we automated it, so that makes permits faster. No, the old days of paper plans when customers came in and you checked it off to make sure they had a complete set and sent them away if they didn't. is gone and we do electronic plan review. Well, what does that mean? We are contacting people electronically by phone, by email 3 and 4 times to get a complete application. That puts a terrible burden on our staff. I know you guys authorized a permit lead in 2023, I think it was, or 2024. That has helped us immensely, and they are still maxed out busy. I understand our department keeps growing, and it's because our permitting complications and software and regulations keeps growing too. 18 code books is a lot to implement. And then just developer deterrence, we'd already talked about. And then one of the things I wanted to touch about, and I think Anya has already talked about it just a little bit, is the staff burnout. When people are running every day, all day long, it's exhausting. And when you have a fire you have to put out, people get anxious, right? When it's that way all the time, people will choose to go to a bigger city that is simpler, and all you do is plan review, or all you do is inspections, and you just get the minimum amount. We've already lost an employee to that. Last year, one of our senior planners, our principal planner, excuse me, we lost her to Snohomish County because it's just simpler. She didn't have to stay at work all day. She didn't have to cover the counter with those crazy hours. She didn't have to attend all the night meetings. So that's the reality of where we're at. So I just wanted to make sure we all know where we're at, and we appreciate it. One of the other things that did not get into the mayor's budget is a beautification program of $30,000. So I also wanted to let you guys know that too. And so I didn't put it on the slide before. That was my error. Sorry about that. Any other questions for Christy or I?
What would the beautification program pay for?
That I believe is for the mural at Marketplace. A
I
portion of
think
it.
that's already in the budget for
That's already-
Is that already in the
2025.
budget?
So
Then let me,
Beautification, it's usually the signs and things like
Yeah.
updating
Then-
the
Year with
Wayfair.
30,000 in there to
Y-
do.
Yeah.
This year's is going towards the mural.
And I'll just do the same pitch for the span of control. Carol's also at 7 direct reports without having that building supervisor filled on top of her doing the job and a half she'll be doing for the next 3 months.
so what?
Mayor, do you need a break? Can we move on to PD?
No, I.
Okay.
Drained.
I have a quick question.
We will
on-
pass it over to Dean and Julie.
Really quick question on scheduling. I know we talked about a working lunch. I just want to make sure, are we trying to cram in 2 more reports in the next 30 minutes, or are we planning on those going through the lunch, or? Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys. I just want to make sure we give you enough time, so.
I think we'll take a break.
I think
for-
we need a
to
break
get
for
our
lunch.
food when it's ready, and I will turn the Zoom off, so no conversations during that time. Let me just grab your food, come back, and then we'll turn it back on.
Okay.
Okay, please, now that Ryan put additional stress and, so obviously as population increases every year, so does our calls for service. With the increase of calls of service, there's likelihood, complexities of those calls for service also goes up. We put in that kind of third bullet point in there. We haven't been fully staffed since 22, and in 22, that was kind of a snapshot in time. I'm just looking at our org chart. Our cost reductions, savings for Q4 of this year, those frozen positions of 5 commissioned, that's 4 officers, and to backfill the commander position that I just recently vacated. Obviously, to get that commander position back into place as soon as we can is huge to maintain the integrity of our command structure. Julie, she touched on the 520 vehicle contributions. There's that annual savings of 52,000 there. I have recently cut, I went to each department and asked what we can cut, what training they had coming up, if it was a mandatory training, if it was a want or a need. We cut our kind of out of state training that wasn't mandatory. Chief and I cut some of our training, Julie's staff as well. Julie cut her training. Couple people were even willing to, share a hotel room. I didn't ask them, they came to me. So it's nice to know that, they're kind of working as a team, knowing that we're trying to do some savings here. I canceled an EVOC training. That's our vehicle training, our emergency vehicle operators course. That was it's a mandatory pursuit training, but RCW states that, or our training commission states that we have to do it every other year, and we did it last year. That's an all hands on deck training. That's all, half the department's on overtime during that. So we are still within our training commission guidelines. With that, just to push it back until next year. Citizens Academy. So my last check-in with Sergeant Hingen, who puts on our Citizens Academy, I kind of gave him the benchmark of at least 10 people registering for Citizens Academy. If we don't have 10, I would think about cutting it. He thinks we are going to have 10, maybe more. That is a huge community engagement tool. It has worked well in the past. I would much rather not cut that. It's 40 to 50 hours of overtime through the span of that fall academy. And the overtime would be our officers staying after shift or coming in on their day off to give their presentations. Our frozen positions right now, as I touched on, 2 officers, detective, traffic, and commander. Like I said, those are frozen. I'll touch on real quick about the proposed of, I'll go back to the frozen. Currently, as we sit on our org chart, is we have 35 commissioned officers. That brings us to about 0.83 officers per 1,000 citizens. Washington State is dead last in the nation, as I think you guys know. We're 51 out of 51. That includes DC at 1.35 officers per 1,000 citizens. My deployable right now brings us down to about 0.76 officers per 1,000. We don't want to fall too far behind where we need to be. And as I explained to Steve yesterday in 2 days ago in an email, population is not the only indicator of officers per 1,000. There's incidents, there's demographic, there's a bunch of things that go into that. How we pull our numbers is through a WASPIC report. Our Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs puts out numbers, and what a city like ours with population incidents per year should be at, they recommend 1.19. We're not too far off, but we're still below. With our proposed, and I'll tell you why we asked, obviously for 2 additional officers, was because to get us closer to that number, to maintain the level of service that not only I expect, the chief expects, our officers expect, but the citizens expect from us. I had asked for 1 support service sergeant, and that is because our current support service sergeant, he does everything basically non-patrol. Back when we created this position, wasn't that big a deal, right? Now he has taken on fleet, and that is a big heavy lift. If anybody's ever had to do with fleet, I know Kim has. He does all training for the department, and that's a huge lift because we are mandated by law and our training commission, and it changes daily sometimes. So he has to keep on top of all of that, get us registered and scheduled for training. We contractually went to the commission side of things, contractually went to a quartermaster system for uniforms. So he's taken on that project of quartermaster, and that has become quite a lift. Now I know the mayor is really eyeing the traffic camera, which part of this, not all of it is on the police department, but one thing that we have to do is each capture of that camera, we have to view it as law enforcement. I think everybody saw that in their presentation a couple meetings ago. So with that said, I need somebody in place to manage that aspect of things as well, to make sure that's getting done, to get it scheduled, make sure people are putting in for it. So that is going to be an additional ask. So, and obviously that all is our ask is to maintain that level of service that everybody expects. Tools and equipment, Julie had already touched on fleet. I won't go through that again. I'm going to jump back to one thing of Troy's ask. I know he kind of jumped over it a little bit, was that GPS base station. You wouldn't think, Troy had talked about our crime scene, the bars being raised by our prosecutors, what they want from us. Unfortunately, we have quite a few fatalities in our jurisdiction because we're surrounded by highways and state routes. Back when the mayor was a young officer, when there was, I didn't say the year, for a reconstruction, the prosecutors asked for measurement. That was a nail in the ground, and you took a tape measure and you measured skid marks and debris fields with tape measures, right? And then it went to total stations that the surveyors use, right? And that upped the bar. And then all of a sudden it was 3D scanners that they want. And now they want 3D scanners and drone footage, right? It is everything that is being asked of us. I've looked into scanners, 3D scanners, $60,000 a unit. I asked, okay, don't really want to ask council for $60,000 a unit. How about just sending somebody to train the trainer, $24,000? So I got together with all my cohorts through the region. They're in the same boat. So we're trying to look at a regional effort, and part of that is these base stations. The closest one to us is North Arlington. The farther we get away from those base stations, our accuracy kind of diminishes. Like I said, they're expecting CSI type stuff from us. From our past fatalities and crime scenes, I've had to ask other agencies, and luckily they've came and helped us. So far, we don't have an ILA of a crash scene investigation team regionally. It's just an ask. After we're done, it's just simply me saying, I owe you coffee. Well, I'm pretty charming and all, but that goes only so far with their command staff because they have to look at the overtime costs that their officers put in for helping us in our fatality collisions. With some of this GPS base station that Troy is alluding to, it's a not only a time saver for our crime scenes and our collision scenes, because we have to literally close down chunks of highway when we set up those scanning machines, or another agency sets it up for us, I should say.
Just a quick question. When you are asking for assistance for those investigations, do we go to a specific municipality most of the time, or is that kind of just shared across the region?
Get on the radio and say, help.
Okay.
Yeah. It was literally our last fatality collision. I was just happened to be having coffee with Marysville commander. And I looked at him and said, can you make some phone calls?
Yeah.
And it's as simple as that.
Okay.
And you know, we're not unique when it comes to bodies, however, staffing. So it's becoming harder and harder for them to help as well. There was a time that county said like, we can't do it anymore.
And are there, I guess I'm trying to figure out how widespread this issue is throughout our county. Are there other cities that are usually the ones asking and other cities that are usually the ones responding? Or is it like a?
Well, obviously the bigger, like Everett has their own, right? Arlington has a Faro system. That's the 3D scanner that you put in the middle of the road, the $60,000 one that they got from Grant. But they only have 2 traffic people, so they need to call and help. I have good relationships with Marysville and with county and with Arlington. So luckily they are always there to help. It's different when you have a fatality, however, at 9 o'clock in the morning, as opposed to 2 o'clock in the morning, right? It is me waking up my fellow command staff, you know, personnel from throughout the region and asking for help.
Okay.
So
that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. I'm assuming with this level of crime, we're talking about the county prosecutors, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming just walking through the chain of my mind, if they're asking for more, they're responding to pressure from defense attorneys and case law and just evidentiary requirements. Have we talked to the county at all about help with this type of thing? If it's an ask from the county prosecutor office, or is that something we could explore? Because if they're, I completely understand why they're asking for it, but if they're making the ask, I mean, help would be nice.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of first look at what we're talking about. I guess one of the things that first comes to my mind, anytime a prosecutor can triage a case and find a criteria to do so, you have 5 feet versus 10 feet, or I can go on the next case. So I don't know why they're wanting those requirements. We can ask Jason to find out.
It's simply a juror want, right? Absolutely. It is going to trial, and we have, you know, a society of CSI, you know, watching on TV, and they see the capabilities that are out there. And that's, you know, kind of what they're looking for.
Yeah, well, I mean, to the extent, because I mean, I would imagine it's a county position, their own metrics for success, and help me help you situation. So any conversation we can have.
Yeah, we can ask that question. Another reason to kill our TVs.
One last thing about the want. We had this past year had a wellness line item as well. I would really like to see that continue. I know we didn't put it in there. You know, it can be status quo right now. In 25, we have an in-house mental health professional in-house that comes every Thursday. She rides around with our officers. Our officers are super receptive to her. It's about relationships with these MHPs for us. I know the city has one as well. I'm talking about demographics for police department in general, which is huge. We had an incident a couple of weeks ago that a couple of my officers responded to a call. It was a hard one, right? It was CPRs and AED. It was moving stuff around so they get this guy that was trapped to try to save his life. And when these guys come back, you know, it's just quiet. And it was huge for me and for our peer support group to go to our in-house MHP and kind of brief her what happened. And I'm not going to require them to talk to anybody, but she has built relationships that she was able to sit down with them. And I think it is crucial. So just keep that in mind. Here's the order.
MHP currently is funded by CJTC grant. and which we've gotten 3 years in a row. The grant funding was opened up this last term to DOC as well. And so there was so many more applications that across the board, everybody's total award amounts were decreased. And so we were able to move some money around with what they awarded us. And so the entire grant goes towards her coming in to work with our people. And it's been very, very successful with her coming in.
Does the grant amount cover that 1 day a week?
It will not.
Okay.
So because she is fairly new this year coming into our building, she has been coming 1 day a week, but we've already discussed with her that, the grant award will end at the end of June of 26. And we're going to have to reduce her to twice a month in order to have her continue to come in, but just through the funding itself.
And is this a position that is it like an agency position? Is it shared with other jurisdictions?
No, we have just a contract with her to come in.
Okay.
And she may go to other departments as well, that, she has her own.
But just an
LLC.
independent contract. Got it. Thanks.
Do you see that particular person helping with PTSD retirement requests? In other words, negating some of those requests?
Potentially, we haven't had those kind of retirement requests in a little while. So prior to her coming in, even when Denise was coming, those had slowed down. So it's really hard to tell, that kind of impact.
Anecdotally, though, it would help.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
And some of our, like our investigations unit has taken it upon themselves to schedule check-ins with her for their unit, which I thought was a fantastic idea and use of that resource, and for onboarding and offboarding in that unit in particular is fantastic. There's our org chart. We don't have to go much more into that. We had talked about the requested and the frozen. Need to go on to the last. And here's just, I don't have to keep on reiterating what happens with reduced staffing for police. The big one is, I think, less community engagement. Kind of the rule of thumb for law enforcement is a 60-40 split on reactive to proactive police work, as in 911 calls to being proactive. When you have reduced that, it slides away from that. You get to, 70, 30, 80, 20 type of thing. You have less opportunity to go out instead of answering 911 calls because of staffing issues. We can be more proactive of making traffic stops, reducing speeds, finding DUIs, getting out of our cars, and engaging with the community. The trickle down is immense, obviously. Any questions?
I don't know if this is a question or an ask of the mayor or so much as a rant or all of them. So we pay $433,000 to Snow 911. That could be 3 FTEs, total cost and compensation. Why are we still paying that? In 2019, Snohomish County passed a sales tax of 0.01% to fund emergency communications. And ostensibly that was to replace the 800 megahertz system. It came in as $80 million. It was about $140 million bill. It was over. That's fine. The money that's coming in from the sales tax is considerably over that amount over 20 years. Q1, Snohomish County had over $5 billion in sales tax. At 0.01%, that's $5.1 million times 4 times 20. That's $400 million. I think this is a question that all city councils should be asking, is why Why? Why are we still funding that out of our general fund? And
I could answer,
if that number is not correct,
I could answer to some of that.
Okay.
Just my level of some of that, right?
absolutely.
We don't have the infrastructure, to create our own dispatch center. That's part of it.
Well, I'm not asking us because we contribute to Snow 911. And so that money, I guess what I'm asking is where is all that extra money going countywide that this sales tax is generating?
Yeah, it's not necessarily for the police department to answer. It's.
What I'm saying is we're paying it, Edmonds is paying it, Everett's paying it. Why are we still paying that out of our general funds when there's
When the county's getting excess money.
when there's this money here? And Barb, would that be, I mean, $5 billion in Q1? I mean, I'm not expecting you to understand or know the county's sales tax off the top of your head, but times that by 0.01%, that's $5 million.
I'd have to see what their actual
Quarter?
taxes are, but
Oh, I just pulled it up on the DOR website. I mean, it's a substantial amount of money.
Yeah.
So I just asked that question. That's not going to change. I mean, we're paying it this year. We're probably going to pay it next year. But I would think that at some point, the city councils would scratch their head and say, we've funded that. A portion of that is probably dedicated to paying the bonds for that. But what about the other money? Have they redefined what emergency communication is to something else? And so that money's going elsewhere? If so, the cities should probably push back on that and say, hey, we have some substantial needs.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good area.
I should ask or add super quick, some of the staffing, the new positions, we can use some, and Julie will touch on it in the afternoon on the public safety sales tax. She'll guide you through that roadmap of stuff that is requested and required for that sales tax versus the grant part of that.
Good job, Deputy Chief. Okay, great. The food is here, so I am motivated to have my game face on. All right, let's go. Okay, there were 70, so far we've closed 7,650 work orders in 2025. That number's way up. We're doing really well. We have just over 1,000 open work orders, 455 in streets, 198 in storm, some in engineering, some in facilities. It's all there for you. 770 of those are scheduled, which means we're using PMs and we're maintaining our assets. That's great. 318 are reactive. I just put in a couple more as I sat here. Emails from residents. Fine. There's 119 unresolved service requests. This is where it gets a little sticky. These are things that people have turned in. I know Councilmember Peter Shagan has turned one in. You're one of 119. Unresolved, yeah.
Whereabouts though? One
Where's my priority?
Yeah.
Top five.
Top five.
Top five. No question.
I heard 120.
Top five.
So even more important than what he is where's Debbie's 3?
Yeah, right. Right.
Because I got to listen to that every day.
I know. Anyway, there you go. So, the thing is, there are 60 of them are in engineering. Those are service requests that take longer. Those are service requests that are like new striping, new signage, traffic realignment, stop sign issues. So that's where we get hung up and slow down. Okay. The cost per engineering street/engineering work order, just based on the budget number, is $1,608 per work order. So when you submit, oh, there we go. That's better. When you submit a work order for a streets thing, the average is $1,600 to do the work. When someone does, I suppose, not just you, anyone. Sorry, Councilmember Peter Shagan, not picking on you, if you don't mind. If someone were to submit a storm work order, it would be about $618 per work order. Now, what's the difference? You're thinking, I bet. The difference is storm is underground and not as not as sexy as they say. They don't get a lot of service requests, but a lot of their work orders are just checking sediment and checking basins, which are fast. So that's why that number is lower. Streets, just more work. Okay, great. In terms of cost reductions, we are looking at extending the fleet replacement from 5 to 7 years or longer. That looks like a 10% cost savings in that area. I need more time. We need more time to look at it. What you're looking for is the depreciation of vehicles versus your lease payments, and you're sort of moving that needle and trying to find out where the savings are. If it's 10%, great. Janitorial services reduction. As Sarah mentioned, we have 2 vacant positions as janitors. Leave those open, contract for that work. Reduce delegated purchasing authority. We talked about that a little bit earlier. So make it harder to buy things. I don't like adding bureaucracy to make it to save $5,000. I don't want to spend $15,000 to save $5,000. I'm not going to put my people through that. So we'll take a hard look at that. Move streets maintenance worker to storm. We have a vacancy. So this year we could actually move a streets maintenance worker to storm that would come out of the stormwater utility. The problem is we have 455 open work orders in streets. That number will continue to rise. Fine. And then finally, reduce contracts for sidewalk grinding. So this year, eliminate sidewalk grinding. We have our own grinder. We can do some of that work. Okay, next slide.
So hold on.
Yep.
So that's a big issue in our city.
Mhm.
And I've been on probably 90% of our sidewalks in the last few months. And so we've asked for a plan to address that because some of the gaps are literally 8 to 12 inches that on our spray painted yellow. So that can and must be addressed. I mean, that's a
I'm with you.
liability for the city. And so if we have our own equipment or whatever, like we need to make sure that we have a plan. So I asked council president if we had something on the work group for that to be discussed as far as what our plan is for that.
Mhm.
But we need to be proactive in addressing that and make appropriate allocations to make sure that our sidewalks are reasonably safe for those that are walking them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Councilmember Ewing. I think it's a really important thing. And we do have a plan. We have a policy. I'd be happy to bring that as a department report in the future.
What's the timeline on that?
What's that?
What's the timeline on that?
Well, we have an ADA transition plan, so it's unfortunately it's decades to make everything totally passable or ADA compliant. But grinding, we work on every year. So again, I can share it as a department report if that's helpful. Oh, and to answer your earlier question, $920,000 is 21% of the streets budget.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, position request summary. It's been mentioned earlier. We have a few open positions that we will not fill this year. The city engineers, 1, FMTs, which are the janitors, and a stormwater maintenance worker, which we might transfer streets to storm. Okay. 2026 requests, traffic engineer, that would be funded by the traffic camera revenue. So that it seems like a reasonable request. Additional streets maintenance worker to get caught up on the pending work orders and sidewalk grinding, for example. Another facilities maintenance worker. If we're going to add a city hall building, we need to have somebody to maintain it. There's a reclass for a environmental program specialist, capital project coordinator. We have a long list of capital projects. We'll get to that a little bit later today. An intern, and then in the future, a deputy public works director. That might be most appropriate should the city assume the sewer district. So that's a future request. Maintaining service levels. We need to fill the city engineer position and the stormwater maintenance worker next year and add a janitorial services contract. All right. I'm not going to, the equipment is listed there. It's just equipment that makes things easier to maintain, added safety. A traffic calming program would be great. The community's asking for it. Replacing fleet vehicles is important. And then we've talked about the Lundin Parkway rock approach replacement, all those rocky areas that are filled with grass right now. We keep burning them off. Well, we bought a better weed torch, so maybe that'll help. But that's something that would be a nice to have. All right, next slide. All right, there's the org chart. You can see the green are the 2026 budget requests, traffic engineer, capital project coordinator. The justification for the capital project coordinator is we have many capital projects and we're not getting to them. And I'm going to show you that a little bit later today. Great. Finally, impacts to service levels. So hold the line, maintain service levels. I think we're going to see an increase in unresolved service requests. I think we'll see an increase in open service work orders. We'll track it and report back. I think we already see overburdened capital project staff. That's a fact of every city. And it can be a good thing to have in terms of more projects that serve the community, but it does burn out our staff. And then in the future, I think we'll see reduced janitorial and facilities maintenance services. So we might go down to 1 cleaning a week for city facilities, which is okay. And we might see staff take out their own garbages and vacuum their own office space and dust their own surfaces. I think they'll survive. The benefits, which we didn't have, but the benefits, in my opinion, this is character and team building. These things, we really start to find efficiency when we look at budget and budget shortfalls. And I think that especially where we are in public works and the steps we've taken, I think we can realize more efficiencies.
Okay. I'd like
Thanks for
to,
that, Aaron.
I'd like to maybe chime in on just on supporting of that boom lift. We depend on someone to go up and service, cameras and do cleaning. And when we have hardware failures, we have to wait, and it's critical for us to have something to be able to do this stuff ourselves without having to do rentals. So I just want to put that out there.
I just want to say thanks, Aaron, for saying that. This really was a really great team building experience, and not just in each department, but coming together. And Julie said it really well when we talked about it last time, is this isn't the first time we've been through this. This isn't the first time, we've had to, look at our budgets this way and do decreases and hold things. This isn't the first time, and it's not going to be the last time. It's not dire. We just need to make some adjustments and make some good decisions, and council have some nice hard decisions to make and coming in the future. But we can do this. We're good at what we do. We can do it. And I just really appreciate the collaboration that you guys have brought. So, and we'll see some of that stuff later on the revenue stuff and the recoupment of fees. So Mayor Jean, do you want to send us off?
Well, if I could, really quick, I just wanted to say, so Barb, I was going to say a lot of what you just said, so thank you for making it easier. I did want to especially call out Director Halverson. One of the first things we saw is this ability to be able to shift some of the tax revenue between funds because the street fund is in condition to do so. I understand it was a team effort, everybody looking at it, but I also think it was kind of refreshing. I think in public spending, there tends to be this kind of mentality of, get the biggest piece of the pie you can or keep what you kill. So the fact that we have departments that are efficient enough and nimble enough that we can move things around like that, I appreciate that. So thank you.
I don't have anything. I think we can eat. I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, how long would you like to take for lunch off Zoom?
Let's just do 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Or did you want to go? I mean,
I know
it's getting kind of warm in this room, so the sooner we can get out of it, the better. So why don't we
20's
just
good.
take 15 to grab our food and let's move on.
It used to
We can eat.
be cold all the time.
All right, let's kick this back off. Aaron, talk to us about the traffic safety camera program.
All right, welcome back from lunch. We're going to talk about the traffic safety camera program, and we've talked about this several times. So you're going to see a lot of things you have already heard, but I'm really going to, I think we're going to be hyper focused on locations and potential revenues and safety as the three primary objectives. And so as we're working through this, keep that in mind. Okay, so there are four main things we're going to cover. We're going to go through a little bit of background again. We're going to go through an ordinance summary, which the council adopted the ordinance, I think, in early July for this program. And since then, we haven't done a lot of work on traffic safety cameras. I took a couple weeks off and things slowed down and the city engineer position was vacant. So we haven't had a lot of time, but we'll visit that again. And then analysis and recommendations and next steps. Great. So here are the touches to date. I won't read them all, but there are 6 touches so far, at least, including today. I think there are more. And this was the little picture there was a flow chart that we had process chart we had talked about at our the council's last retreat. All right. Here we go. Traffic speeding is the new normal. So speeding combined with police staffing shortages, which Deputy Chief Thomas, is it Deputy Chief yet? It is. That's close enough. I think we can go there. Staffing shortages and limited enforcement. And so we have, speeding is a serious issue in Lake Stevens and elsewhere. It's either distracted driving, speeding, or driving under the influence. Those are kind of the top 3. So one of these we can influence with traffic safety cameras. The state law allows for traffic safety cameras just real quickly, and it's in the ordinance as well, in school zones, hospital zones, public parks, roadway work zones, and essentially anywhere else, 1 camera per 10,000 residents. So remember that. Okay, great.
Each direction or just facing one direction for one location?
One location, so 2 cameras, both directions. Yeah. Good question. Okay, so here we go. So if you're a pedestrian and you're walking in the roadway, that's just not a good way to put it. If a pedestrian is walking in the roadway and they're struck by a vehicle or just struck by a vehicle at 20 miles an hour, 9 out of 10 pedestrians survive that. We've looked at this before. 30 miles an hour, it's 5 out of 10, and 40 miles an hour, 1 out of 10 generally. This matters. And the reason this matters is we have a lot of little kids walking in school zones on arterials, and you'll see in a minute, where speeds are higher than 20, even though they're posted at 20 when the lights are flashing. Okay, great. So here's the quick summary of the ordinance. And we really did the council really approved the ordinance that included everything. So we can create a program that's really customized to Lake Stevens. So we can use cameras in school zones, in school walk zones. So if you remember, there's 2 options there. There's the option where only when the lights are flashing are the cameras activated, or we designate those areas as school walk zones, and their cameras are activated enforcing speed at the time. So 20 miles an hour when the lights are flashing, whatever the posted speed limit is when they're not. The motivation for that is kids are going to their schools after hours during the day. They're frequenting these areas as pedestrians. And I think that's true. And I think you'll see that in the community. They're going to play in the playgrounds. They're going to play in the fields. This is their second, maybe their third place, right? Okay. Public park and hospital zones, roadway work zones, high-risk crash areas. That's that 1 per 10,000 residents. And then stoplight violations. Go ahead. Yeah. Good. It's a good question. I should do some more research on this and see whether or not, like State Route 9 or 92, if they had a stoplight or the intersection, is eligible. And it might be eligible for a traffic safety camera. We work with WashDOT to classify roadways. So I'll give you an example. State Route 92 is generally maintained in many ways by the city. And the reason is they consider it sort of a city street in terms of maintenance. So that might be an eligible location for a stoplight camera.
But like Evergreen Way is Highway 99 in Everett. But it's a city street.
Yes. Yeah.
So I guess the question comes in the future, does Highway 9 that goes through Lake Stevens become a city street? Or, yeah.
Yeah.
Or 204.
And with that comes all of the maintenance obligations.
Yeah. Why do we look at that? I mean.
I know, I'm with you.
And that even depends. In the city of Monroe, 203 runs right down through town, which is Lewis Street. They're in charge of the overlay maintenance and
Right.
fixing potholes and stuff. The city sweeps it, takes care of the sidewalks and all that. So there's typically an agreement, a maintenance agreement in place on each roadway.
Yeah.
I'm sure the state, if we asked, would give us a lot of money to maintain it if we made it a city street.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they would. Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah, I'm a little off kilter on that one.
$162 billion.
yeah, that's true for 92 as well. They're responsible for the the pavement condition and pavement markings, but we sweep it. We deal with the vegetation. Yeah. Okay.
The only way I could see that really working is on 204, though. There's only one light at 92, so like that's
I know.
fine. But what about speed?
Yeah.
That's a different animal, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So 204 might be a good one.
It might be. Yeah. And what's that?
204 on Lundin Parkway, where cars routinely go 60 to 100 miles an hour in the 30-buck zone. That would be a spot that is also crashing.
Might be a good red light camera location as well. We can look at that. Okay. All right. Okay, so here we are. This is the summary of the ordinance and kind of where we are. So council passed the ordinance in July. The next step really for us is to do the equity and crash analysis. We've started that internally, sort of based on the data we have. We will be using a consultant to complete that. It's just we simply don't have the resources to perform that in-house right now. And then once we've determined the locations and reported back to council and council gives us the thumbs up, the signage will be placed 30 days prior to activation. Photos, there's some requirements regarding photos and reporting. And then, obviously there's a lot of work on the part of the police department to review camera footage and photos and so forth and issue violations. So.
Can you give us just the cliff notes of what the equity and crash analysis consists of?
Yeah, sure. So the state RCW requires that we look at community equity. So distribution, are we overly locating, for example, camera systems in areas where you might have minorities or lower income people or higher income people for that matter? So they require that we look at those things through that equity lens. And it actually, I think it makes practical sense comparing sort of, you wouldn't want to aggregate everything in one area and target a certain population. So we want to make sure we're hyper focused on safety first, but also distribution, equitable distribution.
And is it that they're doing the analysis to help determine where the cameras go, or we're saying this is where we think we want the cameras to go, and then they do the analysis on those sites?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
And so we've done the analysis on where we think the cameras should go. And we've done, Lori spent a lot of time doing that and at many locations. So we'll feed that to the consultant, and we'll also feed the speed data we have across the city and let them as traffic engineers take a look at it and decide, you missed 204 and Lundin Parkway, for example. We should look at that.
Okay.
So we'll do both.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the way infractions work. They're mailed to the vehicle owner within 14 days. There's a few options of fines, which I don't think, we will cover in just a minute. And the ordinance is already effective. This is a flow chart of the next steps. So as I mentioned earlier, we've gotten through 3 of the 6 steps to get this thing running, moving. And so the next step is this study of the location, safety, and equity. But we've done some of the work already. So I wanted to present that to you today. Go ahead. So here's the process that we put in place. So the city purchased a service called Urban SDK, or its data set. We'll call it a data set. And Urban SDK, what they do is, and we all knew this is happening, is they harvest the data from the phones you put in your vehicle when you drive around the city, and it reports out how fast you're going and your trips and so forth. Well, Urban SDK sells that data. They can, yeah, yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's the telemetry. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Fine.
And-
So
and we
newer vehicles, it's tracking those.
And it's about 20 to 30% of the vehicles in the city is the data set.
Okay.
And then SDK basically has some statisticians that look at that and they help adjust and give us the best data available based on that 20 to 30% that are actually measured.
Great. Fantastic. Lori is the expert in the Urban SDK data. Thank you, Lori. And then what they do is we looked at road segments around the schools, or Lori did, and did some analysis and prioritized the schools where the highest speeds and highest traffic volumes are located. And we're going to get to that data here in just a minute. I hope. What's next? Okay, here. Great. All right. So here are the little dots. It's always, Lori, it's always dots.
I know I like dots.
Yeah, it's fine. Here are the dots at the schools across the city, and the number. Lori, why don't you explain this one?
Yeah, no problem. So essentially the dots are the locations of where the schools are actually located. We'll see on the next slide, each of the colored dots correspond to a specific school or school zone in the case where we have like a middle school and an elementary school right next to each other, but they just get one dot. And the way we read this, and I just realized the next chart will actually be the accurate one, so my apologies. But essentially the first number is the number of trips, and the second number is the median speed through that zone, essentially. So if we think about when school is in session, the school zone speed should be 20 miles an hour. But we can see that the median speed is 29 miles an hour, 28 miles an hour. So it's anywhere between on average 8 to 12 miles an hour over that 20 mile an hour school zone speed.
So to go back to that,
Yep.
so that's
And actually, we can stay on this slide for
that's
it.
just during the school time. There's 400-ish. There's 489 trips during schools in time.
So the way that I decided to pull the data based on the ordinance that gives us the ability to have traffic cameras 24/7, I went ahead and I actually pulled the median speed for the entire 24-hour days. And then because I was trying to focus us on safety around schools and students are in school Monday through Friday, I made this data for the number of trips based on Monday through Friday. So the data that we're seeing up here, these are the number of trips through the school zones going one direction. Well, there's 2 approaches, right, to our school zones. So there's trips going westbound, for example, trips going eastbound, for example. That is the total number of trips on average for Monday through Friday. That median speed accounts for the speeds that are captured anywhere from midnight, so in the middle of the night, all the way through AM peak, through early afternoon, through rush hour in the evening, and then into the evening. It accounts for all of the time zones that were available with the data set that we purchased.
So I'm not trying to hip shoot your data, but I think I'm trying to. So you're telling me that there's only 835 trips in a day in front of Hillcrest Elementary?
Correct.
That are-
Yes,
Oh,
that are
oh, okay,
speeding.
Okay, track it.
Sorry about that.
I'm on the missile now. We got it. I'm getting it.
It's a really important piece that I probably skipped over, so my apologies.
Everyone else.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of others who were under. Got it.
Yes.
Speed limit.
And if you're curious, I went with the median because it tends to adjust the outliers. So there, when I looked at this data, some of the high speeds during the time periods I looked at, they were like up there. Like there were ones in the 60s. I think I saw one at 74 miles an hour. But what I didn't want to do is paint a picture based on the couple of speeders that are in that top 5 or 10% of speeding. I wanted us to focus on what are most people doing, and the median helps us to understand that. Troy?
So I know police officers, you have to rush to locations and stuff like that. Does it help though to filter out?
So apparently Urban SDK does filter out first responders. I don't know how they do it, but they say they do. Good question. So what we have here on this chart, this is it's a payoff matrix. So it helps us to assess two types of characteristics on a 2x2 matrix. Along the x-axis, we have the daily average traffic volume above the limit. So these are the people that are speeding and number of trips where people are speeding. The y-axis, we have the average speed at that median or 50th percentile. And so as we went into this analysis, we were really trying to understand where would it make sense for us to start, assuming that higher traffic volumes with a higher rate of speed would be a logical place for us to at least consider putting cameras first. So in that upper right quadrant, we have two schools, including Hillcrest Elementary and Mount Pilchuck Elementary, that are in that high volume, high speed category. And then we have a bunch of schools that are in the upper left quadrant. And these are ones where they have lower traffic volumes, but they still have relatively high speeds. And what we'll see here on the next slide are our recommendations for what 3 schools we would recommend looking at. But I want to pause here. Are there any questions about the data or what this graph is trying to tell us?
Just one quick question. I don't see Lake Stevens Middle School listed, but is that represented by the skyline?
It
dot?
is.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed the part. How does this one differ from the chart on the slide before? Because we only have the one before.
Yep. So I have a typo on this one.
Oh, no, sorry. I've got a chart in my packet where the midline on the x-axis is 1200. It looks just like this, but the dots have different values. And so I want to make sure that I'm looking at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So as I was refining the data, I realized I was initially double counting the trips.
Okay, so this is the corrected version of what?
Correct. Yep.
It was interesting to see that the high school had in point.
Correct. And
Where the high schoolers are.
yeah, and that's what you would think. But when you look at the way the streets are laid out,
So they can't get up to speed.
yeah, and there's a bunch of 2 and 3 block segments. So how fast can you get up to speed in 2 blocks, right?
It's not for lack of trying. They try.
Yeah.
The other one is North Lake Middle School, similar, right? It's just the way that school's configured with stop signs and intersections, the speeds are lower.
Yeah.
Mhm. Probably the only.
Thank you to Travis.
All right.
The only other thing I will call out on this graph, there's 2 schools where we actually have 3 approaches, where there's current school beacons at 3 locations and not just 2. So I called out on the graph at Mount Pilchuck, that data that is up here only accounts for 2 of the 3 approaches. The approach on the ball field side of Mount Pilchuck, so not 20th, but the other approach, the speeds are much lower, so I pulled that data out. But the data for Highland Elementary, I included all 3 because all 3 approaches had almost equally high speeds.
I can maybe turn Zach on this so that we can get a linear block route, on where
No.
he sees that thing.
No, we'll have a consultant help us for the next part.
No, we can get you data.
Yeah, I mean, Did you be able to see those routes by the like the P color of like?
Totally, yeah.
We have the data.
Yeah. And that's actually how Urban SDK has it laid out. So I had to pull that data from individual road segments and then work with it from there. So we actually do have that. It's got a cool aerial view and you can see the exact, part of 20th Street that you're looking at.
All right, what's next?
Yeah. Aaron, do you want to take over?
Sure. But you're going to have to fill in. Okay. So the top three, we think the top three locations are initially Hillcrest, Mount Pilchuck, and Skyline Lake Stevens Middle School. Now we'll look at equity, but we're across the city. It should be okay. It shouldn't be any issues, but we'll take a look at it. And then the top five if you were to add two more, it's Glenwood Elementary and Stevens Creek over at Soper Hill. Are you guys familiar with all the locations of the schools? Should we bring that map back up?
Definitely know that.
Okay. Okay, good.
So the other thing about that though is the Stevens Creek Elementary Road Learning Center, they're actually gonna build another school there. So that's.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the Stevens Creek location, they're going to be getting another elementary school there, so that's gonna actually potentially make it worse.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, more pickups and drop-offs and more kids on the
Or
roads.
bring the speeds down because of the congestion.
Could.
That would be good. Yeah, right now, right in front of my house is where the peak speed is.
So
Yeah.
when I look at
Sorry.
that one, by putting the camera up at Hillcrest, do we lower our issues at Lake Stevens Middle School? I mean, are we being redundant with those ideas?
That we talked about that and we'll do more analysis there. And so if you were, for example, if you were speeding on that road and you would go through two school zones and you would potentially, in this case, get two tickets.
Yeah, rack them up.
Yeah, right. But maybe we're doubling effort. So we'll take a look at that.
But I guess my thought is that's concentrating in two spots or in two cameras in one spot when maybe we look at another spot in another area of the city.
Yeah.
I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, nope, good idea.
Yeah, but in that area, you got two distinct traffic times because they
That's
enter
true.
into their schools at different times.
Good point.
But you're still correct. You might be double ticketing somebody, which should be fine, but
it is.
I think that what the mayor is trying to say is, do we take that one camera out of there and put it someplace else that might be more useful?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. One of the things on 91st to remember, it's a minor arterial and there's a lot of cut through traffic. People are avoiding State Route 9, taking 91st down to Costco, right? Yeah.
So Lori, when you look at the Stevens Creek one, are you looking at the road from the roundabout down to Lake Drive? Is that the road we're talking about? So 29. That's gonna.
29th is the road that goes up to
Yeah.
the school from Lake Drive or comes down from Soap Hill. So you have two other approaches, one from 92 on Lake Drive, which is really constrained because everybody's parking on the street there. So you have to slow down. Or you could come from Lundin Parkway onto Lake Drive or down Soper Hill down to Lake Drive. And that's where most of the cars come, especially the ones that are speeding.
And to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, I pulled the data. I picked road segments that were where the current school beacons are placed. So I don't remember exactly off the top of my head where the current school beacons are, but I can get that for you if that's something you want to see.
Very close around that at the bottom of 29. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're only 100 yards from there.
Yeah.
But going up there.
And I believe there's one north and south of the roundabout.
They're about 100 yards from the roundabout that goes up the hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have two questions about, well, it's a little louder now. Thanks. About what we're measuring. Do we have any data about the number of kids present in these areas? Or, I mean, are we assuming it's apples to apples? Do some have 10 kids that walk and others have 100? I mean, I want to make sure that ultimately at the end of the day, it's about making sure kids in these zones are safe and how do we protect the greatest number of kids. But we can address that one. The second thing, I think this will be an issue later on when we start looking maybe more at the high school. That chart you showed about the speed differential and the fatalities. I imagine there's a difference between 10, 18-year-olds and 10, 8-year-olds. And so does that factor into this analysis?
Yeah, it does. Both of those things you described factor in, and those are things we'll look at in that analysis, and they're important metrics. Yeah.
One of the, maybe this is already being looked at, but I think to look at those schools and look at the percentage of kids that aren't bused.
Yeah.
Because we definitely have schools where there's a whole lot more walkers because of where they're located and the current busing rules.
Yeah, great point. Yep.
Yeah, but what does that really tell us, Angie? Does it tell us that they're bused or that mom's in a hurry to get there?
Well, I think it definitely tells us how many kids are safer because they're in a bus and they're being dropped off. So whether they're being dropped off by a parent or walking,
Yeah.
that's increasing walkers and increasing busy dads and moms.
I absolutely, I did my
Thank-
gender privilege.
Yeah, thank you.
Moms and dads.
Anecdotally about that though, is what you were asking about how many kids are on the road. If you just look at the Stevens Creek one, or Lake Drive, for instance, there's very few kids that are walking down where I live. There's very few kids on the other side of the roundabout. There's quite a few. And that's where the slower vehicles are. So the safety aspect down on the south side is a lot less than it would be on the north side. Because there's just not that many kids walking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Assuming the consultants are going to look at all those things.
Yeah, this is really just it's a first go at the data that we had available, and there's more to come.
Can I just make a mention here? So I'm hearing everybody fine, but when you're away from the camera, it does duck down. And if someone else is speaking, it'll totally flood out in person. So just make sure to speak into the microphones.
Lori, did you want to cover the revenue projections or do you want me to take it and
How about you take it?
you can fill in the blanks? Okay, great. So we did what we could with the data we had at the 3 locations. And this is the assumption that it would be a 24/7 school walk zone. The revenue is consistent with what we've presented in the past, and it really is cumulative revenue or year over year, but you're looking at a revenue at $145 fine penalty. It's $3.5 million after the expenditures without a Lake Stevens court. And we always have this, it's the same thing we've shown you several times. I think we're operating under the assumption that at this point, we're not going to have a Lake Stevens court as this program starts. So I think it's safe to say the first 2 are the ones we should consider. So the first year, $3.5 million of net revenue, 4.3 million in penalties. And then these things accumulate year over year, the revenues accumulate. So again, this revenue has to go into either running the program, paying for officers to review it, paying for program costs, or traffic safety improvements or engineers to review traffic safety in the city.
So, but those numbers don't reflect known percentage drops based upon driver education. Right? Like,
It does. So after, I can go back into the model, but there's a 70% drop after the first 30 days, if I remember correctly. And then there's a 70% drop year over year is
Right.
how the model was created.
After the
how's the
first
revenue
year, and
going
then it
up?
stops. That's the
that's a
baseline.
cumulative, is that cumulative revenue?
It's cumulative
It
revenue.
is.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, it's a little confusing. We probably won't do that again. We'll change that. It's easier to read, but yeah, that's with the 70% drop twice.
Yeah.
Well, but that, your numbers don't,
So it's basically saying 3.5 million per year is what that chart is showing. It doesn't reflect 70% drop and then a 70%
Yeah.
drop from year 1.
Yeah, let me
So those numbers don't look accurate to me.
check I think the first year is good, and I don't know if we dragged and dropped the rest of the years properly. Again, it was kind of a scramble last week or this week actually. So we did our very best, but let's assume the first year is good and we'll fix the out years.
The other thing I noticed about that I'd want to double check is it looks like in no year is it more beneficial to have our own court? Is that?
Right.
Yeah, so I'd be curious if that's actually correct.
Yeah, I don't.
Then why are we even talking about it?
I think we pushed the numbers out too quickly. I apologize. I think we pushed the numbers out too quickly.
One
But-
other, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
One other question. I remember this from an initial conversation. We talked about that reduction in violations after the cameras are in place. And we had talked about at that point, potentially moving the cameras to different places. Does this take any of that into effect? This is the same 3 places static. Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah, yeah. And when we'll share the new revenue, updated revenue projections at a future department report. I apologize, these aren't accurate. But good point, Councilmember Jorstad. You're right. So ideally, you would reduce speeds with, you'd use the revenue generated in the area where the cameras are to improve safety, create safer roadways through engineering and projects, right? And you would move them. That's the goal, right? And move the cameras to a different school and repeat the process, or a different location and repeat the process. Yeah.
Sorry, is there any data out there on how, like a rebound time period, once you move them away? How long do the drivers tend to, follow the speed limit before they start ramping back up?
No, but I think it's a good question, Councilmember Donahue. And I know it's a good question because I think that will be a thing, but hopefully you can engineer solutions like we talked about Lake Stevens High School, where they can't speed because the roadway geometry or safety is there to slow them down. It prevents them from doing that. That would be the goal. All right. Yeah, so the next step for us, for the city, is to go execute a contract with a consultant to really dive into this data and get really good projections and equity information to come back to council. I'd like to do that in the next few months. So
Hey, Aaron, what's that contract going to cost?
it just like every
50?
$50,000 to $100,000.
So I would rather us hire the traffic engineer who's going to do this with that money and let him roll into it. Right? Like let's don't pay someone else and then we lose that knowledge. Let's hire the traffic person who's going to run this program, hire him now and get him on it.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do that. So I've said it, so it is done. Can I do that? Gene, can I do that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's right.
So
I
think this table might have something to say.
I just don't want to spend 100 G's on something and then we lose that person. Like if we're already going to have someone run this program, let's just hire that
So
person.
you're saying we'd have to front the money initially until the revenue comes in. Once the revenue comes in, then that salary would be
Sure.
paid for by
Yeah.
the.
So you've just changed priorities on operating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything we've done this morning is.
Kurt, Kim, can you turn the microphones on?
Yeah.
I said the mayor just changed his priorities on the FTE, which is what this conversation is supposed to do.
It's easy.
Any additional questions? And thank you guys very much for listening to our presentation. And thank you, Lori, for putting the data together. I really challenged her with this one. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions? Follow up? Okay.
Am I next, Kelly? Oh, good. No. I heard they switched it around. Please. You probably win, Sarah. Yeah.
I can go whatever.
Kelly just.
Are you up and ready? Let's go. Sarah, let's go.
Oh,
Parks is up.
I'm flexible.
Am I supposed to share my screen? I realize I'm not in the.
She can promote you.
Yes, please. Let me take a break. The PDF? Okay, Barb, if you could, that'd be lovely.
Thanks, Barb. I'm busy. You're IT.
Or I can absolutely just join really quick if that's easier. Okay.
I thought she was in. Okay.
It's the Teams meeting, is that correct?
Huge thing of food.
Oh. Sarah, do you have it?
Nope.
Sorry, I missed that.
The air is one side, nice and big.
It feels like.
It's not.
I now have it. Okay. Oh, sorry, Sarah. You're okay. This is all on me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Brightness.
Yeah. Yeah, this is.
Okay, I'm just now joining and then I'll be pushed over so that I can share my screen. We're going to be diving into parks, property tax and what that could look like for the city if council does want to pursue it. I provided the full presentation in your packet as well. We started to touch on this in the last council meeting that we had and gave you a high level overview. And now I'm diving down further into the details as requested at that meeting. Yeah, she's in there. If I can just find the share button, I finally found that. Okay, perfect. So as an overview today, we're going to go through a project list with estimated costs, tax rates, and the amount of revenue it would bring in for parks, and then existing property tax levies to give you a holistic view of what that would mean for the residents of the city. And then go over dates of elections if you would like to proceed to start talking about when. The project list is based on all estimates. Now we're going to have a much better idea of cost after the PROS plan is completed at the end of this year, as well as an updated list of projects, both for maintenance on what we have today, using the depreciation models, as well as new projects and items that are requested as a need by our residents. What I've done here is put it into the priority level that the Parks Department believes would happen based on the year that we had it in the calendar. We believe that Lundin restroom followed by Davies restroom are the first two that need to be remodeled. The difference in price, at least for the estimate, is assuming that Lundin would need a full rebuild, whereas Davies may be able to be gutted and remodeled. Essentially, Lundin, if you've never been in the plumbing alley, you can barely wiggle into it. And so trying to repair pipes or anything else is not feasible. There's really not enough room to push into the restroom space. We can also analyze if we keep a concession there or go more to kiosk style concessions in the future. They have that for non-motorized as well as Simple Foods. I won't go through all of these, but as you go through the list, there are several that we don't have good cost estimates for, as we've never even looked into what it needs to be repaired. Something like the bulkhead at Davies. When you go down to Davies, there is a block wall that drops down into the water. There's a ramp for ADA access. That is slowly failing to the point where we're backfilling sand into it to keep the top level even for beach use. And we know it's not fully ADA compliant. It's pretty steep if you are trying to use it. So that would need to be completely remodeled. For now, we put a placeholder of 500 based on best case scenario if we can just pour a slab and be done. But if we're having to really redo the whole area, that could drastically increase. I put a total cost of running cost down the side to show you this list alone is up to 21 million. This doesn't include new park acquisition. This doesn't include a lot of the smaller fixes or of course things that are going to be coming. So you can just keep in mind that the parks have a lot of needs coming up, especially with aging infrastructure. We can come back to this at any point unless anyone has questions now.
Yes, I've just asked this question before, but as far as the number of grant money that's available to pay for these projects, and with like the TBD said, no, we don't want to bond it and do that because we want to be able to get grant money.
Yes.
But I haven't had any conversation about that regarding the park. So if at some point in your presentation you present it, would be helpful.
I'm not, and I apologize, Councilmember Ewing. I saw your email that had come in yesterday, but I was unable to respond to it. Essentially, my goal would to have every project at least 50% grant funded. We were successful with Frontier Heights, where over $2 million was raised. We might have to put 200,000 into that. Same with Cedarwood at this point. Cedarwood Recreation is fully funded. We don't anticipate any general fund needs in order to complete that project, other than the little lift we're doing right now for the feasibility design engineering portion. We've already spent a little bit on that. But when you look at restrooms, when you look at ADA, when you look at playgrounds, all of those things can continually be funded. The thing that is very difficult to fund is operating costs for a parks department, staffing and supplies. Equipment can be grant funded, but it's very competitive and hard to find.
Sarah, is your project list over 10 years, 15 years?
It comes from the 20-year plan that we have in the comp plan, although most of it does fall within the next 10 years just due to need. But of course, once the pros plan is done, we'll have to revise this. A lot of the projects just continually get pushed out, such as Eagle Ridge Park. You'll notice it's not in here because it's already in the works. That's estimated to be a $2.5 million project, and Eagle Ridge Park has been open for 10 years. Right now it's on hold. We haven't been able to reopen the design and engineering. It's stuck at the 30% phase. It was set on hold for acquiring the property next door. We're anticipating pushing that forward in late fall or early winter, and to go back to the 30% to include the new parcel and then carry it forward. So Eagle Ridge is about a 2-year build out. We showed 3 of these categories in the council meeting. However, I've added some rows at the bottom to show you at the different tax rate with the total amount of money coming in over 6 years. What would it look like if you took 20% for operating, 40% for operating, or 50% for operating? Of course, you can propose that this is 80% operating and only 20% are left for public or for projects. But it really is a conversation about what do we believe the residents would support, as this has to be voted in and it will have to be revoted after 6 years or it goes away. So if you put a property tax on that is very operational heavy, the city can have quite a loss if it doesn't renew in 6 years. And you don't want to build up a system that's not sustainable over time. That's really hard to do. We just simply highlighted the 0.22 rate, as we know it is a biteable amount for the residents. It doesn't increase their bill all that much. The average homeowner would be paying about $110. So we think that that one probably would have a good likelihood of getting passed. Of course, as you increase it, we're all just playing the guessing game, and everyone in here has their opinion on that. If you were to go with the 0.22, 20% for operations would be 2.5, and that would leave 9.6 for projects. If you were to go more of a 50-50 split, it would give you 6 million each way. If you were trying to fund $20 million worth of projects over the next 10 years, of course, this would have to increase. What is not on the project list is if we are going to do a community center out at Cavallero. It didn't include any of those costs, as that is going to likely be its own project. Unlikely membership would have to be obtained to enter it. So it's the question of if we think property tax could be used for that, if the people would support it. It also doesn't include if we were to take over the Lake Stevens Community Ball Field. If we were to take over the Lake Stevens Community Ball Field, I do believe the operations and maintenance could be covered with the revenues generated after upgrading to synthetic turf. However, you have a $9.5 million lift just to go to synthetic turf and add lights. That would need to be funded internally. Grants, we could pull in a few million of grants, but I would think it would be unlikely to hit the 50% mark on that. Of course, we could look at sponsorships and actually have logos on the turf field and get creative if we were to be strong about going down that path in the future. Flipping to the next slide, I just remind you, if we did go with the 0.22 rate, what that would look like for the homeowners with their current tax bill versus their new tax bill. It has a small impact, taking somebody with a $500,000 home from 4,348 to 4,458. And just a reminder of the existing taxes that are out there.
How long was this levy?
I'm sorry?
How long is the levy?
6 years is the maximum we're able to go for. We are able to propose it with less years if we choose.
6 years. So then Gene or Barb would, as that mill rate erodes, would we then be able to do a levy lid lift, or if we chose to, or are we stuck?
You could choose to do a levy lid lift now. I mean, yes, you can still do one.
Okay.
It doesn't take away the ability to do a levy lid lift. It would just take the same. You're used to doing it because of, you think fire and that, but yeah, those are always passed. Yeah.
On the next screen, I just gave you an overview of the upcoming dates. There is a chance to go 4 times a year for elections. Your next one would be February, followed by April. If you were to do the general, of course, that would fall into November 3rd, 2026. I recommend no less than 4 months minimum for the department to work on this and get all of the paperwork. We can do it in less time, but it would be a heavier push. Essentially, the council would need to approve a resolution and an explanatory statement that gets filed. We would have to advertise and then select a pros and con committee, and they have a little bit of work to do there for getting everything submitted and put onto the ballot.
And if we don't do this during a primary or general, we have to pay for it.
There is a cost for going out with special. And so you're weighing your odds on, do we have a better chance getting approval during the special election? Or do you want to go with a primary or general?
Does it have to validate?
There are a certain amount of voters that have to turn out and a percentage. That's correct.
So one thing to also think about is I've heard rumors that the school district is planning to go out for an operational levy maybe in the spring.
So April.
February or
April.
I'm sorry, what?
February or April?
I think I've heard the rumors April.
So, Sarah, are you proposing on this project list, you're proposing to have all of these things on a list that would go for the voters or a portion of it?
I believe we as a council would need to discuss what are the primary projects. You definitely don't want to put all of them on there. We don't want to overpromise, and we certainly need to follow through on everything that we do promise.
I just, in looking at the list, there's no active park areas on this other than walking parks. And I guess we've heard over and over again, we want participation parks in the sense of ball fields and athletic fields and so forth. I just, Bayview Connector Phase 3, I mean, that's a tough one. $5.1 million for a trail going through hilly areas and so forth, Soper Hill Road. I guess I would say, I think we'd be better off focusing on the Lake Stevens Community Park as far as trying to prepare for a so-called marquee athletic complex. And I mean, these are all things nice, but new restrooms, a splash pad and trails. It's kind of like, yeah, what's the bigger bang for the buck here?
Right now, when you look at the comprehensive plan and the list of projects, we don't have new ball fields or sports fields on them. But I agree that when we get back the pros plan, sports is going to be there. Our largest issue right now is we don't have property to develop for those, but we absolutely have the opportunity to take over something like Lake Stevens Community Ball Field. One of the thing is, if we do take over Lake Stevens Community Ball Field, it already is scheduled with sports, and their schedule is quite full. By adding synthetic turf, we know that we're going to open more hours, but you're also increasing the cost for sports and for people being able to participate. And so it is something to look at. Is that the biggest need, or is it adding additional fields? I think the pros plan will be helpful with that. But you're correct that this list doesn't have an acquisition of a new park in the southern area, and it doesn't have new fields being proposed, but it's something that certainly we can get costs on and let you know that what that would be, and continue to bring it back if you want to dive in further to specifics on sports fields.
Well, I guess, I mean, from a marketability standpoint, you don't want to run this up the flagpole and not have success. My opinion is, I don't think these items on here are real, wow, let's do this things. I want to increase my taxes. So, I mean, maybe council members and other folks have a different opinion, but again, what's the likelihood of passing a bond issue for this particular menu? I don't think is very high.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at that list, it's catching up. It's a catch-up list, right? Like all the years of stuff that hasn't been done. And I agree with you, Gary, like to go to the voters with that list, it's not sexy as much as synthetic turf at community fields or a new facility at Caballero. And it's something, I think we wait for the pros plan to come out, and let's see what that looks like, and then refine what a list, capital project list might look like that we take to the voters.
I think my other concern is that, not that there's ever a great time to raise taxes or to ask people to pay more money. I think we're in a particularly challenging climate right now. And so to reduce the likelihood of us having to ask once and then ask again and then ask again, I think we need to have transparency and projects that will have people be willing to, write a bigger check. And I think right now that's going to be a really hard sell.
Yeah.
Understood.
I can see Caballero Hill Park being a big one, that if we put it all together and we have a really good plan, but we don't even have a master plan for that yet. I do know that the Youth Advisory Council is getting ready to bring the council a project for Caballero, something that they want, which is interesting. I haven't heard what it is yet, but they're working on it. So the Caballero Park, out of all of this, is going to be the master plan for a Caballero Park would be one of those that I would see on asking for help from the citizens, and then the Lake Stevens Community Park also. But some of these, I don't think if I was just a citizen and I saw that we were going to do a remodel on a Frontier Heights bathroom and I need tax dollars, I'm going to say no. And I am a citizen, so.
So I guess if we're kind of looking at, reshuffling priorities potentially, I'll just kind of reiterate my concerns for the numbers I saw on like Lake Stevens Community Park. I mean, I've heard it mentioned a couple of times now since that synthetic turf. As I recall, we had a discussion about, I don't think the projected gain in revenue from installing that even covered the costs of the field before its useful life expired. So I'm happy to look at that. I agree with Gary. That's probably something that is more appealing to the community, but I would really want to see the numbers for that, where they are now, what additional research we've done. Because last time going, for everything all at once didn't seem to be, I don't know. I guess the math just didn't work out. So.
All right. So what I'm hearing is after the pros plan is completed, and go ahead, Daughtry.
One of the things I'd like to say is thank you for doing the calculations on the levy. That's important for us to understand, okay, this much is going to give us this much. That's important. And where it's going to go is a separate conversation now. So I do appreciate these numbers so that we get it in our mind what we're asking for or potentially asking for.
Absolutely.
Sarah, would you go back? Yeah, go to that one. So one of the things we do need to think about is the operational costs of the parks. We can build all the sexy parks we want, but if we can't maintain them with great people, then that becomes the problem, right? The idea that we could go to a levy, just an operational levy for parks, probably not going to pass, right? So it is smart that as we look at that, to be able to put some of that money back into the general fund to shore it up. That's currently most of that, a lot, all our parks are getting paid out of that fund mostly, right? So that's something to think about is what's that mix between projects and operations? The other thing to think about is right now sales tax cannot go towards parks, can't go to, and that's been talking with our lobbyists. That's been fought several times. The last time it was fought was in 21. I'm willing, and our lobbyist is willing to reintroduce that as a possibility to let sales tax increases go towards parks operations, not just a property tax increase. But that's still, that's a lot of tap dancing and getting it done in a short session, and you're not able to get that done until if you win that fight July, and implementation isn't until next year, right? So something to think about.
So it sounds like after we receive the pros plan, of course, council will get a full report on that. And we have a list of projects. We can come back, reprioritize new projects out of pros plan, really make sure we include sports fields and other highly desired things by our residents. We had great survey turnout, I think almost 650 people. So we'll go ahead and do that and then reopen the conversation when council's ready.
Remind me, with the community park, is that still, are we still in negotiation? Is that a done deal?
Cavallaro will need to come back to council for final voting. I believe it's going to be marked for September 23rd. And
Okay.
after we vote and accept the new language for the restrictions that we knew were coming, then we'll be able to enter into escrow. At this point, the Cavallaro Park would likely be transferred in early October. And then for Lake Stevens Community Ball Field, the city has opted to stop discussing it since we can't fund it. But the county will be happy to discuss that as soon as we are ready.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
What if we were to, similar to our transportation benefit district, segregate out our parks into a park district to actually give the voter a better feel as to what they're paying for? And that way you would have a little more longevity than 6-year window, right? And
When we go to a parks district, if that is the option, it'll go on the levy just like this, but instead of taxing the current, we'll expand the boundaries, increasing your voting pool as well. You still can only do it in 6-year increments.
Oh, you can't.
We still have to get it revoted every 6 years. And then the Parks Department would actually be lifted from the city, picked up, and I would have a new board to report to. Of course, we create rules where I'm still reporting to council, but this council somewhat loses control over the specific projects and how things advance forward.
So Gary, what you're talking about is something like Tacoma does, where the parks is now an independent political subdivision where they have their
Exactly.
own
Yeah.
elected officials and they have their own
Right.
taxing authority.
Right.
Yeah, and we had one and it expired. We had one that took in the boundaries of the school district. And it expired a couple of years ago, right, Laura?
That was project specific. That one that we did, it was for Cavallaro only, for when we did the skate park. And so that one was the one in combination with the county, wasn't it?
No, there was another one that was set up years ago that expired out. Anyway,
Okay, I could look into it.
so it's doable, but then we just set up another.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you're limited to the 6 years, I guess it doesn't make any sense anyway. So, because you're just reauthorizing everything after 6 years, right? So.
And is that, oh, never mind.
All right, thank you so much.
Good job, sir.
Up next, the public safety.
This is the right one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go quickly through the presentation that was put in the packet, but we wanted to bring forth to you an option for public safety funding through House Bill 2015. And there is a sales tax side to it as well as a grant side. The sales tax is a 1/10 sales tax taken through Councilmatic vote. And it is to fund a broad focus on public safety and criminal justice needs, coupled with a 3-year grant program that's administered through the Criminal Justice Training Commission. In order to qualify for the grant, you must have the process of the levy or the tax in place. But in order to do that, you have to meet all of the eligibility requirements for the grant. So they're both very dependent. The sales tax portion, working with Barb, would be approximately $800,000 a year, give or take. And through the grant, it's 75% funded, up to $125,000 per position. So this process could be a way for us to get the additional positions that were not presented into the 2006 budget. For the sales tax, again, it's a broader focus for what you can spend it on. What the pieces that we wanted to highlight were public defenders. And so the increase in our contract for the public defenders can be offset by this 1/10 sales tax. In addition to domestic violence purposes. So we do have a contract with a domestic violence coordinator to help do a lot of the things, offset some of the work of the prosecutor's office. Dean is constantly working with them to kind of get the biggest bang for our buck. And so, and lots of other uses for it as well, as far as community outreach and diversion programs. The grant, several requirements outlined for this grant. A lot of them focus on policies, use of force policies, use of force reporting into the new database system, which we're currently working on. The state is still fine tuning the program that they're going to have us be reporting into, but we already have are getting the data that we need in order to report into that. So as soon as the database is ready for us, we'll be able to start that reporting. Court order firearm relinquishments. We're meeting all of those requirements. All of these listed here, we are already meeting. The only one that is a little up in the air is bullet point number 2. CJTC has not finalized their requirements on behavioral health and first aid training. But as soon as they do, we are open and ready to start moving forward with those requirements.
I have a quick question about that. Are there still regional CIT trainings happening? I know
Regionally, no, but there's different classes offered through CJTC. And the one for this grant does refer to the 40-hour program.
Right.
And so not 100% of our people have gone through that. However, when we last checked, we're well above, they want 25%, which we're above that.
Okay. I know CIT trainings were happening at least once a year through, I think Everett PD coordinated them prior to COVID, but I hadn't seen whether they had started back up after COVID. So I just don't know.
think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we go on, I got a question. So we do the sales tax, and that gives us $800,000 a year with specific things that it has to go or can go to. Does that, if we meet all the other requirements for the grant, then those requirements you just shared, does that automatically get us the grant, or are we still in competition for the grant?
You're still in competition. So you still have to apply for it with what your needs are. Every agency is going to have different needs. So Yeah, you don't automatically get it.
Okay, thank you.
100,000 new officers on the street.
One other question about the grant. It's a 3-year grant
Mhm.
that pays for salaries. And so after that 3 years is over, then that burden would come
It would.
back onto the city.
And, thank you for bringing that up because it led me to a different point I forgot to mention. So even if we got the grant, we would still be needing to pay 25%. There's a 25% match. Additionally, the grant, and I'm not trying to advocate against doing this, but the grant is for new officers, so not laterals. One of the a couple of downsides to that is it certainly takes longer to get an officer onto the road. And in full transparency, the cost to send officers to the training BLEA has almost doubled in recent years. So a couple years ago, it was about $4,000 per student. For us to send someone to a regional academy now is $7,100, $7,300. And that doesn't include and that's only twice a year for the local regional academy. If we have to send them down to Burien, it's around $9,000.
Thank you.
So those costs have gone up. So this slide here is just additional grant requirements, all of which we're already meeting. Minus, of course, the first one there, the public safety sales tax, because we haven't done that. And this is if it's something that council wishes to entertain and move forward with, we do have to report to Department of Revenue, obviously. And so I wanted to show you the breakdown in timeline for when that could take place. So if it was something that we wanted to do by January 1st, we would need to take action soon so that it can be reported to Department of Revenue by the 18th of October.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Regarding the 1/10, the 1% sales tax. I know that is an option. I don't think next year, maybe the year after for the county to pass as well. If we pass it within the city and then the county passes it countywide, does that increase the burden on the city of Lake Stevens residents? Would they be paying for both taxes?
It is stackable. So
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
They would.
Are there more, just reading the use of the sales tax, is there more defined definition for each of these items than just and I'm keen on reduce homelessness and improving behavioral health. Okay.
Right. That's pretty broad.
Yeah.
And
Is there
this
any
is-
specifics to that?
This is all we have received.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah. So because it is so broad, we could potentially interpret that and until there's further direction, we could probably interpret that very loosely.
The big one for the sales tax part is the money that would go to the public defender's office. Our state Supreme Court had shifted that they didn't require more public defenders. They lowered their caseload. So that spurred House Bill 1592, which raised Washington State's requirement of 50% funding for that. So individual agencies and jurisdictions and towns and cities are responsible to put a lot more money into that program.
Yeah. If you're only talking 800 grand a year and you got 7, 8 items here that we're supposed to place this money over, the impact for those things is just going to be minuscule.
But those are just examples.
Those
You don't
are-
have to address all of those.
Yeah, you don't
could
have to
just
do-
pick one.
Yes.
You could just say you want all the money to go towards public defense costs.
Well, you just said we need to step up for public defenders. So some of it's going to go to that.
Right.
Oh,
That's
for
what I'm saying.
sure.
But
Yeah.
you could say you wanted all of it to go to that. You don't have to fill in the whole menu.
Yeah, these are just examples of what it could be.
Options.
Okay.
Options
Yeah.
that would be covered under criminal
Okay.
justice and
Okay.
public safety.
Okay. Thank
So-
you for that
So for
clarification.
us, if we did that and brought in another 800,000, it would help pay for cops.
Mhm.
Because you're not taking money out of the general fund to do.
Yeah, like hiring officers is not specifically on this list, but it is a broad use for criminal justice and public safety.
I would say put that first thing on the list. It's like, I just looking at it, it's like.
Yeah.
reentry work for inmates. I mean,
That's not,
that stuff?
yeah. We are already seeing some of the impacts of the public defenders though. And the changes with that. We recently received 15 public records requests from a public defender's office, the same one, because the number of prosecutors is going down and therefore, or the caseload that they have is still extremely high. And so the time it's taking to get discovery to defense is longer. And so they're asking for everything be a public disclosure now. So it's just one of the many potential impacts of, or unforeseen impacts when that went through.
So how would we sell this?
What's that?
How would we sell
It's
this?
Council Manic.
Well,
No, but you got to justify it to your voters.
100%.
And based on that list, that's a pretty hard
But
justification.
I don't think you have to sell it. You have to justify it.
You do have to
That
sell
feels
it,
different.
and you,
Okay.
it's public safety. All these things are public safety. We pay for police officers out of our general fund. We pay for public defenders out of our general fund. And that fund is not growing any money soon. And
And there's not a lot of potential revenue sources from law enforcement, unfortunately. So
despite what everyone thinks, when you get a ticket, it costs the city money.
a lot of times it does. Yes.
Can you? Here's the part that I have a hard time wrapping my head around. We have positions now that have been funded for years that we can't fill.
Mhm.
And so how does increasing the amount of money we have to hire more officers address that issue?
Well, it could be we use it all for public defenders initially until we get caught up with our current hiring. And then it can be reallocated towards, the additional staffing that we're hoping to fill in and get.
I actually don't, I don't think that's what she's meaning, Julie. I think what she's meaning is that we haven't paid for we've had positions paid for in the budget. We've never used that money.
Correct. So it's been staying in the general fund.
Yeah, so it's stagnant. We don't, and so the real issue is even if we had this $800,000 to give towards the public defender, for instance, that $800,000 could stay in the general fund to help us pay for police. I get that, but we're not getting any new police.
Correct. I think the grant requires new officers. The public safety sales tax does not.
I'm not saying, and that's not what we're saying. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that we're still having problem getting new police, no matter if we're ready to put money on it or not. And we've been ready to put money into it and we're still 4 down. Or 5, actually. I mean, that's his fault, but
It could help fund the support services sergeant that they're requesting.
Yeah.
The sales
I
tax
didn't hear you.
they're also requesting for like a support services sergeant this year, and they have like a 5-year plan to fill many other positions that aren't just police officers, but are law enforcement that the sales tax could help fund.
I think my concern by talking about taking the money and funding new positions is we're still bleeding from the old positions,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Like, so to
It's
say
not
we're
from-
gonna raise 800,000 in taxes and buy all this other stuff, well, you're still bleeding over here. I think it's 800,000 that fills the hole.
And the grant, and if we pass the sales tax, that makes us eligible to apply for the grant. We apply for the grant, and we get the grant to hire 3 new officers, not laterals. But how do we can't guarantee that we can definitely attract 3 new officers. And how long would we have to spend that grant to get those new officers?
It's
You
a
know?
3-year grant.
Okay.
That's all the information they've provided.
Okay.
So I don't believe we would have to reapply for it every year.
No,
I
but you
would hope
but you do have
not.
to, but you would have to
I-
spend that money with.
I would assume within 3 years
Okay.
or it goes back. It's more than likely going to be a reimbursement grant.
Mhm.
And so we would just be getting what we're spending.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, Julie, like I said earlier, we are not stopping and we have never stopped our recruiting efforts. I know HR has been super good about updating our list of eligibility. Unfortunately, we burn through those lists so fast. I'm not going to settle on average. We need quality people here. And that's what we're looking for. And they're hard to come by because we're not the only ones in this boat, right? All of our regional partners are scrambling for bodies as well. I know some of our regional partners are same thing. They're kind of at a freeze right now because of budgetary restraints. But we need to keep that ball rolling and keep that eligibility list going so we have fresh applicants.
I'm just curious. It sounds like a lot of what we're talking about is relating to salaries, but I mean, as far as just general recruitment, I mean, are there expenses there that could be covered this? I mean, I don't know how that works, you know, community outreach, you know, talking to kids who are considering career paths, things like that. Is that something that could potentially
The sales tax is not just, if you use it for.
start the grant? I meant the grant. Sorry.
Oh, the grant.
I'm just looking at that definition and it seems kind of broad. It says the one slide says hiring, retaining and training. So if I'm going to try and hire it, like at what point does hiring start? You know, does that include building up a pipeline
And
of
it's
candidates?
it's not just new officers, it's co-responders as well. So I would interpret that if, you know, we wanted to get creative with, CSOs or things like that, that we could do more with community outreach, or we could do more that may alleviate pressure or work off the officers on the road, patrol officers. So because there hasn't been a lot of additional information that's come out about this, it is something that is still moving, you know, so just because we don't maybe have to do the grant right away, but we can't do that. We can't even consider doing the grant if the tax isn't passed.
And just a reminder, there is a deadline on the councilmanic portion of the sales tax. So you can do it councilmanically until June of 2028. And if you don't do it by then you have to go out to a vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How long is the sales tax good for? Is it a permanent?
Permanent. Any more questions or thoughts on that?
Are you looking for a direction today or at a council meeting?
Good.
Council meeting,
Yeah.
put it in your brain housing group and swish it around.
Is there room on the next agenda?
Kelly always finds room.
Well, say in the next 2 or 3 meetings, not waiting until December 15th or whatever.
Would you want more discussion on it, Gary, or what are you thinking? Would you want an ordinance? What do you want?
I think I would personally like to have more specific direction as to what we're going to use it for, rather than this list that's on our sheet.
We
here.
intend to use it for.
Yeah, so that we can justify, I guess, if we do support it or if we don't.
Yeah.
I mean, do we expect that we'll have more, will you have more by then?
We could probably, or we can put together some potential uses that we want to have internally for it. It's highly unlikely that we'll get any more direction from the state on what it'll look like.
Okay.
I think that would be what we would be looking for is what do you see the main priority or the main use of those funds?
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Julie, you have to know by mid-October.
What do we got left?
It's gonna go on to January. If it's gonna be effective January 1st, then it needs to go to Department of Revenue by October.
And what is the timeline from, let's say it passes, what would be the timeline between council passing an ordinance to getting it to the Department of Revenue?
We can get it, you can get it to the Department of Revenue fairly quickly. Like we can notify them fairly quickly. But they have to have the notice by October 18th in order to say it is enacted on January 1st. And then we don't actually start receiving it until 2 months later.
Right. So the 18th is a Saturday. So we would, the council meeting before that is the 14th. If it passed on the 14th, would that be enough time to get it to the Department of Revenue by the 18th? I guess that's what I'm wondering. Is that too tight of a timeline or does it really need to be on the October 7th? Oh, wait. Yeah, October 7th.
That's a really good question.
Okay, well, that's,
We could have it in
I think,
September.
I think they just need a certified
We could
I'm
have
trying
it
to think of when we
September,
did the
for that matter.
transportation.
Right, right, right.
benefit
I'm just backing up from the
tax.
due date.
Yeah.
like, Does it?
I think it's just a certified copy of the ordinance and just,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
And it may not pass. I'm curious to know, like, what are we looking at? If that's your goal, do we even have the opportunity?
Matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Details do matter. Thank you.
Details
Barb.
matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take 10.
Hey.
Please update with Christie, and then Aaron will wrap it up with the capital improvement plan updates and 2026 proposed projects. And Barb, away we go.
Thank you. And this isn't just going to be me. I'm just the one who compiled everything, compiled a lot of the ideas. Like we had talked about, we all got together and kind of went through a bunch of stuff. So let me share this. A lot of these you guys have seen before, you know, it's all the, let's go ahead and take a look at everything again. Where is my PowerPoint? There we go. Okay. So let's just jump in here. This is just the normal. We're not necessarily talking about raising taxes or anything. We just need to kind of look at everything and make considerations. Okay, so I remember the first time I talked about B&O taxes, like, whew, it's in the paper the next day that I was trying to raise. I was like, stop, just talking. Okay, so we're talking utility taxes. So we do have the water utility tax and garbage. We just passed the sewer. So we're currently receiving 3%. That does automatically go up to 6% January 1st. So that will be an increase in the general fund. We are also looking at utilizing some of that for the 131st project, since we said we would use it for sewer related projects as well. That'll open up some funding in the real estate excise tax fund, as that's where it's sort of funded right now. So once we get to the capital project list, we start budgeting all of the capital projects. We'll look at some of that a little bit later. And stormwater, we don't currently have a utility tax on our own stormwater. It's about $50,000 per 1%. So total would be a little bit over $300,000 per year for that. We also have a cable franchise fee, 5%. That has been, the 5% hasn't changed, but the actual money that we're receiving has, I believe it's 11% decrease. People are utilizing cable a bit less than some of the streaming. We were looking into some of the other providers like Ziply and some of those. We still are doing some research on that. Their stand is that they are under the state utility tax, and so they don't have to do local utility tax. So we're actually looking into that with legal counsel and that, and go through MRSC first, see what it says, and kind of go from there. But we want to make sure that we're actually able to utilize the things that are out there and capturing what we already have. So of course, looking at our restricted sales tax, transportation benefit, we do have the 0.2% imposed. There is one more 0.1% that is available to us councilmanically. That would just obviously increase the workload on projects in the Public Works Department for the road projects, but that is available to us. The new public safety sales tax that Julie and Dean just went through. There's a cultural access program for art, science, culture, heritage. That could be councilmanic. We kind of talked about what that looked like and would that be potentially available for the museum? Some of that, so that's potential. The other public safety sales tax, which was voted down in Snohomish County last time. As you said, they're probably coming back with it. Lodging tax. Yep.
Really, at least we did our public safety councilmanic, and then
Brett, your mic.
And then the county did theirs and stacked it. The cities still get 40% of the county, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Affordable housing, criminal justice, we do already get portions of that. Emergency, those two are not ours. No city share for those. Those are just through the county for the mental health, chemical dependency, and emergency communication. Some other revenue sources and strategies. These are just kind of things we've kind of come up with, just strategies. So property tax, we talked about excess levies and levy lid lifts. I had a whole presentation on levy lid lifts. It was a very long presentation that's very confusing, but we do have those available to us if we want to take those to the voters. B&O taxes, obviously we can, we've avoided those in the past as it can be a deterrent to businesses, new businesses, but something to think about as well. LIDs, local improvement districts, could be, I think there's parking districts, there's sidewalk districts. Street and lot parking fees. I know that was one of the ideas. We are going to be putting in a lot of street parking, not a lot, more street parking, and then we have parking lots. So that is another option. So external services, one of the things that came up was a number of things. Well, storm pond cleanup, charging out for that, dead animal pickup. That would help with code enforcement, and we have the ability to do it. So we could.
Oh, sorry.
We would charge, so go ahead, Aaron, I like this one.
There's a lot to unpack, but I'll try to keep it short.
I feel like
It was
this is
fun,
the
though.
time to use a
No,
squirrel.
it'll, this one is a squirrel, but it's fun. So
Could be a dead
we track our service requests, right, by type. And like dead animal is a top 5 pickup thing. And we had one on, was it Vernon Road for weeks. And the property owner was out of town. And this is not uncommon. It's on private property. It's creating a nuisance condition. It goes through code enforcement. One thing, we already pick up dead animals in the road, unfortunately, and have a freezer and could provide the service pretty easily. That's all.
Okay, but
If it's on private
we're
property.
talking about like, okay, not squirrels.
Oh, no.
This
Deer.
is like, oh,
This was a deer.
oh, okay, on
We have-
somebody's property. I
We
see what
actually
you're
have a dead
Or
animal
s-
policy on what we pick
The
up.
squirrels you just take home.
This is
Who do you charge
Get a
though
little
for the
saute
pickup?
going and.
Yeah.
By the way, there's
Close to
a
that.
dead possum on Lake Drive.
there's
So obviously, if
Okay.
it's in the right of way, that kind of thing, it's on us.
Got it,
If it's on
right.
private property, then we could potentially
I
have a
see.
service to take care of that for them.
So that would be a notice of violation penalty,
Get
is what that would be. And that's $100 fine is essentially, which doesn't pay for a lot, but it helps a little bit for staff time to go pick it up and do the paperwork. And
correct.
that's the current fee.
The city ornaments, we've been giving those away for free. The idea, could we potentially sell them? We could do raffles for some and then sell some, that kind of thing. Banner fees, I know somebody brought up doing charging to actually put the banners up over the street, doing those kind of things. We don't actually charge for that. Modification of rental fees for, the mill, for park rentals, any of those things. There's a number of other things, but looking at just kind of strategies, obviously improving efficiencies would help encourage remote work. I know Carol had kind of brought this up in hers, for retention, you don't have to retrain. And then also when it comes to like, right now, we're running out of space. And so are we buying another desk and buying another chair? Are we hoteling, that kind of thing? So that kind of thing, implement economic development strategies. I think destination business, that was a pickleball idea. Do we have that kind of thing? Do boutique hotels? Sell and use city-owned properties. That's a good one. Sell naming rights for structures and or land. You can do that for parks. You can do that for rooms. I think Sarah had, you could do fence sponsors where they have a banner on the fence. We can do bench tree donations. Something that was brought up was to potentially update the contracts with the row club. And then using available city facilities for rentals. So there are some spaces in the new city hall that will be available. One of the thoughts was where we were going to, or will eventually have the wellness room. At this point, I believe the idea is we're just basically walls and floor, and that could be easily used for yoga things, that sort of thing. So utilizing some of the available areas for that. Library, you could use the current library, old PD, could also be used for that, or we could sell that property. City Hall modulars once we leave. And then there was a lot on cost recoupment that was really good. I'll let Aaron talk about the right-of-way permits.
Sure. Now?
Sure. Why
Okay.
not?
Okay.
This is kind of all we have. It's just a lot of ideas, but there's a lot of detail and data that goes behind these, like dollar amounts and things that we will try to implement into our cost savings right off the board for as we keep moving through the budget. But
One of the alternatives for revenue that I just thought about over the weekend, well, it hasn't been a weekend yet, but
a day,
anyway,
two,
last night was, and we've talked about it in the past, but allowing other utilities to use the city's decant facility to decant their Vector trucks. So PUD Water, for example, or PUD Power, instead of them driving across the county to do that, we have a perfectly good decant facility and could process that. And we've been in negotiations for a little while with PUD Water about that thing. And there's some cost recovery and things there. So, okay, right-of-way permits. Our fees are too low, one. And I think we brought a draft fee resolution with updated right-of-way permits and language, and we're going to work through an ordinance update, but we're not recovering the cost for right-of-way permits. So I'll give you an example. Ziply runs around the city doing a lot of high-speed internet upgrades, right? They can do that sort of under one or a few permits. But we spend tens of hours inspecting it and dealing with the outcomes of those things. And each permit they pay for is $200. But the city resources into that permit are often several $1,000s. Ziply should pay for that. That makes practical sense. Same thing for this project downtown, the sewer districts project. They buy one permit, right? That's something that there should be cost recovery. We're working with them on cost recovery in particular, but that's an example of a right-of-way permit issue that needs to be resolved.
I think you were also talking about charging for weekend work.
Yeah.
Because
so-
we have to have somebody come out and deal with that too.
Yeah, so if a utility or someone who's using the right of way wants to work on the weekend, oftentimes we have to send an inspector out. And so we pay an overtime rate for that inspector to be out there. And they still only paid the $200 permit. Right? So.
I was looking for your document. Sorry, I don't have it up. But you had also talked about was it failure to complete work on time? Some of those type of penalties would also be good. We will actually put most of these things kind of into a better booklet for you, kind of an idea board for some of these things to show some of the costs that could actually be recouped on some of these things where we're not getting a lot of the staff costs back for a lot of the things we do. Over on the other side, we have the modification for fees to cover staff costs. A lot of these are in the Planning and Community Development Department. If you guys want to talk to some of these.
Sure, real quickly, I'll go ahead and talk about business license and HOMOC fees. They haven't been raised in years. We are almost the lowest. 2002 is the last time. We are $40 for both. I think there might be one other jurisdiction is slightly lower. Just completed a fee comparison of our sister and comparable cities. So we will be bringing it back to City Council for discussion and as a decision, but we would like to have at least cost recovery on those fees. We still want to make it affordable to encourage people to locate and do business in the city and not discourage them to have a business license. But we do want to capture our cost recovery. Then as far as tree removal permit fee, currently it's been the policy, we don't charge for it. We do quite a few of them and it takes a bit of staff time because they're always in a native growth protection area. So it does require a review of a critical area tree risk assessment and a mitigation plan. On a quick end, it's about 2 to 3 hours by the time you go back and forth between the property owner, assist them, get the reports in, do a review, issue your decision. So that would be something that we could look at. There is the cost to the owner. They do have to still pay for the tree removal. So that would be a decision of how council would like to go. But that is one mechanism that we could do that. And it is outlined in our critical areas code that it does require a review. So that seems like a very simple permit to install that's code-based. Then annexation fees, simple cost recovery, charging attorney and staff time, and obviously our SEPA fees when applicable. Because right now in the fee schedule, it's a zero cost. We at times have charged for annexation fees on certain occasion, but it's not consistent. It's not in the fee schedule. And then the buoy program, Sarah, I don't know if you want to talk about that. Just with your staff time, we had a quick meeting with Jill on it a few weeks ago.
The buoy program.
The buoy program and the staff time.
So with the buoy permit, we take a one-time fee from the public to go and place a buoy in front of the lakeside properties. They're set 100 foot off of the shoreline, but in a line. These buoys over time drift. They move, they need to be brought back into placing, or they need to be replaced altogether. They also need to be washed off so that you can read it. After that one-time fee is collected, we don't charge another fee. I don't know if that was the intent, but I would highly recommend that when a fee is paid, that we set whether it's guaranteed for 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years. And then after that time frame, if and when that buoy needs attention, that we would recharge the owner for resetting it. Of course, this is a decision if the lakeside buoys should continue to be paid by the lakeside residents. It was how the fees were originally proposed so that we can get compliance with all of the buoys being matched and providing safety not only for the homeowners, but for everybody recreating on the lake. So I think that's something that we need to further discuss.
Thank you. That kind of takes to events. So some of the ideas are modifying special event fees. Heard from a few different departments, reduce the in-kind donations, actually charge actual staff time and costs for events. And then again, banner hanging fees. Also, we've talked a few times about electric charging station fee. We don't charge for the electric charging station over here at City Hall / North Cove. I believe there's going to be regulations that we have to add more. And so it would be a good idea to look at fee for those stations as we are paying for the electricity for that. And then code enforcement. I know this was a big one for your team over there. Do you want to go through some of that?
Yeah, so currently we do a really good job keeping our signs cleaned up. If you drive through other jurisdictions, you'll see that signs are a big deal. We do a sweep a couple times a week to make sure signs are posted where they're supposed to be, meeting our sign ordinance. And at the pleasure of the council, they, in the past, my understanding is you've wanted a cleaner city and not just signs everywhere where we have had that problem. We've had a couple hundred sign removals this year. We don't charge a fee for that right now. We can, it's in our penalty code to charge $100 fee for that. If council would choose to decide that, we could do that. Right now, it's just a free charge. We pick it up, we hold on to it, we notify the person that put up the sign illegally. Oftentimes there's multiple emails back and forth giving them education about the sign code and where they can put their signs and where they can't. And then we have to store it to allow them an opportunity to come pick it up according to the sign code and the code enforcement code. And if they don't, then we throw it away and then we pay for the dumpster disposal. So we're putting quite a bit of staff time into it and not getting any cost recovery for that thing. So I just wanted to throw that out there. One of the other things we often want is we want compliance with code enforcement issues. We don't necessarily want to penalize people if they have a code enforcement issue. We really want them to just come into compliance and be a good neighbor. Right. So often when they do that, we do not charge any investigation fee, inspection fee, penalty fees. We waive all of that because they've come into compliance. Your neighbors and citizens in town. The code allows us to still collect the $100 administrative fee, which would pay for our, I forget what they call them, when you send the little green card in the mail, which is required by code, and you have to get their signature back.
Certified.
Yep, sorry. So we spend $4 per certified mail contact with people, and then regular mail, and then the other ones are free emails at dropping off the little hanger on the door. We have a pretty robust process to notify people that they have a code violation concern. And it's a lot of staff time and cost to the city. And we're not recouping any of that if they come into compliance. So I just wanted to let you know that.
And they have quite a list of the things that we're not actually charging for, that we're waiving fees on. So I just put a blanket cease waiving fees as part of that bigger conversation. So, and then there's some that are actually in process. So as I mentioned earlier, the credit card fees, we are working on doing a basically citywide on all charges for credit card fees. So I think the one waiver we're looking at is potentially at the boat launches, just because when somebody, pays for that $5, thing, that extra credit card fee and deposits and public records requests. And we think there's going to be exclusions to it that are just legally exclusions for it. And then also technology fees. This is one that I think there needs to be some clarification on. And so there's been some discussions, I think, with Sarah's team and with Carol and Christy and their team on what the technology fees would look like. Right now, they're charged on some permits, but not other permits. And then they're charged on some things through Civic Rec and not other things. And so we need to basically clean all that up. And so I think the idea is to come back with a proposal to clean up the language and actually charge the technology fee across the board. Are we still low on the technology fee? Was that also an idea?
Yeah, we're listed at 3%, where most of our neighbors are 5 or 6% in our comparative size cities. And so if we propose to do the credit card fee, which is our goal for January, then we are just hoping to keep the technology fee consistent, because that'll be a change to the public and we don't want to double hit them all at the same time. But we would like some clarification about what fees you would like technology fee on. Just running the building permit numbers that we're missing the technology fee on, that could be I think I ran $45,000 into the 500 technology fee account.
And it might just be an interpretation of what's in the fees resolution for technology fees. I think it was, it's not exactly clear, and the interpretation from when it went into place has stuck, I think. And so maybe it's just clarifying what the fees are for.
Yeah, we haven't changed that language since 2017 until last year when we created a Parks Department and we added the 3% for the Civic Rec. So it would be really great to just clarify, for example, of people who have applied for a building permit, we are collecting the technology fee on a building permit fee, but not the plan review, which is 65% of the building permit fee. So we're leaving, I'll use the mayor's term, money on the table. No other jurisdiction divides the fees like that for the technology fee. It's all inclusive with a couple exceptions. And so I think maybe the council may have meant for that in 2017, and it was interpreted the way we're doing it now. And maybe it's just a clarification. No, we really meant on all city services that you're using technology for. We want that money. And then with a few exceptions. So that's what Sarah and I were hoping to change the terminology to clarify.
Technology is very expensive, as we all are hearing. So recouping some of those fees is actually a great idea. So thank you for bringing that one up. And then fees resolution review. Carol's been going through, looking at all of their fees. There is a standard CPIU that they've been using year after year. It's a 5-year average that we just keep rolling forward, so it doesn't swing really large. And I do believe there is a slight increase this coming year.
Yeah, so last year council accepted our proposal to start looking at this annually. So we don't have 20 years without any permit fee increases like we did before. And so right now we're proposing a increase in January. We'll take it to council and propose that with this budget of 5.36 CPIU, which is our 5-year average, rounding for 2026. And again, this just helps us keep current and pay for the staff that we have. Like Barb said, in 2024, we weren't collecting enough permit revenue. And at the end of the day, it's not even just supposed to support the planning and community development team. It's supposed to support people that support us for technology and human services and finance and that other group of people who support us. So we really need to get on board with where our fees are so we can be collecting the right amount of money to give the services we're providing.
And I think the idea is there's been discussions with Public Works and with Parks about potentially going to that model of going the CPIU annually on some of the other charges. Once Aaron gets his right of way fees in place, then doing an annual CPIU increase. So we're looking at a lot of that, what is actually going on, what are we capturing, what are we leaving on the table? So that is actually pretty much all we have right now for costs. And so we'll just basically come back and keep exploring these cost recoveries and capture some of these revenues that are on the table. If you have any questions, let me know.
I appreciate staff spending time really kind of diving deep into some of these options. I have a really hard time imagining raising taxes if we're not as a city doing our due diligence to look at what can we be doing internally to increase potential revenue, especially that's not a burden to our constituents, our taxpayers, our community. So thank you.
Okay, I believe it is Carol and Christy. Facilities update.
This is not a tax or a fee proposal presentation, just so you're prepared. So you can sit back and relax. And if you do have a highly technical question, I may not be able to answer it because these are not my projects. However, Russ took the time before he went on vacation to prepare a project about our civic building update. These are his passion projects, we'll call them. He's been working and coordinating with many city departments to ensure that these happen. And the first one is our municipal services campus that we've been talking about throughout our budget retreat today. So taking an overview of this, I'm sure most of you have been down there. It's in the northeast corner of South Lake Stevens Road and 20th Street Southeast. In Building 1, we are looking at having our city council chambers along with the permit center and a community area. The current uses of, we'll start back. The total government uses is about 15,000 square feet. The police PD is currently occupying the buildings in blue, which is about 14,000 square feet. Commercial, once some of the commercial uses transfer over to the South Lake Business Park, which is in the process of being constructed, they're moving along really quick. We hear from the developer, they're supposed to be done by the end of the year. Potentially November is what we're looking at. We're not taking promises there, but that is what they're alluding to. So that does have a domino effect for us on how we move in and those businesses relocate to their new tenant homes over there. So you see the PD buildings in blue. Building 1 I just described. Building number 2 is going to house, and I'm actually going to go to the next slide here. We're going to skip that one. Building number 2 actually is going to have human resources, admin and finance on the first floor. They're looking at targeting renovations on the lower floor. Not 100% sure what's going in there yet. If anyone has ideas or knows, feel free to chime in on that. Then if you look at building number 3, which is currently where South Lake Pizza is, our beloved teriyaki and our print shop and a few other important businesses over there. IT, this is supposed to be your new home. Yes. Well, you know, you guys do deserve a room of your own. You do. You really do. You warrant your own spots. So, and then plumbing and mechanical, obviously we need upgrades in all the buildings. They're very aged buildings. They are constructed in 2000. If you've been over there, the workspaces and area are in need of repair and in maintenance.
Hey, Christy, so building 2.
Yeah.
Lower floor, when was the last time that tenant improved that space on the lower floor?
Well, you know, I've been in there recently and it's pretty nice. It's not that bad, but we could look it up and let you know.
Yeah, so if it has been done recently, so I'm curious why we would tear down something that's just been done. I mean, maybe it doesn't meet our needs, but just curious.
We can find out. I can let you know the tenant improvement date. That's easy to look up in our permit system. And then it really depends on our intended use of the space, if there needs to be tenant changes to that area.
Under our current proposal, nothing's going to happen downstairs at this time. We need to do a lunchroom, and that would be very light remodel, but the rest is intended to stay because of budget.
What about building 3 on the main level? Are we still looking to have lease that out to retail operations, or is that just sitting vacant?
There will be both. So some of the retail will stay in there. IT will be upstairs, and then there'll be the area for Passport, but we don't intend to build that out right now. We may do some light work in there. And then there'll be the wellness center in the back where the printing company used to be. And that'll just do some light cleaning and maybe some plumbing, but no build out. And that structure that's overhead needs to be removed as well because it's an illegal construction.
So South Lake Pizza and whatever else is in there is going to stay?
They'll
Correct.
stay,
Yeah.
yes. And as Jean mentioned, there's been a hard look at the proposal to scale back and phase back. So the items like the wellness center, the Passport, they've been phased to a second phase of the construction schedule. So looking at some light site improvements, these have been pared back to meet the budgetary needs for the municipal campus budget. We're primarily focusing on maintenance and safety improvements. You can see in the tan areas there, this is where we plan to have raised crosswalks, because if you've been in the parking lot, you'll see that it's not necessarily pedestrian safe at this point in time. As the police department probably knows from having this their home over that way, we need some defined walkways through the areas. So these improvements are proposed along with some targeted landscape upgrades. A landscape architect has been out there along with an architect and a mechanical person. Those landscape improvements, landscaping out there is very mature. It's nice. There are some refinements that need to be made to meet the physical needs of accessing the parking lot. So those changes will be made. Then the connectivity between the buildings, those are safety pedestrian issues, and for ADA compliance and items, those items are also going to be updated. You're going to see the path. If you look at the corner there between 20th Street Southeast and South Lake Stevens Road where the blue rectangle is at. So currently there's not a formal walkway in there, but the general public utilizes that. So that is going to be formalized, and so that will be an amenity area for the public. The plaza area that's up by the council chambers, you can see there, that plaza has been scaled back. At this point in time, I don't know if there's any artwork or anything proposed there, any type of memorial, but at this time, we're pulling back on the design for that. The parking lot itself, we had originally looked at reconfiguring it, changing the drainage out there. Simply now, we're just going to give it a seal coat and we're going to restripe it to make it functional to fit our needs. Any comments on this particular slide? No? Okay. If you haven't been out there, I encourage you to drive out and take a look at it. We're going to do just what we're calling a light refresh for the exterior. Currently, it's brown and a green, very rustic looking, needs a bit of maintenance out there. So we're going to do kind of the minimal amount to make it look new and fresh and unified for a municipal campus. These are the colors that are proposed. Russ has put a lot of thought into it with the architect. This has gone through several iterations. And currently, these are the proposals with the metal roof, adding in some wood trim work and woodwork on the outside to give it a Pacific Northwest look and feel and maintain that with the architecture. They are looking at adding some stone wainscoting that remain, and that will be cleaned and pressure washed. And of course, we'll have our city signage so people know where they're going. Here's a picture of it. You can see it right here. This would be the south end of the complex here. Right now, we're still on schedule. The mayor gave an update on where we're at. We're still on schedule with that. As you can see, we're looking at move-in hopefully by next summer or fall of next year. So we'll be joining PD down that way. Now for the museum, the historical museum. I was told to mention the word historical. So the historical museum and retail building, it is proposed, it actually made it into our permit system about a month ago, which is wonderful. This is a need for our community. As you know, the Historical Society has been storing a bulk of their stuff over here. They come in periodically to City Hall, ask on the status. They are an anxious group. They have a passion and desire to want to share the history of Lake Stevens. So this has been a great project, a lot of coordination with that group to come up with this design. Russ has put in probably hundreds of hours on this design and work with the community on it to come up with this. This design has been vetted and approved. It's in now for design review at this point in time. There's going to be 3 floors. The square footage is here. I double checked. They're not quite matching up. They're a little refined. They're a little bit larger in some areas, but this is basically the footprints of the building. So when you walk in, there'll be a retail restaurant area with a portion of the museum. And the second floor will also have a museum. And then the third floor will have a restaurant on top is what the proposal is for commercial use. So there'll be 2 commercial suites within the building with the museum use. And the retail or commercial uses, we do not know quite yet what the official users are. Although the Historical Society is trying to convince us of an ice cream parlor.
Christy, do you have you say it's in permit right now?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any idea when it's going to bid?
Quickly. It is supposed to go to bid. No pressure on the project planner, no names mentioned. That, pardon? Oh, yeah, it is in the last slide. So it's end of September, October is what I believe is.
It's September.
Bid, yeah. Yeah. And that's the hope, but currently there is a revision on their site plans that they need to complete. So that is why I'm not holding 100% to that. It may be early October or late October, to be honest with you, depending on how quickly our contractor can respond with the architectural changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And with that, there's just some, whoops, we flew through. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's just a exterior picture. Hold on. Okay. This is the location. So as you know, it's right next to the White House out back, which is the Grimm House and the current city parking lot, the gravel parking lot, which is a proposal for the museum area. Does anyone have any further questions? It's supposed to be a quick build and hopefully it will be occupied by next year. It will really add to the downtown economic viability of down here. A lot of interest, I think.
The
Interaction at North.
boundary line adjustment was to take over the little 6-area parking lot, right?
Yes. Yep.
As part of the footprint for the building.
Yes, they're proposing with the museum a total of 39 stalls and 7 on site, which would include that area that you're referring to.
Okay.
And parking is tough down there, as you know. It's a demand. We hear it all the time. Even we have to park occasionally over there. If we leave at lunch, we're in trouble.
Community transit.
Zipcar, yes. All right, well, thank you for listening to the civic building update.
And we do have 2 tenants for this already. We have a downstairs tenant and a restaurant tenant. We're just finalizing some stuff with them. It's a Mexican joint upstairs and a pizza joint downstairs. That's what people were asking.
I thought Trader Joe's was going to the top level.
It's an annex,
Oh.
Trader Joe's annex.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have a Mexican restaurant on top and a dentist on the bottom.
All right.
Final topic today, no pressure.
Woo-hoo.
Oh, now I got you.
It was to finalize, let's go through that list.
Sorry. The other part
Go
wasn't.
through that list with-
Okay, so I need to correct something I said earlier about the dead animal thing, and then we'll get to capital. Here are the top 10 service request types, okay? Dead animals, number 9 for the year. So it wasn't top 5. It's 8. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So there's the list. Street vegetation's number 1, sign maintenance. Kind of interesting. The data's it's incredibly interesting to me. And I know I want to go fast, but the other thing that I want to, this does segue into the next topic, which is here's the length of response time to service requests. This little graph down here, you'll see that intersection analysis takes 235 days for us to resolve a service request for an intersection analysis. That's not the response time we want. Okay. All right, let's go. And inside baseball, it's because it takes engineering to do it. And we have challenges at the engineering level. They're busy with a lot of capital projects. So that's the segue. Okay. This is a really quick update on capital. We are going to come back to the council and really discuss the 26 through 31 CIP. And this is not that. First, we're going to go over a list of the approved projects in the 2025 through 30 CIP, capital improvement plan, and where we are in terms of expenditures. And then we'll go to the wish list of projects that we've received. This is sort of an opportunity for you to see behind the curtain that is the mayor's list of projects that he gets. Great. So in streets, there's a long list of projects, right, in streets, and the anticipated start year is in this column. And the total project cost is over here. Here, this column, 2025 expenditures as of yesterday, tells us how we're tracking on delivering the project. It's a simple metric on project delivery. So the project is this year. We've spent, for example, Main Street improvements, we've spent about 53%. That's going to jump up with the next payment because you can see that project is well on its way to being delivered, right? But what I want to draw your attention to is the projects that were funded this year that are red or yellow. So 131st infrastructure improvements, that's going to take off too, as that goes to construction and we get it out to add and pay consultant fees. That project's okay. The projects that are red are the ones where we really haven't gotten a good start on them yet because we just don't have people. So they're funded projects. We just don't have the resources. They've been assigned a project manager. They're trying to get to them. And I can continue to add efficiency and push them. We can only push so much. We have 91st Avenue sidewalk. It's underway. We're trying to get that designed. That's a TBP project. It's important. It started. We've hardly spent anything. There will be something coming up. Soper Hill sidewalk and then 20th Street widening, which is really a study. Moving down, continuing on
Aaron,
parks. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The dollars that have been budgeted for those projects in the red for 2025, there's no concern or problem with those dollars rolling over?
Yeah, they'll roll over.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not here to talk tonight. There are no grant implications. We're avoiding all of those things.
Great.
We're delivering the projects that have those
Okay. Thank you.
issues.
Thank you.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying though, too, right? In terms of we lack the resources to deliver it. So, and then going on to parks, it's a similar thing. There are some things we're delivering and there are some things that we're not. Now, Frontier Heights Park, that's gonna get really active. We awarded the council authorized the mayor to sign the contract. That one's gonna take off. Eagle Ridge Storage Building, that's a study. Davies Beach Pier resurfacing, we haven't, as far as I know, started on that.
Structural engineering has been
completed. We're just waiting
Okay.
for their official report. A preliminary, it looks like the footings and the piers are okay. We just need some minor work once we bring off the top boards.
Okay, so they'll send us a bill when they send us the report, I imagine. Okay, good. Okay. Sorry. Westlake Park Recreation amenities has not started yet. Okay. Eagle Ridge Park Phase 2 has started, and we're kind of in a holding pattern a bit there. And the Bayview Connector Trail, that one's going to take off as well. Phase 1A, as we award the contract for that, moving toward that direction. Okay. Facilities, we have a fair amount of red and yellow. Again, it's a similar challenge. I won't go through each project, but PD, you're probably not getting the attention you want. That's okay. We'll work through it. These are priority projects. We will get to them. It's just going to take a little bit longer than we'd hoped. And then on to downtown storm as well. There are several projects that 36th Street Bridge, for example, Catherine Creek Hartford Crossing. We're trying to get to those. We're reallocating resources. We're down a city engineer as well. So the projects that are underway are going well. Main Street, for example, is going well. It's a little behind schedule. The projects that haven't started yet are going to be rolled over to next year. Adding more projects isn't likely going to get them done faster. Are there any questions on this?
When's the expected completion date of out front here? That's not a good answer.
No, I'm trying to figure out what you mean completion date. So I
There's
think that,
patches of sidewalk that aren't.
Yeah.
used. There's utilities
Yeah.
that poles yet to be put in and so forth. When do you expect the final completion date, turnover, sign off? It's our stuff.
2 months, likely. If you're saying complete project, poles are up, it's 2 months out. And the lag, the challenge we have is the delivery of the actual poles right now. That's holding back those going up. But in terms of, usability and lack of gravel that you're walking on, we're within a month of being done with that. Yeah.
It's one of the problems is Old Castle didn't have any cover.
The lids for the utility vaults. Yeah.
They just got those in last week, so there's some supply issues.
Yeah. The contractor is into liquidated damages at this point. So they're paying a per day fee essentially. They're obligated to deliver the project within the 120 working days they had. They've had all of those working days, and so now they pay for the product that they haven't delivered. And it's $1,700 a working day is the fee.
So much for the whole in general fund.
It doesn't come to us.
It's grant funded. Okay. Let's jump to, here's the proposed project list. And the way this works is gosh, I wish I could zoom in. Hang on. Oh, here we go. There we go. So the way this works currently is staff can submit their project requests through a portal. And I think we use the POP portal, but anyway, they submit a project request to the engineering department. It comes to the engineering department. Engineering reviews them, scores them as part of the capital facilities plan. Remember, we have the scoring matrices and scopes them if they score high enough. This is the first list. So don't take this to the bank. We have to do some work, but you can see there are some important projects here. There's a swim fee rate analysis, which isn't really a capital project, but Millspur traffic calming, which we're taking on. North Cove Playground concrete seat wall adjustment is one. It's an important project. Lundin Parkway rock replacement. So anyway, I'm not going to go through everything on the list, but you can see there's some things that are really small that maybe aren't projects, and there's some things that may be added. North Cove parking lot and recreation building design. That's a big project. So those are things that will roll on to the next CIP in the out years. That's all I have. I know it's late in the day. Any questions? Okay, cool.
How many projects do you think you can take on in addition to the ones that still need to be completed?
Zero. They're at capacity. So the mayor and I were chatting about adding a traffic engineer. I think that will help. I know that will help a
With the
lot.
traffic calming and help with some of
I
that?
think that will help a lot with those
Mhm.
traffic responses, reducing them from 240 days to maybe 30 days. That would be great. And delivering capital projects. We talked about a capital project coordinator. That's going to help deliver projects as well. But like I was saying earlier, it's not a lack of funds that's causing delivery of capital projects. It's people.
That goes along with we don't need more grants right now. We need targeted grants for our targeted projects, but not. Right.
Yeah, and it's not, in terms of staffing, we can go, I don't want to go back to the chart, but you have a capital project manager. We have a senior engineer in TBP delivering those projects. And then we have another, just engineer one for that long list of projects. It just, and they're dealing with all of this, they're triaging these service requests too. So I think they're doing a fantastic job delivering projects. It's a challenge, but they're at capacity.
Thanks, Aaron.
Aaron, just to follow up, since we're winding down here, a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think you were at the council meeting, but we had a discussion about the capital improvement program and South Lake Stevens Road and Davies and such not being on that list. When is that going to come back to council to get on the list?
Remind me, what list are you referring?
We have a 6-year capital facility program, and apparently South Lake Stevens Road and South Davies Road missed
The intersection,
Correct.
on that list.
freeway intersection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the discussion was, we need to include that on the list in order to address it.
It does. We just received some information just late last week from Transpo and from Kimley Horn. So Aaron will be talking about getting it on the list.
Yeah. So we'll develop our CIP and CFP update as part of this budget process, and we'll bring it to you this fall. Those will be on the list
Okay,
that time.
all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's no other questions on that topic. I think we'll go ahead and. It shows it's on. Oh,
No.
I'll try this one, or I'll sit off really hard. Or just dictions.
Yeah.
James cover the next. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to get.
Okay.
We got it. Hey, before we close, thank you to everyone, Caitlin, Kelly, Lori, whoever else I'm missing.
Mr. Mayor, that's loud.
What?
Before we close, I did have another question. So
But
it's a little bit more involved. So I just want to make sure we don't wrap up before I get a chance.
well, we're not gonna close. We're gonna, I'm gonna say a couple words, and then we're gonna go through the list of dewbacks that Gene has, and then we can open up the floor to your questions.
Thank you.
All right, just. Sorry. It's pretty low. I got it. Okay, so I want to thank everyone who helped put together this weekend and appreciate it. So with that, let's go. Gene, would you go? Gene's been keeping a good due outs list. I want to go through and make sure that we've got fidelity on them, and then make sure we get you good answers. Go.
Okay. Brief description and then who brought it up. So first one is Aaron. This is for Aaron. Bring back percentage versus cost, dollars and cents related to the streets department as it relates to cost reallocation. And that was brought up by Councilmember Ewing. Yep. Barb, streets. Look into streets. FTE question around the $18,000. Councilmember Daughtry brought that up. Barb. PD. How often is what's the percentage of time we're at minimum staffing levels for the PD? 3 people per shift. That was Councilmember Ewing. Barb, Aaron, Sarah, this is a citywide thing. Is there savings with centralized procurement process? Buying in bulk? Councilmember Peter Sagan. Anya, provide a list of claims and the types of claims to council. It'll be big picture, no names and things like that included. Councilmember Ewing brought that up. Brett and Troy. Brett, you got a project.
I got one.
Yeah. Look at IT investment and where it falls on the priority list. There's concerns that we might not be funding it when it is a big priority. Councilmember Peterson. Barb. Bring back the revenue. Grants versus salaries. And as it relates to the grant writer position.
I think that one should be Kelly as her
That's
supervisor.
Kelly?
That's Kelly.
Okay, I'm gonna put / Kelly.
Pass
Thank
that
you.
buck. Oh, can I say, yes, it is the IT position. It's a portion of the IT salary going into that stormwater.
Okay. And that last one was brought up by Councilmember Ewing. Thank you. Kelly, Sarah, Aaron, citywide, look at PRSC grants. And if there's some funding opportunities, take a second look at funding the grant writer position. This was on the PRSC was Councilmember Daughtry, and the grant writer position was Councilmember Peter Sagan. Barb, again, all departments, be cautious of cutting training. Thank you for that. That was Councilmember Daughtry. Carol, Barb, Christie, look at fees, potential increases to ensure fees cover costs. Councilmember Peter Sagan. Dean and Brett talked to our prosecutor about the need for data collection at traffic collision scenes, drone, 3D scanners, etc. That's Councilmember Donahue. Barb, Dean, Brett, look into why we're paying so much at Snow 911. Where's the money going? Councilmember Hill. Aaron, streets, bring back the ADA transition plan for a quick overview. So it reminds us what's included in that. It's probably a study session topic, I'm guessing. Make sure that sidewalk repairs remain a top priority. That was Councilmember Ewing. Aaron Laurie, look into how many students are walking to each school location, how many parents are driving and buses at each location. Councilmember Daughtry, Donahue, and Jorstad, all included in that one. Aaron and Lori, look into speed camera revenue data calculations, make sure that's accurate and bring that back. Mayor, council members, Donahue and Jorstad talked about that. Aaron Streets, look at hiring a traffic engineer as an FTE as soon as possible to work on traffic data, supporting the speed camera program versus hiring a consultant to do that work. Sarah, look into including sports facilities into the parks project list, as it might make it, might help make it a better success if we go out for a ballot measure. Ensure sports facilities are included in the pros plan. Ensure project list is transparent. There's some concerns over the costs of synthetic turf fields and maintenance with those fields and continued funding. It was Councilmember Peterson, Jorstad, Donahue, and Daughtry. Another one for Sarah, look into past expired parks district, which took place in the Lake Stevens area. That came from the mayor. And I'll be emailing this out, so you don't have to make notes, including all the council members get it. Julie, Barb, Dean, bring back the public safety sales tax to a future council meeting, including projects. And that was brought up by Councilmember Peter Sagan. All departments is for Barb, was suggested by our good friend Rondi. Thank you, Rondi. Wonderful suggestion to reach out to all city employees, asking them to provide one cost-saving idea. It wouldn't be mandatory, but it could generate good ideas. So thank you. That was wonderful. And the last one, Aaron, streets, bring back updated CIP list to include South Lake Stevens Road and Machias Road three-way stop proposal. Councilmember Peter Sagan.
I have one additional one if I could add. Sorry, Barb. The revenue and expense, basically all the fund information in our packet looks like it was generated off an underlying Excel sheet. Would it be possible? Yes, that. Would it be possible to get the underlying Excel file just so it's easier to sort and look through that data?
Possibly.
Okay.
It is a
Big file.
big file that's actually attached to the portal as well and to the forecast model. I might be able to extract it into a
Hard code
different,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And put it in there so that you can,
Yeah, that's
Y-
sufficient.
yes, I think I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to say yes to actually providing it because I'm not allowed to move it. It's like, I can't move it from where it is. I can't do any, so I have to, I've been warned by Vanessa, don't move it, you will break it. Okay,
Okay.
got it. So yes, okay.
Right,
Gene,
thank
will you
you.
put that on the list?
How do you want me to describe it? Because I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
Provide Excel file
Okay.
of budget.
Or just the information in our packet in a form that I can manipulate in a spreadsheet.
Yep.
That's, yeah,
Can do.
thank you.
Can I ask, Caitlin actually brought this up to me earlier that a couple of council members haven't finished their survey on the scheduling. I see Councilmember Kurt just smiled. Okay, if you could finish that up so we can figure out what we're going to do with the schedule, then that would be appreciated too.
Okay, so I didn't want to derail the flow of the retreat. I had some questions earlier on, the same budget sheet or pages that I was mentioning, and I wanted to double check some numbers and make sure that I'm reading things correctly. So essentially, I'm looking at the estimated actual 2025 numbers. So that's the gray column in the middle, and I'm looking at expenditures versus revenue. So
Which fund?
for the general fund. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So all this is related to the general fund.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make sure, I guess, one, that I'm looking at the right things and that I'm doing simple math simply. So if I'm looking at it right, it looks like the gap between our revenue in the general fund and our estimated actual 2025 expenditures is going to be a shortfall of about 3.2. Is that correct?
Let me open up that column. Um,
And just to front load, I'm comparing the exact same thing to the base 2026 general budget column and the mayor's proposed budget column, just same subtraction.
yes.
And so what I really want to check is, so yeah, when I do that math for the EA 2025 general fund, I get a shortfall of 3.2. When I look at the proposed budget, that shortfall, so presumably with the fund transfer included, still jumps up to 4.4. So is it, for lack of a better term, the deficit on that fund increasing?
So yes, absolutely it is. Just
Okay.
based on cost of living increases, medical, all of these things. So even doing that, yes. So the estimated ending, the shortfall expenditure over revenue is 3.264.
All right, yeah.
And then the base budget, which is just the normal increases of cost of living, medical, some basic operating costs, jumped to 5.35 million. And then the requested budget went to 7.8 million. And then the mayor's budget went back to 4.4. And so that does include the IT position and some of those other small, like I said, I think there was like $68,000 in items. And so, yes.
Okay.
So it does increase from 2025. It is continuing to
trend the opposite direction from what we'd like.
But that is the estimated ending balance. We budgeted $4.8 million deficit.
Okay.
And so estimated ending, we generally spend less just because of vacancies and things. And so we usually bring it down about $1 million, $1.5 million from that deficit.
So I could estimate approximately year end for this year 2.2 and then next year would be 3.4, give or take. Okay,
Did that include the change to the general fund from streets?
yes.
That included.
Without
the
that, it'd
four-
be,
It's without the 14% from streets.
so without that, on paper, it's a deficit of 5.3. With that transfer, it drops to 4.4.
Oh, okay, got it.
So
So I will say, the estimated ending has these decreases already in play. They are estimates, obviously, depending on what we do, and they don't include holding the vacancies right now. So that estimated ending does not include holding the vacant positions open right now. Doesn't have that built in.
So, okay, I'm probably not thinking, which way would that move it?
It's going to actually, it's going to get closer. So it's probably, what did we say? It was 900,000 probably 75%, maybe 80% is coming out of general fund. So it should drop it down $750,000 or so. So you're looking at 2.5.
Okay.
And it may even, it's going to, estimates.
Right. Okay. But yeah, I guess.
It's going to make it better.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of, the proposal seems to be if we do, pretty much status quo, plus or minus a couple positions, it does still kind of, like I said,
It's still going to
go opposite of what we want.
It's
Okay.
still going to continue to go without doing
Yeah.
revenue sources and
All that.
other things. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
To follow up on that, Jean, I have a question for you. I think this has been implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. All of your department heads today talked about things that they're doing to help reduce costs within their department. Are those conversations ongoing? Will those continue? Are there likely to be additional cost saving measures that occur or that are put into play between now and the end of the year for next year?
Yes, they're continually looking for opportunities, and that was one of the great suggestions Rondi brought up, is that we could put an email out to all the employees asking them to bring one example or idea back.
Mhm.
Looking.
I think a great thing would be to put out a survey to all the employees and just say, hey, I think that would be an easier, and then you don't have public records requests from the emails. Do a form survey. That would be a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Any other alibis?
Can I ask, sometimes will provide all of the backup data for each request. Sometimes I'm told, no, I don't want all of that. Sometimes I'm saying, yes, I want all that. I didn't want to provide it if it's a lot of documentation, obviously. So I'm just trying to figure out what to plan to give to you at the next council workshop. Do you want all this, the packet? I can figure out how to get it, to extract it out of it's all in the portal. So I have to figure out how to extract it, but we were able to do it last year. So I'm sure we can do it again this year, is extracting all the data for the requests.
So you're talking about line item.
Every request, like the reasoning for the request, the cost of the request, the future costs.
What I would request
Quotes.
on that for myself would be only staffing.
Okay.
I don't need equipage. The way that I look at that has been the same for several years. Is we hired directors to give us a budget. When they have a budget, then they can go manage their budget.
Yeah, and usually the equipment and those kind of things are management decisions. So
Right.
you give policy, they make decisions, that kind of thing. So staffing.
I
Backup
would like to
staff.
look at the reasoning behind the staffing requests you had. I mean, you did a really good job of explaining it, but I'm not going to remember more than two of them by the time I walk out that door. So,
Your two favorite, I'm sure.
yeah, the door jam takes all this stuff right out of my head.
Okay. Can do.
And I do have one more thing that's not a part of this that I would like to ask because it's something that just came up. So if
Any other
anybody.
alibis on the meeting? Kim, ask away.
Okay, so in light of what's going on in Stanwood about their frock cameras, where do we stand on that? They are now suspending theirs because of a major lawsuit in Stanwood. It was in the news.
Yeah. We have received a couple of disclosure requests for flock data. It's something that I know Chief and Deputy Chief are going to take to the Snohomish County Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association to talk about. I know that agencies have been working with the lobbyists through WASPIC to try to change some legislation and clear things up. It may look like maybe lobbying for ALPR data is exempt from disclosure.
Yeah, this has been in discussion for a little bit. Yeah, Stanwood started a while ago by simply putting bags over theirs. What we're trying to get is our first batch. We had a request a month and a half ago or whatever, and we sent it to them. Go ahead.
We were going to send it to them, to the requester, and it was actually the same requester who filed the lawsuit against Stanwood. But we utilized the spreadsheet that I got from Caitlin on a really good breakdown of charging for electronic data, because those files are huge and it's just a huge volume. And the requester is savvy. They're asking for data. They know that it only stores for 30 days and they submit the request an hour before closing time for literally 30 days before. And so if agencies aren't on it and watching it, data will start to get deleted and then they won't have it to produce, right? So there's a lot of people out there that are looking for money that way. There's a couple of agencies, to be honest, that that occurred to, and they have settled with the requester. Fortunately, we've been on the ball with it, and so we've only had 2 requests though for flock data.
We're trying to, through the police chiefs, we're trying to get all the city attorneys on the same page of how to handle those requests. It has to be law enforcement related to look at the plate data, right? Anybody can see the plate picture, but the plate data. So now's the intelligence part of that. Do we have to disclose? Do we have to send that stuff? If we're saying, no, this is part of law enforcement intelligence and that is exempt from public disclosure. So it's a work in progress.
All right, anything else? Hey, thanks for being here on a Saturday away from your families, and appreciate all the work